Welcome to Stationeers. Easily the best game purchase you've ever made. You will get so much time out of the dollar here. It's unbelievable. The replay value is through the roof. The depth of gameplay is something you have never seen. So let's unwrap this gift. Of course, vertical sync on. Field of view we'll see in the game. FPS. Yes, the game has autosave, so you don't need to worry about that, but you can also make new manual saves or just hit quick save. And it even has a save game history on the world that you're playing, on the save game basically, you know? So, no problem there. High. 16, very high. Crank it all up. No target frame rate. You should keep the lens flares on because as you can see, the sound is a bit stupid. Well, let's change the music then, shall we? And prepare the mission timer. This is not part of the game, this mission timer thing. It's a custom software. So, multiplayer, we don't care right now. Controls we will see in the game. Double click delay, camera sensitivity and all that.
Air tank critical. Cognition critical.
Everything has been set. So let's start. Maybe first we want to learn the game, huh? Whoops, that doesn't work. The tutorials are disabled currently. It's still early access, so if you want to play the tutorials, you have to click a few times in Steam to use an earlier version. Right mouse button on the game, properties, and you can see this window, etc. It's easy and it's worth it. The tutorials are really good. They are what got me into the game. Else I would still be resting somewhere in my Steam library, and in the parallel universe I would then look over to this universe and I would cry. I would. New world. Shall we start Venus? In the hardest difficulty? No, we're beginners. We want to explore. What is this like? What is this game? Easy. Moon. Start. I want to see what this is. Not any trailer videos, just the game itself. What is it? WASD for walking around. I'm on the moon. There's the sun. You can see the stars moving up, in other words, the moon is turning. And actually, the planets, all the planets, Venus and so forth, they are out there. You just can't see them from here. And they are all moving following Kepler's laws. So very realistic simulation. You can see the scratches on the helmet here. And I don't like this, so let's just turn that off. Gameplay, first person helmet. Nope. Mouse is a bit too fast for me, so let's change that. Controls. You can also input that here. That's kinda it. Okay, so we can see here we are on the moon alone. There's no one else here. There's no station. So why am I a stationeer? Because you have to build the station. And this is the things that came with the lander. Construction supplies. All of this looks very cryptic. I mean, this looks like I don't know, maybe some scaffolding or some foundation maybe, and it is. But this stuff, arc furnace, well, furnace is pretty clear what it does, right? It turns one thing into another by means of heat. Autolathe, no idea what that is, right? It's a 3D printer. Here we have electrical supplies. That's a battery.
Lower light screens. Here comes the sun. Sinfera on Soma FM.
All that looks very interesting, but what does it mean? Does it mean anything? That's the thing. As a long-time Stationeer player, for me it's completely normal that it means something. Everything in here means something. I mean, the lander itself may be decorative, but these two things here, they are not just decoration. They are real. Just like these crates and everything that's in them. And this tank. What does real mean? It means that in other games you run around and you try to find out which door is a real door so you can operate it. So you're looking at the 3D graphics through that kind of filter. Instead of seeing the world really directly, you're only seeing through a filter. But here, you can drop that filter, because everything that you see here is a real thing. The field of view is a bit low for my taste. Maybe it's right for you, but it depends on the effective screen size, on how big your screen is and how far you are sitting away. So on the effective screen size, like I said. That is what this is. And since my effective screen size is big, I need a wider field of view. That's objectively true, and so I would set it. If this is too wide for you, I'm sorry, that's the way. I mean, I can't just, you know... This cannot be expected of me, no! So we have these things now, and I can jump around and get down, but what can I do with this then? Let's take these pipes. Click, click, click. Nothing happens. On the bottom of the screen you can see the pipes now, and so the assumption is, oh, it's even written there, left hand and right hand. Nice. So here we have a simulation of a person with a left hand and a right hand, instead of just you holding the gun with the right hand outstretched in front of your eyes, or an extension of your nose by the kind of. Here you're playing a person. You can even see yourself here. Whoop. And you can even see yourself holding the pipes. There, the left hand. Yeah, to get a bit ahead of myself, you can even use a beacon that can tell you which direction you have to go. And if you hold that in one hand and you hold the detector for the beacon in the other hand, it will point to your left hand. It would say it's 40 centimeters. Yeah, that's fun, isn't it? But that's, I mean, more importantly, what is the stuff on the left? Helmet, suit, backpack, particularly the helmet and suit. I'm an astronaut on the moon. What is that suit thing there? The first timers, they will hopefully have kind of the same experience that I had. How brilliantly beautiful it is that if you press 3 now and you see your helmet, you see, oh my god, there's an air tank? 5522, 5521 kPa, that's kilopascals, that's pressure. On Earth we have 100 kilopascals at sea level, or 101, and this canister has 55 times that pressure. And there's, well, air in there. It says there, air tank, so that's an air tank. Then there's a waste tank, probably not for urination and such. It is for gas. What are we wasting then? If you look underneath this, we can see CO2. What is that? Those are filters. CO2 filters. Why? Humans breathe out CO2 and we breathe in O2, oxygen. So is this converting the oxygen that we're breathing into CO2? Yep. And when it is in your suit, it needs to go away. Because not only is CO2 toxic, even though the game does not actually simulate that, but also it displaces other things that could be in there instead. I mean, if the suit has a certain volume of air, or for gas or whatever, and you now have CO2 in there, then the amount of oxygen that could potentially be in there is lower. And so if the filters would not be active, yeah, and we can actually turn them off. You can use the mouse wheel here, and then, let's see, left mouse button? No, that doesn't do it. See, the interface is a bit cryptic to get into. I mean, I can use it in my sleep, though right now I can't, because I adapted my keyboard configuration, etc. Right now, though, I am playing on defaults. Everything is default, so we have the same experience, so to speak. So how can I use then the filter? And why am I looking so fugly? Can we do something about that? We can change the species? What's that? Well, there's some DLCs, even though it's in early access, but these developers really deserve it. They're working on it every week. We have almost daily beta updates, and they are actually not getting paid for their work, you could say, because this game doesn't make the bucks back that it costs. Still, they keep at it. They know what they have here. Aha, okay, this is, for this you need a DLC, cosmetics. I have those, but I'm running this currently without Steam, just directly the Rocket Station exit like I normally do, but normally I have Steam running. Now I don't, so the DLCs are not available. So we cannot see that we can also play a robot, or that we can also play an alien. I will now pick out my usual setup. Oh right, I can't. Well, then I will play something else. Whatever. Okay, have it your way, game. Angry face. Oh, I need the DLC for that. Cannot play Mustachio? Oh, yeah, yes, we can. Stick with black, that makes sense. Look at the mustache! I had no idea it would look like that. Let me just take a little screenshot there. I think that devs should need to know about this. You think that this is a utopic to tell the devs about, hey, there's something wrong with your game. But no, we are doing that all the time and they change it. Things that are fucked up. And quite a few of my such posts also, they're like, oh, bops, and 2 days later it was fixed. That happens all the time. Let's remove the mustache, it's a bit off-putting. Mustache, mustache, mustache. Doop, doop, doop. Confirm. Yeah, so if you want to get into the game, you can of course just play the tutorials. They will tell you what to do. For example, you can press Alt, then you get a mouse cursor. That seems to make things easier, doesn't it? But let's not do that. Let's instead play it naked without the tutorials. So what we do as gamers is we press Escape, we go for Settings, and we look at the controls. Then we see primary action left mouse button. That didn't do anything with the pipes. Secondary action right mouse button. Okay, let's take the pipes then. Left mouse button, nothing. Right mouse button. Oh, what's that? Placement is snap to grid. Rotate left and right. Delete and page down. Delete and page down. Rotate up and down, home and end. And in some other situations you will also make use of insert and page up. So all these 6 keys. But you can also hold C. What does that mean? Oh, press the left mouse button. Press the right mouse button again. And we can see here 1 of 8. And there's a mouse next to it. I will scroll the wheel. And now we get 2 of 8, 3 of 8. And so forth, and so forth. Ah, we can build really complex pipe stuff here. And more interestingly, when I point like this and press C, like they're saying I should, then you can see this noodle is turning any which way. But if I do this here and it turns yellow, then it will only suggest meaningful stuff. So that's something good to know. And, whoopsie, that was wrong. And here, well, for that we would have to of course pick out the cross and place that then here. But now it's saying merging requires the wrench in other hand. So it seems like we could just take the wrench wherever it is and use that then. Let's open all the things. Oh, and maybe I should start the mission timer. just for funsies. I mean, after all, we are on the clock. I mean, you can see here the air tank on the left is at 5351, is dropping. It's falling and it's falling, and once it's 0, what would happen is pretty clear. We will die. We will suffocate. And what's with this? Life support. The battery for our life support system. At 76% already. And it keeps dropping. What can we do about this? Get a new battery, for example? But what if they are gone? Well, there's a solar panel. Oh, a solar panel! Let's pick the solar panel. So what we had in hand is now over there. And then I click the right mouse button. Ah, so the right mouse button is for building stuff. But why can I not place this here? It says solar panel flat in the tooltip. Once placed, use glass sheets for upgrade. Placement is snapped to the small grid. Roll left and right. Okay. But it doesn't tell you why you can't place it. Which is a bit weird, because I remember that is being said when you're trying to place some machinery. Took a little screenshot, we'll bring up the devs. Newbie onboarding is rather important. That's also why I brought once again up this thing with the with these crates. You can remove them from the lander, you know, but it doesn't tell you how. But now it does. A wrench can be used to unfasten, so we can remove this from the lander. But anyway, let's go back into the settings. Primary signation. Then we have night vision, quantity modifier. We already held C down here. You can see it in the tooltip for rotating. So C is also the quantity modifier. In what circumstance would that be used then? Yeah, when you have a device up with a wheel where you can turn it so it will increase or decrease the value by 10 or something. And when you hold the quantity modifier, you can instead decrease or increase it by 1. That's what that means. Not that you would know this by now. Emote wave, keypad 1. Let's try that. I'm waving with my pipes in hand. Not bad. Scoreboard, help, user interface, console, info, screenshot. Help would be useful. Oh, there's even a pause button up here, that's good. And we can make that transparent. Guides. Genetics. Genetics? There should be a guide up here that tells you right away how to play the game. That's sadly missing, but maybe they're banking on the tutorials, which, since it's early access, are sometimes just incompatible with the game, like currently, so they had to disable them. I mean, it's certainly better than sending people into the tutorials and then at step 4 it no longer works and you think it is your fault, but it's the tutorial no longer working, so yeah. This is basically unhelpful right now, because we don't know what to look for. We are still completely naked, we don't know what to do. So ores them. No, that doesn't help right now. What could we look for? The help is currently, I think, rather useless to us. There's the universe, factions, and we're, for example, the Stationeers, blah 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 blah, and so forth. That doesn't help us to play the game, I think. I haven't really read it, honestly. But F2 was... F2 hides the user interface. F3 is the console. You can see here autosave, thread 58, save complete. So it's automatically saving the game. That's good. You can also save it manually under a new name. Take care that you don't write something like this. A dot at the end is incompatible with the file system, but the game doesn't care yet. It doesn't check that, which is frankly insane to me. And the first thing that I, as a programmer, do is I make sure that the data of the user is safe, with backups and sanitization of inputs, and save saves, so that first a new file is written, and when the file has been written completely, then I replace the original one with the new one, that kind of stuff. That is absolutely self-evident. Anyway, like I said, the team is kind of stretched thin. They're financing this with other projects. So, console, we have seen that. Toggle info. And is F5 written here somewhere? No, it's not. So there's sadly something missing. Actually, very important information. I will take a screenshot of this thing here in hopes that I later realize what the fuck this was good for. When you press F5, look at the top of the screen. Saving, done. See, you can just quick save by pressing F5. That's cool, isn't it? Or you go here and say this. That's also good. F4 was for connection idle. Yeah, that's for multiplayer. So irrelevant. Nothing of that helps us to play the game. Let's continue. Screenshot. Chatting. Hello. Which is now also here in the console, in the history. Doesn't help us. Cancel. Escape. Hide all windows. Let's see if I can find that key. I have a German keyboard, so what they thought is a good layout for me to use might not actually apply here. And indeed, I cannot find the key that would do that. For you, it might be good this way. Anyway, we'll just change it to this key. So we have seen this rather easy. Aha. So, ping highlight, middle mouse. To this day, I don't know what that's good for. Something about multiplayer, I guess. These things are useless. I don't know why they are in there, if they are remains or something planned in the future. You know, these kind of modifiers from old age games like Doom, where you could say the arrow keys are for looking around, but if you press the strafe key, then instead you will move sideways. That is possibly what that's good for. Let's ignore that. Then we have ascend, space, and descend left control. Ascend, descend? Well, I know jumping. Space makes me jump. WASD makes me walk. Why ascend? And control doesn't do anything right now. Because you have a jetpack. Maybe you have seen that here. You can see jetpack, basic, propellant. How do you use the jetpack then? Settings. Left, right, up, down, grab. We also have grab. Let's take a look at this first. G. Okay, G, grab is possibly for climbing. I will jump up to this thing and press G for grabbing. And I guess this is not meant to be used for the lander. This is... I mean, it can be useful, I think, in over 1300 hours. I've never used it, really. Inventory select. F. Oh, F. Okay, let's open the thingies then again. Scroll with the mouse wheel and press F. Ah, finally something's happening. Okay. Pressure up. Well, I kept pressing F to change the pressure, but then I pressed that too quickly, and then that was interpreted as a double click, and then the thing that I had in my hand, which were the pipes, have now been moved somewhere in my inventory, I assume. Yeah, here they are at the right bottom. So that's a thing also. So I suggest just use a mouse pointer. Well, we're not there yet. We don't know yet that we can use a mouse pointer. On the right of the screen you can see the target pressure that has been set. I will reduce it again, slowly. The suit itself has lower pressure because of the simulation that's going on, because the suit is simulated. I don't know how deep the simulation is. I can only tell you that the simulation of the suits will become much more deep very soon, because the developers are currently working on more complex spacesuit infrastructure, where you will have more parts to control. Where, for example, the AC system of them will consist of more parts. You will have to supply the gas for that and such. So, very interesting. For you as a beginner, this might sound overwhelming, but I can tell you, the deeper, the more interesting the simulation, the better. You will think so too, soon. Inventory select, helmet slot. Okay, these are the 6 slots, that's clear. Active hand slot, R. Huh. Maybe I should get the pipes again. We have kind of figured out how to do that, so let's go to the pipes and press C. No.
Oxygen low.
Press C twice. That doesn't do anything. Oh, wrong key? No, I don't know what's happening. Maybe press F.
Oxygen critical.
What's happening? Oxygen critical. This would be one of those moments when you will possibly die because you don't know how to play the game. What's happening is I turned off my filters, and what that means is that the filters which would remove the CO2 from the suit no longer do so. Now the CO2 is not simulated to be toxic in this game, but it no longer is removed from the suit, so it is effectively displacing the oxygen that would be pumped in there. That is simulated, yes. So let's turn the filters back on, however that works. Ah yeah. And problem solved. you can see here the filters where the cursor is. Filter off, air off, AC off. Obviously, these buttons are not telling you what the current situation is. They're telling you what happens when you click them. And that is a theme throughout the entire game. So any button will tell you what it does when you click it. It's a bit weird, but you know, it's a matter of getting used to. So I think we have learned some interesting things. Inventory select F, and active hand slot R, drop Q, swap hands E and T. Let's try all of these. So I'm pressing R. Oh, R. Did I see that here? Active hand slot, yeah. When I press R, we get this little window up there with which you can then split. Okay, let's do that. Split half. No, that was the wrong key. Which key do I have to press now? F? Yep. F would then do that. Now we have 9 pipes here, and I have 9 pipes in hand. Why? Because we are 20 and these are 2. So yeah, that's what happens. Just split that in half. I really wish the game would tell you right from the get-go in the screen here, without need of tutorials, because the tutorials do teach you that if you press left odd, then you get mouse control here. That's what we need. So let's do away with all that stuff that we've learned basically, and just use the mouse or double click. That makes it easier, doesn't it? Intuitive, so now we don't have so much learning overhead. So what do we have here then? We have the air tank.
Air tank critical.
Oh, which I just dragged into the world. What's going to happen next is pretty clear, and it will happen pretty much faster than before, because now we don't have to convert basically the O2 in the suit slowly to CO2, which will then be a problem for the oxygen that would flow in, which can't do that anymore. But instead, we plain simply don't have any more oxygen, which should show very soon. And here we have the life support. Oh, we have light. We have a light here. Let's turn that off. And I can tell you, you should turn that off if possible, because it sucks a lot of energy. This is not just a little flashlight. I mean, even though you have a large battery cell in here which supplies your entire suit, the air pump for example.
Low pressure. Oxygen low.
It is, I mean, the lights.
Oxygen critical.
The light will be, the light is sucking that one dry rather quickly. And soon we will see that reality
Pressure critical.
fades to grey, because we're dying. I wonder what happens if I double click here. Ah, it goes into the right place. So let's keep discovering. What do we have? Duct tape. Can tell you right away if your suit is damaged and you press the right mouse button on this one. You can see even here the right mouse button being shown there. Then this would repair the suit. You keep clicking here until the progress bar is full, so you're wrapping yourself in that stuff. And then the suit will still be damaged, but it will no longer be leaking. And that's what's important. Let's put that away. I don't need it right now. Here we have a pill. Can eat that. And I just did. Now it's gone. What was that good for? Well, that's good for when you have lung damage, when you have any health issues, where their body is damaged. And now I can no longer do it. I had only one, it's gone. Oh my god, you shouldn't do that. Don't do that. Atmos analyzer. That looks like a motherboardy thing. Like this thing also. The tracker and the network analyzer. But most, I mean, the interesting part is really the stuff here, the suit, the spacesuit. When have you ever had that in a game?
Waste tank critical.
Now it can no longer pump out the CO2, so that will have the same effect as the filters being turned off. You can also turn the AC off. You can see here on the right we have 19 degrees in the suit. You can see the mouse pointer, right? 18 degrees, 17 degrees. Descending, descending. And at some point, there will be complaints. Too bad they didn't have yet the time to implement something like the screen going kind of bluish vignette or whatever, so that you get the feeling of being cold. They're not really utilizing the narrow interface that you have with the computer well yet, sadly. That's not yet happening. I hope they will do that. Then I'll buy it. No, I bought it already. Yeah, what are we supposed to do in this game then? We are supposed to not die, which is kind of clear. How do we do that? By breathing. We're already doing that. And up here we have an oxygen tank. And it says here, use the wrench. So let's use the wrench in the hand. And at the bottom you can see you can swap hands with E. That's what we also saw in the settings. And this can obviously now be applied here. So disconnect, like it says in the screen tooltip. Here we get to see that this thing has actually some click points. It's not just here where you can handle it, but you can also open this even. Oh, and now you see there's atmospheric simulation. Yeah, that's what this game has. And here we can see the pressure in the thing is decreasing from 7.5 megapascals slowly downwards. And here, if I turn off the light, which you can also do with L, the needle is very, very slowly descending. We don't want that. Why would we vent our precious oxygen into space? Anyway, now that we have this thing here, I can already show you a secret. Don't do this, because that's your waste tank. This is the air tank. Let's do that. And
Air tank critical.
see, it went down. And now we have more pressure in our air tank. So that is how you get more oxygen. Until this thing is empty. And then what? I can already tell you this thing here. That's water that you can mine. But it's not just pure water. There's some other stuff mixed in. And there's more water over here. I was just looking for one of the most abundant resources ever. For some reason though I can't see it. Which is oxide. You can mine that also. Oxide is almost pure oxygen. Oh, there's coal, also very important. Silver, yeah. Silver is not so necessary except when you get a bit more advanced. Which of course we want to go, right? We want to be as advanced as we can be. But first we want to enjoy the situation here. We're on the moon. But you know what? Let's be a bit cool about this. Let's do something that is not beginner friendly, even though you're a beginner. Let's do something that is not beginner friendly. And press F3. And press help. And then we will see all the commands that exist, mostly for debugging. And here's also one that says orbit, which also reveals a bit the depth of the simulation. Solar constant, solar irradiance, solar energy, solar efficiency scales, total real-time, simulated time, days past, time scale, sun vector. You can see the vertical is changing because the sun is on the move. Latitude, longitude and so forth. All of that is simulated, and if those values would be changed, then accordingly the sky would look a bit different. But there's more we can do here. We can change the time scale. Time scale. Let's say 0.03. 0.03. We can see the time scale is 0.3. I changed it to 0.03. I know this is stupid to show a beginner, but what I also don't like is my days to be rushed. See, this would take 20 minutes until it has been day and night. 20 minutes. I don't want that. Give me a realistic time scale. So I just changed it to 0.03, which means that it's 1/10 of what it was. You can see here timescale was 0.3 and now it's 0.03, so it would be 200 minutes. More than 3 hours. That's nice. We can even turn off the flashlight. Well, almost. The shadow casting in this game is a bit jarringly intense. Should we disconnect all these? That's one way to go. What you can also do, though maybe you want to keep the lander around, is to deconstruct the entire lander. How would I know this? Point at the thing, lander. But if you point at the thing with a tool, then you get a tooltip that is context sensitive and will tell you what tool you have to use and what you can do with it. Here we can say disconnect. But if I use like the screwdriver, for example, which is an unfitting tool for the task, then I will get some background information. For example, hand drill required to deconstruct. So we can deconstruct these things with the hand drill. Okay. Oh, do we really want that? No, we don't. Not at the beginning. So let's not keep doing that. So angle grinder required to deconstruct. That is what we see when we point at this thing with any tool that doesn't happen to be the correct one. So... oh, that wasn't long enough. Oh, didn't I say something about a jetpack? Yeah, in the settings you would discover that the J key gets you up in the sky. And I keep telling them they should include some kind of smooth mouse option, like Minecraft has been having it for 10 plus years for video making. And they even say, yeah, we want to do that because there's something like this already somewhere in the source code. Oh, my shadow, look at that. But for some reason they haven't gotten around to that. So these effective advertisements that I and many other people are making for the game all look a bit shaky and not convenient for the viewer. I hope that Rocketworks is really knowing what they're doing there. Anyway, they're losing a few cents of revenue, certainly, on average. Yeah, jetpack. So, jetpack on J. Now that's stupid, because you can't run in this game. So we'll just put that on shift then. Jetpack, shift. Confirm. And now we have this going on. What's that? Because shift is also for other things. I'm actually confused that I'm not getting some kind of collision message here. I mean, today I made another short video where I demonstrated that even it would become red if something is already used. Because third-person control has left shift. So let's put that on right shift. You cannot really play the game in third person, it's just for you to look around a bit. I mean, look at this. You cannot look at your front if I would try to do so. Matrix! Bullet time! Doesn't work, sadly. Anyway, so back to first person. Shift is now jetpack. Now that is convenient. Yeah. You can see in the right hand we have the crate that I can reconstruct, which is now empty, of course. Since we have lots of things here, we should try to keep some order. So let's not deconstruct everything here. And take down these pipes again. Again, following the keys on screen at my hands, you can see if I press T, I can place something carefully. Or with Q, I can toss something. Or throw it even far. Yep. Huh. I didn't expect them to fly that far, actually. Damn, did I just lose all the pipes? No, there they are. Okay, they landed already. See, the pop in and pop out in this game is rather bad. Though that wasn't this way before December. They changed a few things, and one of the things is the culling, when things pop out of existence. And we keep complaining about that, but they keep not changing it. And so I hereby say it in these words and with this tone, because that's how I feel about it. Anyway, so we have all these tools. Let's take a look at the things that we have. And turn off the flashlight. Or not. Grow light. Aha. So we have a special plant like for marijuana, for example. Then we have potato seeds. Ah, the Martian. Yes, you can plant potatoes and eat them. Wheat, soybeans, hydroponics tray. So that's where you place these things so that they grow. But this thing has a pipe connector, and here are pipes. So you connect them to this thing. What do you put in the pipes? Water, of course. And there's no water in here. But there's water here. And we already know how these lids works, right? So we can get some water from there. And this, what is this? Pipe utility liquid. Let's pick this thing up. Click the right mouse button. And we can see, we can make a little tank here. Or even a big one. Though now it is telling us, need more kit pipe utility liquid. So we are learning another mechanism here. Sometimes you can build something with a kit. And also we learn now that there's such a thing as a kit. Though we saw that already with the pipes. So you get a kit and then you can build it and then you can see all the things that can be made with it. We're learning here that sometimes we need more of the same thing in the hand so they can actually build that element. That's rare and it's not too jarring and it makes sense. Why should, it's realistic. And then there's this thing. What is that? that is a canister holder. Ah, that's how that works. Exactly, that's how that works. And here we have a pipe connector. So if we take a pipe and connect that here... It's not how we should build our station. It's not like we should start with this right now, right here. Nopey nope, that's not how this works. But I just wanted to show you. In the same way, there's also a water bottle filler that can be connected to a pipe so that your water drinking bottles that you have, some of, can be refilled in this same way then. Yeah, and this can then be attached to this. And this is also a kit. Why is this a kit? Well, one is the hydroponics tray, this thing here, and this is the hydroponics device. Device as in machinery, mechanics, logic. And yeah, here we can see a data port. So this thing can be read out. What's the plant's current state? How wet is this? What gas mixture is in there? And here we have also such a thing. So that can be done. Interesting. So we can program in this game? Yes, we can. There's an assembly language and you have computers and chips to store the programs on. You can do that, but you don't need to. Yeah, there are also logic chips which fulfill simple purposes which can be used together to achieve the same kind of tasks. Those are basically for programming beginners. It's very cool. That was the hydroponics thing. Let's continue on. What is this? The survival supplies. Here we have a beacon. Let me demonstrate that thing. Placing it down carefully. It won't break, don't worry. And we can see again we have multiple click points. Here we have a battery. Here we can carry that thing. And here we turn that thing on. It is beeping, but we can't hear that because we're on the moon. There's no air here, so there's no medium to transmit sounds. We can hear our steps because we are basically inside the sound generator, inside the suit. Once there is some air around, then we will hear that thing. Yep. That is what this game, yep, simulates. So let's take this thing here, the handheld tablet. I mean, that looks curious. So let's turn that on. Meep. What's its problem? Well, something that you haven't seen yet is that this isn't just the inventory. Everything is hierarchical. So we can look here, for example. It's a hierarchy. We can click here in the propellant and we can see a button here, open. I don't want to do that because that will release my propellant and then I can no longer fly. Here for the waste canister though, that is actually something meaningful that later you will need, else you will die. Alternatively, you can of course drag another canister in here. This canister isn't special, you know, it just has been named waste tank. Is the labeler here somewhere so I can demonstrate that? Because the labeler is a little device, also a thing that uses a battery, yes, that you can use to name things. Ah, there it is. So let's drop down the waste canister.
Waste tank critical.
Oh, it's just called canister? Oh, I thought we would see the name here. I was mistaken. Oxygen canister. Yeah, we don't actually see the name here. But I could name it anything I want. For example, let's take these electrical supplies. I can name it anything I want. Can I open the helmet? Yep, I can, even though I'm on the moon. I have to unlock it first because you shouldn't. But don't worry, you won't suffer an embolism.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
You can see here the pressure is low, internal pressure. And the lungs are taking damage from the situation.
Cognition low.
You can see here that
Temperature critical.
we are currently in the process of dying. I will abort this process by closing the helmet.
Temperature low.
And there's also this.
Critical.
Let's say the following. Let's look at the waste. Okay, baby, I'm getting the topics mixed up. Let's start with. Okay, I will just drag this thing, the Atmos. analyzer into this thing, handheld tablet, you can see here, from there to into the grid. So it goes into the inventory. I could also have just dragged it into this thing, because it too has an inventory. It has a battery. And we have a place for the cartridge. And now if I look with the Atmos analyzer here in my waste tank,
critical.
then I can see what's in there is CO2 and oxygen. I will go into that later. Here, CO2 and oxygen. Whoop. The field of view can be changed in the game. Yes, there are some hotkeys for that. And I will just change those, because I always get the two confused. Field of view up, minus, and field of view down, plus. Why? Because I feel that plus is for making things bigger. And when I press plus, so that the field of view gets narrower, things get bigger. And enter resets it. So we have just seen that there is something in here that's not just oxygen. Why is there even oxygen in there in the first place? Because the SUS infrastructure doesn't just pump your waste in there, but also some other things sometimes. Maybe that was actually the flushing that we did there. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how this works. No, the flushing would pump into the environment. Anyway, when you're on a hot planet, for example, you will see your oxygen tick down much faster, because it will then be used to accompany the AC, which is, by the way, still off. Interesting. To help cool down your suit. And so a lot of oxygen would be in the waste tank. So does this mean the waste tank would then also be hotter, like it is currently? You can see 18.8 degrees Celsius. Yes, that's what it would mean. And what does the heat mean something? I mean, can I just stuff this thing, for example, to the left and then breathe it? Yes, you can. There's some oxygen in there, but if it's too hot, your lungs will take damage. You don't want that. Currently not a problem, but you know, what I'm trying to get at is this. Here we have our nice oxygen tank. What do you think happens when I drag this thing in there? Of course this... Oh.
Critical.
Okay, now that happened. That was a waste. Literally. Anyway, we'll survive, don't worry. Sprinkly stars. So this was just open, so it was released. Once it reaches 4 megapascals, you will get this waste tank critical, and we just even had over 6. So what does that mean? It means that your system can no longer use this tank to pump your waste gas away. So you will then have the same effect as if your filters are off. Your suit will just keep filling with the gas that it can't get rid of. What I wanted to say though is, and that's what I have now demonstrated, let's look with a tablet at this tank. We can see here now it's no longer 100% oxygen like it would have been. We didn't take a look at this earlier, but it was oxygen. But it now also has some CO2. It's very little, it's very, very little, so it won't be a problem, I guess. But what could happen is that we dunk our oxygen tank in there to refill it, and then we go and play la 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 da 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 pop pop pop, and then half an hour later, suddenly we're beginning to suffocate. Why? Because, well, actually what I'm saying is not true. Since we have a filter for this, we have a filter for CO2, but imagine I would dunk something in there that is not CO2 and not O2. What gases are in there then? Well, for example, nitrogen. If there would be some nitrogen in there, then I would not have filters for that. So I would get some nitrogen in my oxygen tank, and so then slowly this would build up, even though it's very little. And then at some point it would have been so much that I can't breathe anymore. And then you have to think on your feet, you have to realize what's going on. And one of the solutions, of course, is flush. Because then whatever's in your suit will be flushed away, that's quite wasteful, so that we also get rid of the accumulated waste gas. We can demonstrate that. I will just turn the filters back off, so we can suffer the same fate as before. Now, what I wanted to show here, I will swap out the Atmos analyzer with the tracker. Now the tablet has a different function. See, this is not just installing apps. We have hardware here because we're in space. This is space-hardened stuff, so we don't just have a different app or something. That's also why we have assembly code and so forth. So I can walk arbitrarily far away and I will always find my base. Always find my stuff, even though it might at some point no longer be visible from afar. During the night it's easy to not see things. On the moon it's okay. During the night on the moon you can still see rather well. But on other planets, for example Mars, which is also a good beginner world, yes, but still moon is easier, I believe. You will not see much So your station might be rather close, or particularly even during the day it might be rather close, but there might be a storm going on. You can't see the hand before your eyes, man. And then the beacon is rather useful to find back home, because everybody who has ever lost their station is beginning to realize, and after the 10th time has really understood, losing the station means the end. That's the end of you. And then there's the network analyzer, which we can't currently demonstrate. It's for cable networks. Hey, let's put up a cable. I just did. And let's look at this thing. Don't worry if that was too fast for you.
Oxygen low.
Oh, oxygen low. What's happening? Oh, the filters are off. This will now soon go critical.
Oxygen critical.
So let's flush the suit, see what happens. Problem goes away. And we can see here, connected to this cable network, 0 devices, no watts are being flown there, no watt. Let's see, actual would be, let's say there is a light that uses 50 watts. Then you would see actual 50 watts. And potential might be like a few megawatts even, if there are some batteries waiting to supply their power to you. And, okay, maybe I confused actual and required. It doesn't really matter, you will find out yourself what it does. But what does this mean, cable network 1278? The game has to assign arbitrary identity numbers to the networks that you build. And why is it a network? This is just the name for the thing, you know? This 10 pipes along are still one network, they are still the same thing. Okay, that doesn't make sense, I have to point at this with the... Here, that's also an identity number, same concept. So if I connect several cables together, they will all be the same network. And if I have some devices in between, like for example a station battery or a power switch, then they will separate the networks. There will be a new network then on the other side. Lots of theoretical stuff, huh? Well, if you prefer it more hands-on, more fast, more focused on station building, you can watch one of my very many other intro videos. I just felt like doing it this way this time. Anyway, so let's turn this thing off because we don't want to waste battery. How much have we used? This is a small battery still. We used 10% in this whole time that I was talking and talking and talking and not using this thing.
Oxygen low.
Yeah, you see the flushing really helps. So if you're ever in that situation when something has kind of polluted your oxygen, so your suit is not building up crap,
Oxygen critical.
then flush really helps. But I will just turn the filters back on. The AC, I'm kind of irritated that... Oh! Oh, now I know why the... did you just see that? The temperature was rising. Interesting. So, this was actually also used to heat me up. Maybe the suit detects the temperature of the air and then acts accordingly. I have never considered that. I don't know really what the suit logic is in detail. Anyway, so the battery is almost empty. Yes, use another one then. And think about getting some electricity here, shall we? So before we get through all the other stuff, let's construct a little bit. I can tell you one thing. When you, for example, take the arc furnace and press the right mouse button, you can place it anywhere for whatever reason. But this thing here, our 3D printer, it will say, placement requires a frame below for support. What is the auto lathe? F1, auto lathe. The foundation of most Stationeer fabrication systems, the X-Min Autolathe is a multi-axis molecular compositional system. Its complexity demands considerable time to assemble, but it remains an indispensable creation tool. Upgrade the device using an Autolathe printer mod for additional recipes and faster processing speeds. So what we have here is a 3D printer, which can make us stuff. What stuff can it make? Lots of stuff. There is so much stuff in the game that we have 4 different printers, and that's only the basic ones. So... and they can be upgraded to print more stuff. And what's all this? I will explain that later. We can see here the fabrication steps to build that thing. We can see here the differences between the Tier 1 and Tier 2, because the manufactories can be upgraded. You can see here things that can be fabricated with this one, that are needed to build stuff, and then what can be fabricated with it, for example cables or iron frames. The very thing it has been placed upon, has to be placed upon. There are 2 types of frames, iron frames and steel frames. The difference is just the material. I think, I don't know if there's a pressure differential. Anyway, let's continue. Oh, look, a bird. Then we have this here, logic. I already pointed you at these connectors with the 3 green squares, which are for data connection, and that's what this is. You can read and write data into the devices. For example, here you can activate it, which starts the production process, or can switch the green power switch, so you can turn on the power, which also flicks the physical switch. Just for, you know, it's a gamification, but it's nice. It's nice, I think, and other things. And then we have more. This thing even has some internal memory. It can be programmed. But that's not the assembly that I was talking about. So complex game. And deep simulation. You will have so much fun with this. I implore you, try to get into this game. Then you can still scoff at it at some point because the user interface might be too cumbersome. But first you should really try. Because those of us who got into it and who put up with the shortcomings that it does have, we love it to death, man. This game is something you have never seen before. So we need a frame. Well, let's look at this in iron frames. Haha, here we have a frame. And as we already know, right mouse button, secondary action. Now we get this build ghosty thing. And you can see we have very coarse placement location. Yes, it's snapped to grid. Maybe you remember that here, or with another device, it would say it's snapped to the grid here. That's the small grid, and that's the large grid. That's the 2 grids that there are. So the world basically consists of boxes. You might not think so, but it does. But you don't have to see it like this. Now let's place the iron frame. Aha. So we can now place the autolathe, right? Is it finished? Is it done? Yes, we can. Now it's green. Okay. Can even place it in there for whatever stupid reason. So that's certainly not right. But that's obviously not the way to play it. Because this thing here... I mean, is this supposed to be my station? This is not airtight. I cannot walk on this. What is this? Yeah, you need to continue building this thing. How then? Remember the tip I told you a few times? Take a tool, point at a thing. Take a tool, point at a thing, then you get a tool tip. I don't know if they had this in mind when they implemented it like this, but yeah. You get a tool tip by using a tool and pointing at a thing. So with the tip of the screwdriver, I point at this thing and I get a tool tip, welding torch and 1 iron sheet required to continue construction. Ah, so that's what we need. And with the angle grinder, we can deconstruct it like we deconstructed the lander. So let's take this thing here. But before I go into this, and before I also then take the iron sheets, here they are, let's first look once again with our trusty tablet, which currently doesn't have any chip in it. So let's put the Atmos analyzer in there, which you will use most of the time. Look at what we have. Here we have the oxygen tank. What information do we have? We have the pressure, I will zoom in. We have the pressure that it has. We have the temperature that it has. From 0 to 50 degrees is fine, but everything outside will damage your lungs. And the further outside it is, the harder and faster the lung damage will be. And the harder the difficulty you play, the faster that will be also. When you select the difficulty, you will see that on the right of your screen. The multipliers for difficulty and food decay and such. So then we can see here radiated. What does that mean? It means that the game has a simulation of radiation, of thermal energy exchange by means of radiation. Meaning that this thing is cooling down by radiating its thermal energy away. You know, like you would do when you are exposed to a vacuum. You don't flash freeze like Hollywood keeps lying to you, but instead you would radiate your heat away. And there would be more processes going on. There would also be some freezing, yeah. But let's not go into that.
Critical.
Oh, that's not where I wanted this. No, not where I wanted this. Early access. But there are really no game-breaking bugs. You can play... I mean, I have played Stationeers to death, man. And I have recorded videos 6 hours in length sometimes, and there's no problem. You can just play that. It doesn't crash. This is one of the most stable products ever. What I'm playing here isn't even the final release. It's beta. It's not the thing that we get every few weeks or every few months, a full release that everybody gets. This is beta, which with its almost daily updates during the weekdays.
Low pressure.
And it doesn't
Oxygen
crash.
low.
It's just reliable. These people know how to program. Yep, the RocketWorks programming team is really good.
Air tank critical.
So again, what do we have here? We have, for example, the radiation energy that is being exchanged 5.78 joules. What does this mean? It means that 5.78 joules are being exchanged every half second, because that's the game step speed. You can see that when something changes quickly, you know, then you can see dup, 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 the number changing. Convected, if there would be atmosphere around this, then there would also be convection possible, which is transmission of thermal energy by touch. In other words, this thing would cool down if there would be cold air around here. Or if there would be hot air around here, then this thing would also heat up.
Low pressure.
So wait, does that
Oxygen
mean
low.
does that mean that if I have my precious oxygen tank, wherever it might be here, standing in my station and I have not yet established a cooling solution for my station and my suit makes sure that I am fine, but my station is very hot, then this tank will slowly heat up, and eventually then, if I dunk my oxygen canister in there to refill, then I will get air that is possibly 50 or more degrees in temperature. Yes, that's what it means. It's a simulation. And I hope you get a hard-on for this now. So, let's weld something. But first, let's look at this thing again. We can have this click point, which excretes actual atmosphere. So we have, at least I thought so. Yeah, here we have 2000 degrees. Pressure is very low. And we have some CO2 and some pollutant. Maybe I should go over the gases, because at this point you might be interested in thinking about that aspect of the simulation a bit more. So, we have oxygen, which you breathe in, and what you breathe out is CO2. Then we have nitrogen, which is, like in reality, harmless to humans. It's just bad in reality if it displaces the oxygen because it's odorless. You don't smell that. What you feel when you suffocate is the overpresence of carbon dioxide. What you don't feel is the absence of oxygen. That's just how we have evolved. Another indication that intelligent design is bullshit, as if we need any more. And so in reality, the atmosphere consists of 20% oxygen, 79% nitrogen, so we are almost at 100 already. Then we have almost 1% carbon dioxide, and that's already plenty. And then we have some other gases like argon and other stuff. In this game we don't have a simulation of overabundance of CO2, so I hope that comes really, because I think that should be in there. It seems like it's not too hard to implement. It's only tricky from a game balancing perspective and for newbies, obviously, but I think it should be in there. Anyway, nitrogen. Then we have volatiles. Let me show you what's in the welder tank. Bip. Bop. Bop. Now, careful, don't click here, because that opens the canister. This also has multiple click points, so it's very unfortunate that this can happen. I will take a screening to complain. Maybe this helps. I guess it consists of 2 points at the top and at the bottom that are being checked for, and if I toss this thing down and the bottom point is already below the landscape, then it will no longer check for that. That might be the reason. Anyway, so you can see here we have oxygen in there and we have volatiles in there. The gas that we just saw. So welding fuel is consists of the oxygen. We know that, the oxygenator, reality, burning, you know, oxygen is for burning stuff. And volatiles, that's the material that will then burn. And you can see that the material that will then burn is in abundance, while the oxygen is not so abundant. And that's the perfect fuel mixture. 2/3 volatiles, 1/3 oxygen. And there's also another fuel in the game, only one other, apart from coal that you can burn. The other is volatiles and nitrous oxide, I believe in a 1-to-1 mixture. Super volatile stuff, and I've never played with that yet in 1200 hours. So yes, the game is deep and has a lot to offer. I cannot speak enough about this game. I cannot tell enough people, play this game, try to love it. It will love you back. You will feel that. Anyway, let's put that back in the thing. We can do it like this. We can stuff the thick round thing in the hole. Or we can open the inventory. Where is it? Oh yeah, at the top. And if I click here, I will return that to its original stacked position. Now that button is gone. And I can drag this here from the world directly, or I can also drag this here without opening the inventory. Open this, turns on. Now we can see that the fuel is slowly being consumed, so don't turn this on if you don't need it. Yeah, what else did I want to show there? It was at the floor and I was putting that back in. I don't remember actually. Yes, the gases. Volatiles. We have now seen what that's good for. Here we can say continue with the simulation, but if you say escape, then it's paused. So if you want to read something up, it's advisable just press escape and then F1.
Exosphere on Soma FM.
Then we have pollutant. We already saw that. That was a result of a burning process, and it's kind of a catch-all for you don't want to breathe that at all. And that's what you don't want to do, because if you do that, your lungs take damage. And this means that your lungs will no longer take oxygen into your body so quickly. Yes, that's what it does. That's what it means. And if the lung damage is too bad, then eventually you will just suffocate, even though everything else is alright. That is how this works. And then you better take your pill, man. This game is inspired by Space Station 13. Which is a 2D top-down multiplayer multi-user dungeon thing in browser, which I haven't played yet. I've only read about it, where you can take multiple roles. For example, you repair stuff, you're a surgeon and stuff. You can also play saboteurs. There's so many things that you can do with that platform. And this game is supposed to be kind of that in 3D. So yeah, you have multiplayer. And it can be kind of played. I mean, it's rather buggy when it comes to synchronization, but I have had good gaming sessions for multiple hours, 4 or 5 hours with other people multiple times. So yeah, it can be played for real. Where was I? Inspired by Space Station 13. Surgery, that's what I wanted to say. There will eventually be surgery in this game, like there is also in Space Station 13, but currently the only two organs that are simulated are your brain and your lung. The brain is only like a placeholder for, is there currently someone inhabiting this avatar that's standing around on a multiplayer server, or is it just someone standing around and being idle? That's what that's used for. So pollutant, then we have water. Yep, we do have water, and we already saw that. Oh my god, what's that? Everybody knows that water freezes at 0 degrees, so let's move horizontally until we reach 0, and that's the line between solid and liquid. Hello! So this tells us what we already know about water. What you might not know about water, or other gases for that matter, is that if the pressure is higher, then this changes. When, I mean not the freezing temperature necessarily, but when, for example, it boils. It boils at around 100 degrees, but only at sea level pressure. If the pressure is higher, then the boiling temperature when it turns from liquid to gas is also higher. You could say that the molecules are being pressed together, and so they will not have enough energy to jump away and fly into space. So that's I think a way to think about that is rather realistic, not just a crutch. So if you see such a phase change diagram, which is what this is, a phase change diagram, because changing from here to there is a phase change, from here to there or back is a phase change. If you see such a diagram and it is not labeled like this, you can also always say left top is the hardest and right bottom is the softest, so you're going from solid to gas to liquid to gas, solid, liquid, gas, So is that meaningful? Yeah, of course it's meaningful, because the game simulates it like that. It does. You will have to put up with this phase change stuff, yep. Including freezing, which you don't want in your containers. And another thing, phase change. Oh, we can check we can choose different gases here? Yeah, we can compare with others. This, for example, nitrous oxide. Oh, that's a colorful phase change diagram, isn't it? Or maybe pollutant, yeah. Which are also very colorful. Look at this. You know what this means? It means that if the temperature is below 100 degrees, minus 100 degrees Celsius, or respectively 180 Kelvin, Kelvin and Celsius are the same scale basically, only it's shifted. Kelvin starts at absolute zero, and Celsius starts at where water freezes, at sea level pressure. So when we have a temperature that is this low, then it will still be in gaseous form. Except if it's colder, then it's freezing. It will still be gas. But if you increase the pressure, then it will become liquid. And if it gets hot like this, or like 150 degrees, and you press it enough, then it will also become a liquid. So this can be used for interesting phase change shenanigans. Because why? Well, guess what? When in reality something turns from liquid to gaseous form, then this takes energy. Not just you heating that up, obviously, but also the molecules jumping away from the quasi-solid of the water body. That takes energy, and this will cool down the water body. That is how it works in reality, and guess what? That is how it works in this game also. And so if something condenses from gaseous back to water, it will heat up the water. Yep. Colorful game, huh? Are we interested yet? So that's water. Then we have polluted water, which is rather new, so it's not implemented too deeply, I think. But you get that, for example, from taking a shower. Yes, you can take a shower, and hygiene plays a role in this game, though I think the role that it plays is too small. You basically are only role-playing that by now, and that is a choice, and I want it not to be a choice. I want this to be more insistent that you do it, because I want to feel the reality of it instead of pretending. I don't want to fall over the threshold in my head between pretending and actually following the reality. Other people are different, their threshold is in a different place. They are okay with this level of push, and they are not okay with being pushed harder, and it's just a matter of taste, I understand. So nitrous oxide, that is a molecular combination of nitrogen and oxygen, which interestingly you can even create. There's a device in the game that can combine electricity and oxygen and nitrogen to nitrous oxide. And I'm not sure, there might also be something that does the opposite? No, I think the opposite is not possible. Then we have here liquid nitrogen, and I don't know why that is here listed, because it's just the same stuff again, except in liquid form, so the phase change diagram is of course also the same. You can see here that nitrogen is very friendly when it comes to cooling. If you have a cooling solution in the game that will have really cold gases, well, you will not have a problem with this dude, because it won't freeze until we have reached minus 230. Let's compare that with oxygen, which is related. You can see oxygen is also very friendly for those purposes. Yep. This might be too technical and too deep for you now, but I'm sorry, this is the way I play this video. I have others up, like I said, which are much more easy on the eye, where I'm not talking so much, but just showing you build the frame, and then you weld it, and then you build the wall, and you build the airlock, and then you're having fun. So this is more of the talky kind, where I explain in depth. Gases. So we have seen now these gases, and you can see at the bottom we also have hydrogen and liquid hydrogen. This is not yet real. There are some things sometimes in the Stationpedia that are not yet in the game, but they are already prepared in the background, and so they would be popping up in here. Now, let's weld this bitch. What I just did is I welded once, and then I welded twice, a second time. Let's see what that means. Q, pick up, right mouse button to turn on, hey, and then weld. And now we can walk on this thing, can walk and talk, we can walk and talk. Here we are falling, but here we can walk. This is not airtight, that's pretty clear, isn't it? You will observe that the amount of iron sheets that we have has decreased, and we don't have infinitely many of those. We can make those, but you should consider that you don't have so many. So let's make a 4x4 station here. Ah, good, that is not on J but on Shift, so much more convenient, haha, in case of emergency. Hotly recommended. I will make a 4x4, which is rather plenty. As we will see soon enough. Oh. Yeah, that was 15, now we have 30 here, so you start with 45 of these. And let's weld all of them. Oops. You're probably observing that the sound is changing. That is the gas around you. Now you can hear stuff. Okay, maybe you can't hear stuff in this noisy background. Let's change that noisy background. Ah, that's less noisy, but what else do we have? Oh, spooky. Let's go there then. Double click, go away. Yeah, you should mix things up, not just drag the mouse, but also try to use other means so that you learn other means. Obviously, this is a bit ugly, that this is underground here. Can we remove that? Well, I said there's mining, so let's see. Here we have the mining belt. I will open this and yet another inventory emerges, and then there's the mining drill and yet another inventory emerges. See, that's how this works, and you can close all of these, not a problem. Only when I move this, when I move this, then the entire hierarchy will be invalidated because, you know, for safety reasons, so that you don't have this tossed into the world and the window is still open while you're 10 meters away. Yeah, there's also the Minecraft pickaxe here, so to speak. Yeah, why waste the electricity / why waste the time? There are faster mining drills later in the game. I think we even start with a bigger one right now, but this is the one that we have on us. And here's the thing that you should know. If the sun is up, that's good. If I mine this, you can see now there's some gas here. What kind of gas is there? Well, we have some H2O in the air and some nitrogen. 20% in fact of the current gas mixture. And you can see the H2O is freezing. That's cool, you can see it's freezing. And here we can see that it is evaporating from the frozen state into the liquid state. So it doesn't quite know what it wants to do here. Let's look at the gas of... what is that, what we found there? That is ice. Okay, that didn't really help. Why do I find water bottle when I'm looking for ice? That's not helpful at all, man. I don't find the ice, but I find everything but it. Screen shit. But let's look at the ores then. Because here we find space ice. Where's the water ice? Ores. Frozen ores, okay, we have ice water, that's what we just mined. There's nitrites, which has a lot of nitrogen, but also N2O. There's volatiles, which are just pure, they're just volatiles. And there's oxide, ice, that's very important for you to breathe. Especially on the moon, where you don't have an atmosphere that you could pull in. For example, on Vulcan, you have volatiles in the atmosphere and CO2. The volatiles you can combine with oxygen to have fuel gas, so you're kind of set. But where do you get the oxygen? Well, you pull out the CO2 from the atmosphere, cool it down from its 600 degrees because it's kind of too hot, right? Or is it, how hot was it? I think it was 600 during the day on Vulcan, which orbits a black hole. And then you pipe that into your greenhouse, where the plants were then happily converted into oxygen, and so you can combine that then with the atmosphere to get infinite fuel gas. Engineering. So, but here on the moon we don't have those opportunities, which is why many people recommend Mars for a start, but I think the reasons for moon are rather clear. Here you can see during the night. Here you don't have storms, so you have all the time in the world to let stuff lying around. It's just your playground. And when it gets to greenhousing, we can just build a box which consists of glass walls so the sun can look in, and then we put up the plants, and then the light will do the rest. It will not do the rest in our situation here, because I changed the normal time of day, the duration. The plants are on their 20-minute timer, so that is one of the reasons, I guess, that they haven't yet implemented that officially, that you can change the time speed, because that would then fuck with the plants. So moon is rather easy, so that's why I recommend that. But here you need to get your oxygen by mining, for example, these ices, and then you get oxygen and nitrogen. And so what happens when I mine this, you have seen it melted. Now that's unfortunate. I don't want this to melt. Do I have to pick this up quickly? No. You will just swap your mining belt with your tool belt, and then if the mouse doesn't fail you, then you will have that there, and if you mine something, it will be in there. And this makes it safe. It is even safe when it's in your backpack, for whatever reason. So, that is that. Now, if I could find some... there we go. Some oxide over there, because I want to demonstrate something. you can basically, when you have made your station, a room what you can breathe in for a start, before you get more complex with multiple buildings and corridors in between and doors that are labels and airlocks and multiple power stations and logic control rooms and furnace rooms and greenhousing with automation and central air control rooms and tank rooms with volatiles, pollutions, pollution gas, pollutant, and so forth. When you don't have that yet, when you only have your first room,
Hydration critical.
well, you can just drop this down on the ground, and if there's some atmosphere around you, or when there's the sun, then it will heat that up, and then it will melt, and then you will have oxygen and also a little bit of nitrogen in your atmosphere. So you can breathe, but you also need to get out there. You need to be able to do stuff out there. And you can put down some, for example, an air pump that pumps the air from the room into a pipe, in turn into one of these canister holders here, like this one, only that would be for of the type gas. There are only two types, for liquid and for gas, so that's not too hard to remember. And then you can fill the canister with that. And this would then also give you nitrogen in there, so you will also need a nitrogen filter. But you can, of course, also use a filtration device before you fill that into the actual canister, so that you will only get pure oxygen. Anyway, but if you don't have any of that yet, and now you want to get this baby refilled, what you can do is, you can, for example, be careful when you do what I'm about to do. Here we have 6.57 megapascals. I can drag this in here. Now take care of the mixture. You can see it is melting in there because there is gas in there, else it wouldn't do that. And there's now also nitrogen in there. So whenever I dunk my canister in there, I will also get nitrogen now, for which I don't have filters. So at some point you might be surprised by, oh yeah, I can no longer breathe, what's going on? Exactly. You have to think on your feet. You have to understand what's happening. Because this is a simulation. I mean, Half-Life is also a simulation, but this is kind of deeper. So the stories emerge by themselves. The universe tells the story, and you, together. And your enemy is basically only yourself and or time. So, where were we building? Right there. Now that we have a nice foundation, let's clean this up. What we want is, you can just use the tool belt from here, and there's no reason to have it down there yet. I hope they will implement some hotkeys here, so that it will be meaningful to have the tool belt down there, and also to get the tools quicker in your hands. You would still have to organize and juggle here, so it would still be your task, but at least you wouldn't have to press Alt, move over here, drag over there, or double click, because that is definitely a bit tedious. You will see that later when we will be using many tools in a short succession. So I will take these down now. And then also, I don't have to have the cable coil in my hand when I do this. It's just more neat, because then this doesn't fall to the ground and it's already stacked. And talking about stacking, here, like I showed earlier, we can just do this. See? Pick this up again, one cable coil, you see the tooltip. 24, another one, 25, and 25, 50. Okay, double click, and so forth. Let's put up some walls, so that we have a room to breathe in. But first, yeah, there was something about light, wasn't there? I'm not sure how to proceed exactly. Let me just do something that is not yet too clear to you. Some more frames. And what's its face? These things. Do not weld these when you're standing inside. Your entire suit will be destroyed and you will die. You will not die by the act, but you will die by the absence of spacesuit. So, I was talking about electricity. Here we have a battery that is kinda empty, which 0% kinda indicates. Where is the solar panel that I saw? Here. Kit solar panel basic. Oh, there's another cable coil, that's nice. And what's in this box? A portable generator, and a power connector and a fuel canister. I will get into that later. So let's just place this thing down. You can see here we can once again, okay, let me just change the keyboard configuration for myself. I prefer to just hold the R key, or to use the R key to rotate things, because I mostly use the mouse pointer anyway to access the sub-inventories, and so for me it's just completely stupid, for me in practice, to use the R key for doing that. So let's go here. The R key is currently used for active hand slot. I will just swap that with the auto rotate button, which is labeled here not as that, but as yeah, quantity modifier. So let's say that is now R. Now we can see the collision. Maybe for whatever reason shift didn't count. And then here we have the other red one that I will turn into C. Problem solved. And another thing about the names of the keyboard configurations, somewhere here we have I for opening and closing the helmet, which is for whatever reason, for whatever stupid reason, called internals. I mean, the reason is probably that this is an abstract. Depending on what device you're using, what device you're wearing, maybe internals could possibly also switch something when you're sitting in the spaceship or whatever. But yeah. If it would say helmet, then everybody would know what this button is good for. And later you would be flexible enough to understand that it's also good for other things. So R, la 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 la. You can also see the tooltip here has changed. I will place this thing down now. You have seen there are 4 sides and one of them has the power connector. This thing isn't yet constructed correctly. What's missing? It looks like glass is missing, and that's what's missing indeed. Glass. Here we have glass. We do. You can see here, solar panel is not damaged. Why is it telling you that? Because you're holding glass, and that can be used to repair it in case it is damaged. How would it be damaged? By a storm. We can see here we have 80% efficiency and generating 400 watts, now 401 watts. What's different now? The sun. The more perpendicular it is above this thing, the more electricity we're generating. But currently we're not doing anything with that. So let's use a cable. Now it's yellow, now it's not, so it's connected. Once again I press R, or whatever that is for you, C maybe, to only get the meaningful ones. I want the straight one. But how do we charge the batteries then? Is there like a battery charge? There's a battery charger. There's a battery charger. And if I turn this thing on and plop the thing in there, then we will see it is blinking now. It's no longer just red. 1%. 2%. Ah, that feels good. We're doing something. The simulation is doing something and we're working with it instead of just seeing it from afar. Pip. Pop. You should be aware that this device consumes electricity. It uses 5 watts, and there's a large one also which uses 10 watts, and all of that is written here. Battery charger. 5 watts. Some fundamental thing that you need to understand about the game, about items. Let's see, what example will I use? Oh, I can see here's another thing that I have to complain about. Let's take the screenie. Here we can see kit battery charger, and here we can see battery charger. What's the difference? Well, you already know what a kit is. That's the thing you hold in your hand, you press the right mouse button, then you get the green build ghost, and maybe you get the mouse wheel to select a different thing, maybe not. Sometimes there are other variations, sometimes there are not. And when I click on this kit here and scroll down, despite there not being a handle, you can also use the mouse wheel, then you can see here the construction options. Here we have only one. But if I use, for example, the power controller, wherever that is here, the kit, then we see 2 construction options. So these are slightly different. It's only cosmetic. It's basically upside down because it has a direction, and so this thing is then the opposite direction. So now I clicked on the thing that can be constructed. So this is the thing that can be constructed. While this is the thing that constructs the thing. The thing that constructs the thing is the kit. The thing that is constructed then just has the normal name. And you can browse from this thing here back to the kit. So that's very convenient and sometimes very helpful. That's what you have to understand. The difference between the kit and the constructed thing. The kit is the item, and the constructed thing is the structure. You will come across that word a lot later when we program some stuff, which we will. Probably not in this video though. How long is it so far? Oh, 90 minutes. 90 minutes, I don't even have a wall up yet. I also have a 10-minute video up where, in real time, where we start on the moon, and at the end, we have a little box room with doors closed, and we can breathe, the helmet is open. So you can play this game a bit faster also, yeah. Yeah, speaking about which, let's put some walls up. Do we have walls? Iron walls. Sounds like the right thing, and it's a kit, so what does that mean? It means we can build multiple things here. At least in this case, it means that we can see a 5 of 5. 1 of 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. These other ones, they look fugly though. It's just an iron wall. I will put one up just for you, because I hate you. And then you can see what that is. The other ones are similar. Similar to what? I will show you soon. And here's the iron window. What can I do with these now? They're obviously not yet constructed correctly. You know what we have to do, don't you? Point at the thing with a tool, you get the tooltip. Here we need an iron sheet. And here, oh, we need also an iron sheet. Do we have some? Where did I toss those? Did I use all of them up already? Unfathomable. No, really, are they all used up? I can't imagine. Huh. Oh, there they are. I can't imagine correctly. Boop. So let's use them then. Bip. Bop. Ah, a window. It's so transparent we can even walk through it. Yeah, this thing is not yet constructed correctly. This one's done, because what you get suggested here is only the deconstruction option, which is the crowbar. Here, similar, but you can also construct it further by, you guessed it, the glass sheets. What happens when we stand in here? I don't know. Nothing bad, okay. This is now a properly constructed window. And that's, you saw these little lines here when I showed you the build goes, the blueprint as they say. And so the other ones which also had these lines in a different place, they are like this. There are different variations of this. And like I said, fugly, we don't want that. But let's just use it as the backdrop for the most important device that we have, the autolathe. You can see on the left there's an arrow, and I will zoom in a bit and hide the user interface. Yeah. On the left we can see an arrow that goes in, on the right one that goes out. So on the left we would put in the raw materials, on the right we get the produced thingies. And here at the top of the screen, that's the front, we can see there's some power connectors and also the logic connector. And some devices actually have those joined. There will then be just one connector. Every device that has power also has logic. There are no exceptions. So if there's only one connector, then you know it's the data and electricity connector. And that's also the control panel. So let's place this thing down. You can place it actually in the wall, which is stupid. I hope they fucking fix that finally. But here we go. And like they already said about the autolathe, it has to be constructed in a complex way. Yeah, not the kit. No. That's what we use to construct the thing. This is the thing. Whoop. The foundation, upgrade the device. Its complexity demands considerable time to assemble. Well, let's see how much time we take to assemble this then, shall we? Obviously, I'm trying to show off, but the goal here is to make you see that it's not that complicated once you have gotten used to it. So, let's see, what do I need? We will need iron sheets and the welding torch. Then we will need, damn it, where are the cables? Cables. Then I will need the welding torch again, and this stuff, and the screwdriver, wherever that might be hidden. And that's it, done. See, that was complicated for a beginner, but in principle, it's done quickly. So if you're ever in a pinch when you have to actually deconstruct the thing and move it and think, can I pull this off? Do I have the time? Yeah, you can. It's not that hard. It takes you like 1 minute to deconstruct and construct in one breath, so if you're fluent in this. So this thing's ready now. It could use, it could be powered, right? We could power this now, and but we would need a battery buffer. Powering this directly from the solar panel is stupid, because the sun will go away eventually. So, what is a battery buffer? Can we make a battery? Well, there's for example this, the kit battery. That's the station battery. Let's see what we can build. The station battery. Providing large-scale, reliable power storage. Yes, everybody who builds the station battery the first time in a playthrough will always take a mental breather and always enjoy the glory of the station battery. There are no exceptions. The base station battery is just wonderful. It stores so much electricity. And also takes in so much electricity, because there's also something to consider. Because, okay, let's keep constructing the station first. I feel that we also have some kind of time pressure that we need to consider. So another thing to consider here is the rotation. But you know already, we can use the R key to rotate the left and right, but we can also use the 6 keys above the arrow keys, which allow you to rotate that in an intentional way, instead of this kind of quasi-random thing that the R key, or rather the C key for you, whatever the tooltip says, does. So now, before I close all this up, we need an airlock, right? We need an entrance. And this entrance needs to be an airlock, because else you will lose all your station atmosphere. If you have a door here, and you open this and you quickly slip out, some air will also slip out with you. And when you go in, you might actually have so much pressure in there that you can't go in, and it will escape first before you can muster the power to get in there, and then lots of it will have been lost. You need an airlock. What does it do? It sucks out the air from this room once both doors are closed, and then it will open this door and you can escape. Yep, and so we need an airlock. And the airlock is not a thing that you just get for some kind of manufactory. No, it emerges naturally from what the game can do. It will be a room that will just be evacuated. That was, I bet, one of the most fun things for the developers of the game to implement. To make that a reality, just by pure emergence. You can see here that we can build the walls back to back. So there would be a window here and a window there. And I will remove that again. That's not what I want. But I'm just showing you that that is something to consider. Because, for example, well, if I put up a cable here on the wall, there's no wall here, I know, but if I do this now, you can see the cable is kind of inside, or rather beyond this wall. But if I would have placed this wall on the other side, so I would have placed here, except in this box here, then it would be beyond this cable, so I could access the cables easily. But this way, when I place the cables, they will be on the outside. This is actually, you know what? I'm sorry, I didn't plan this. I will, for the first time ever in my 1200 hours of Stationeers, I will change the way I make these walls to be the other way around. I want to see what that feels like, because maybe this also gets me to tell you a few things that I haven't yet seen myself. So, that way. What you're hearing there is the expression of pain. The person is suffering the fact that our little astronaut guy, that we don't have anything to drink in our body. The body has basically dried out. I mean, not entirely, but we're at the pain threshold, at the destruction threshold. That's why our health here, this entry wasn't visible before, is now down by 8%. This was not visible before, but now it is. We could now eat the pill and it would be 100% again, haha, but we don't have the pill anymore. You can also see here a tooltip that is the same for all these three. It is saying the food quality that we have in our system is good, which gives us a bonus of plus 25% hydration, which means that when you drink something, you can drink more. You can drink more until you have reached the maximum, so we'll be able to last longer without having to drink something again. That's what that means. Actually, the percentage that you can drink here will just be higher, so it's visible also. The food quality you can see here, the 4 stars, or rather 3 in our case. If you eat some kind of cake or such, that is 4 stars. Just cooked potatoes is 2, raw potatoes is 1. That's kind of how that works. So the mood is increasing because we have good hygiene. The hygiene, though, will eventually decay I mean, you can see that the hygiene is already decreasing. It will eventually be at a level that is no longer nice for the mood. And the reason that the hygiene is decreasing is that we have the suit and helmet on. I can take those off now. Let's do that.
Pressure critical.
You can see now that the hygiene is increasing and the mood is also increasing. That the mood isn't decreasing because we're currently getting suffering embolisms on our entire body is a bit wicked. But let's ignore that. So how quickly can we take this down then? Yeah, keeping your tools on you is always a good idea. If you're in easy mode, you can actually drink and eat with the helmet closed. Let me just demonstrate that. I have some food and drink on me. Here's a cereal bar, provides 45 nutrition, and we have a water bottle, which is full. Let's drink a bit. Through the closed helmet, which I normally don't do. I just wanted to show. You can see, you can hear the breathing is still going on, but that's only because it's delayed, so to speak. This is already increasing again, because the reason for it to decrease is gone, and naturally it will increase. That's how this is implemented here. I will now open the helmet and drink further.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
So you can do that also. But you shouldn't do that, for example, in a hot environment, and basically you shouldn't do that, period. Food quality good, plus 25% hydration, yeah. See? We can reach up to 125. And another thing, when the health is in this situation, when this is at 0%, then you shouldn't push this progress bar to its limits, the drink progress bar, which I can currently not demonstrate because we drank as much as possible. Then that's not good, because only once the progress bar is full, the thing will auto-release, and then the drinking will have happened. So you could just press the mouse button for a very short time, which will then give you like 1% or 2% of this, which will already stop the decay of your health, and the health will build up again, and then you can start drinking more properly. So that's a tip. Same for food. Some foods have to be eaten in whole, so you can't just take a few bites of them. The pill is one of these things. If I would have released the mouse pointer, the mouse button, the right mouse button, early enough, then the pill would not have been eaten at all. Now let's make use of these two hands. With enough materials, if possible. And press E to swap the hands, like is shown on the bottom of the screen, or in the settings. You know what, I'm gonna leave this one like this. Here we can also see that it's nicer to have them on the inside, because then we don't have these gaps. But there are some build materials in the game that are some rounded corners that you can place here. They cannot be placed everywhere though, and they're slightly buggy, so... I mean, not crash buggy, that's not the problem, but sometimes it will tell you, you can't put that here, even though you can clearly put it here. That's what I mean with buggy. No hard bugs. Alrighty. That would be a nice box. Insufficient in its current form though. Where will we have the airlock? In the middle? Well, with such a small station I wouldn't say so. Because then we have a room here that is wasted space. Then we go here, then we can walk here, and we can walk here, and that can make sense. But let's be a bit more space efficient and put the airlock here. So does the one door have to be here and the other one here? No, we can also make them over the corner, and I will actually do that in this case. How I place these is kind of arbitrary. On the inside or on the outside, you know. But I was talking about wasted space, so yeah. This wastes slightly less space. And what about the roof? Do we not need a roof? Yes, we do. And what about the cable? Will the cable be cut? No, it won't be. We can just do this. And you can also lay the cable through the wall. It's not like I can place the cable... It's not like I can place the wall here over the cable, but the other way would not be possible. No, you can do both. My battery in the suit is not too high anymore. Well, it's actually rather low. Let's use the sun that we still have. Normally the days, like I said, would be 10 times this fast. Isn't it, I mean, isn't it nice to have the day this long? You have more time for building. This also means the nights are longer, so if you switch your gameplay to a longer duration, maybe you want to be honest and do that in the evening, so that you get a feel of what that will be like, so that you don't end up using the day for a long time, and then when the night has begun, at some point you switch that back because you think, nah, then you will have cheated. You don't want that, it's a simulation. In Half-Life no one gives a crap if you cheat a bit, but here, with this deep of a simulation, you shouldn't. So all of this is closed. You can also see here we have horizontal alignment and here we have vertical alignment, and stupidly that is not yet visible when you place the foundation, the frame of the glass. That is something we keep complaining about. They haven't yet changed that. But for those who are actually newbies, I have to say the Rocketworks team, they're working on this game more than anyone else. They're super responsive. I mean, they are like other developers. I don't know how active those are, but the Rocketworks team is super active. Almost radioactive. Haha, yeah, there will eventually be nuclear power, by the way. And terraforming is planned, loosely planned, to also be in there. There's a terraforming mod, actually. The game is very moddable. Not a surprise, because... okay, this time I will actually look that up. Before I talk out of my ass again. So, there was a game, I don't know what name it had, but there was a mod that was created by Dean Hall, whose nickname is Rocketworks. Get it? He's the CEO of this company, the boss, the king. And now the god that created this world of ours. And he made a mod, and from this emerged then a game DayZ, the zombie game, you know, DayZ. So that guy came from modding, you could say, and that's not a surprise that he focused on making this game very moddable, and it is. For example, it's very easy to mod another difficulty in this game. If you think you want to play on hard, but you don't want to eat and drink this much, well, you can just mod a new difficulty in there, and that's it. You just have to copy a file. There's a zip file in the game folder with the instructions necessary. Oh, I forgot a ceiling tile. Oh, did I use all of them up? No, that's unlikely. Really? How many was it? I think it was... Do we not have any more? We do. So, never mind. So it's easy to do. Yep. Yep. And later, if you're not sure if you have closed something up, something I detected actually today... It's ridiculous after all this time. I mean, I didn't really investigate, but if you just use a crowbar, which can be used to remove a window, we can see here, up here, we cannot remove one window because there's no window. But here we can remove it. And so if you want to check if your ceiling is closed, just see yellow, not yellow, yellow. That's a reliable way to see that even during the night. Okay, now everything should be closed up, very fine. And we were talking life and death here, so you want to check that, man. I mean, obviously you can just reload the save game, or maybe you can suffer a little bit of vacuum, or you can replace the resources, but sometimes we should remind ourselves that this is a simulation of an astronaut in space. And even alone, which is of course completely ridiculous. You would always have a team. Because the probability of survival increases extremely by that one extra dude factor, you know? Even if it's not a dude. Wait, that came out wrong. So... Still charging, 68, 69%. Come on, yep. The sun is already going away. We can look through the window and point at the thing, generating this and this many watts. Now it's less because the sun is going away. So we have to prepare for the deep, dark and long night. Yeah, what should we do first? An airlock? Actually, what we should have done is we should have gotten all that crap in here. And before we carry that through an airlock with 2 doors, let's just open this up and carry it through in here. Anything else? Nope. Oh, yeah. You can see the game's rather easy when it comes to difficulty selection. I mean, I selected easy and I wasted so much time talking and fucking around. If you know what you're doing, then easy is really, really easy. At least to get started. But this is the moon. Try easy on Venus. Uh-huh. Huh. Interesting. Okay, nothing more out here for us. Let's move in then. Well, that's, I mean, what is an airlock without doors, right? Where are those doors? Airlock supplies, obviously. The crate called airlock supplies. Ah, crap. I remember I wanted to make that around the corner. That door, that airlock. Yeah, careful. You can stand here and take down that glass, and that has happened to most Stationeers at some point. And including the no moment of that happening. Careful what you do. Wait, that was not necessary. I need this right here. Oh, let's change the soundtrack. I wanted to say music, but okay, let's be honest. Yeah, let's say spacey technically. So the doors, once again a kit. You can see here we can make a glass door. That's actually a nice door, but it has a downside. It's rather big doors, they slide to the side. And this means that they will go slightly beyond the frame. So you cannot place a cable down there. The cable won't be cut or something, you just can't place it, period. And the alternative would be a composite door, which is rather cool, because you can label it even with your labeler, and that text will then be show up as writing on the door. And then we have the manual hatch, which is good in the beginning maybe, but you cannot convert that into an actual airlock, into an automatic airlock I mean, because it doesn't have any power. It cannot be controlled by logic. And then finally we have the composite roll cover, which I will shortly demonstrate, so that's behind us.
Hunger caution.
Here, that's the thing, if you have some microchips or some cables that you're placing down here, then you can hide all of that, but it's still easily accessible. So, that's part of the kit doors, even though it's not actually a door. Most things are deconstructed with a hand drill. I mean, very many things at least. So which door should we choose? What's the difference then? Well, there's some technical difference that we don't need to care about. Yeah, I realized that the music display is not proper. Also, the sound is neither. Let's try this. Let's look at the doors then. Kit door. Kit door. Then we have also the kit blast door. The kit blast door, what can it build? The blast door. And what pressure differential can it withstand? Short of a pocket-sized singularity blinking into the local space-time frame, there's effectively no limit to the pressure these blast doors can contain. Ideal for constructing airlocks in pressure-sensitive environments. We don't have that thing yet, and I would assume that you need copper and steel. Yeah, steel we don't have yet to construct it. Copper we could get easily though. But that's overkill, and also certainly, I mean, if you look at this thing, it takes more space to the left and right. We don't want this now. And then we have the kit door. And the interior doors, they are not airtight. They are nicely decorative for your rooms. You know, they feel homely, and you can make a nice station here. And they are not all orange. You can spray paint everything, including even the lights, and then the light they will emit will even be colored. Yep. So, kit door. What we can make here, like I said, the glass door, the composite door, the manual hatch, and the composite roll cover. A manual hatch can withstand 500 kilopascals. The composite door, 300 kilopascals. And the glass door, 200 kilopascals. And the iron window can withstand 200 kilopascals. So if we're talking about the pressure differential that we want to consider, then obviously it doesn't really matter which door we choose, because the lowest chain link will then be where everything blows. So what I'm talking about, pressure differential. Let's say out here we would have Earth sea level pressure. And in our station we would also have Earth sea level pressure, but maybe a different gas mixture or temperature, and we want to keep that separate from here. So we would have an airlock, which pumps a vacuum, and then it will open the inner door. Easy peasy, of course, but this means that temporarily there would be a pressure differential here and here of 100 kilopascals. So if the pressure out there would be like 250 kilopascals, which is what it is on Venus, and you would use a building like this, then your airlock would basically destroy itself. Because in there here would be 0, out there would be 250. It's about the differential. You know, and the airlock will certainly have a value 0 at some point. Okay, which door shall we place? Glass door, like I said, takes a bit more space. Can I even place the glass door and then around the corner a different door? Yes. Probably not another glass door. I don't know where exactly to place it now. Certainly I'm pretty sure we cannot place 2 glass doors. Let's try that. No, we cannot, because its placement is blocked by glass door, but we can put a composite door here. So one of these will have to be a composite door or a manual hatch. Or we make both of them a composite door. I will make the inner one a composite door, so that we are in a room that might have multiple doors, and this door is then labeled airlock. That would make sense. That's cool. So let's continue building. Once again, what do? We look at... This tool is wrong, it will just deconstruct. But this tool, which is, well, in fact actually wrong, will tell us the right thing. It's a bit ridiculous. Welding torch and 1 plastic sheet required. Same for here. So let's get those tools back in order. And the music changes once more. I swear they have music on this thing. That's a bit much. And there are the plastic sheets, which were also part of the iron sheets and so forth. They were all together in one yellow box, the construction supplies. Hello, both doors are welded. What else do we need? We need glass, I happen to know. Else you would use the tool-tip trick. And the crowbar, which I probably tossed somewhere. Never toss your tools, always keep them around. Wait, is that possibly... Now we're inside. Composite door. Where's the labeler? Airlock. We could also use uppercase. It won't matter much for the writing, but it will matter for the tooltip that we get when we point at it. Haha. And now we can even still use... Excuse me? Idiot. The crowbar to open this thing and close it also even. Because it's not yet under lock and key of some device that controls it. Or under power. Yeah, this will be our airlock. Isn't this cool? I mean, we're building the airlock based upon just, this is a wall, and there are doors, and now we will put a pump in there. We will put a pump in there which pumps the gas. Where is the pump? Area power controller. Here's the airlock supplies. There's the active vent. That is what you usually use. There are multiple variants of this thing in the game. For example, a large one that takes an entire wall and sucks the room dry in an instant. I mean, this thing is super fast. So I can place this up here. You can see we have a power connector, some switches. There's also a disk slot, which is idle. It's not used. If we have a data disk that we want to store somewhere, we can just stick it in there. And I want to pump from here to into the station. I will pump that. I will place it here centrally. Now I need my pipes. Where are those? Yeah, maybe it's time that we put up the locker, so we no longer have to put up with all this chaos. I don't remember. Oh, but I do remember where the pipes are now. So let's look at this. That yellow. So even if I couldn't see this thing now, I could sense its position. Like when the floor is closed, for example, when there's this wall on the ground or even the roll cover and it's closed, you can place cables down there in a meaningful way, mostly, by seeing that it's yellow. And then where does that go? Well, is there a passive vent here also? Yes, there is. So we get a fully functional airlock. The pipes are all closed, so that the pipe can release its content, which currently is also zero, it's a vacuum. Then this, even if you build the pipe on some world with gases, the pipe itself will always be evacuated unless you put something into it. And now the pipe is no longer evacuated because we have opened it up to this. Oh wait, what am I saying? The room is still a vacuum, but otherwise we would see the gas in here. Oh, there is something in here. Where's that coming from? This is the nitrogen from our jetpack, which is of course also being excreted. It's a simulation. Nick. Somebody home? It's a simulation. But where did that CO2 come from? I don't know. A mystery. Huh. Really, I have no idea. So, is this now a functional airlock? Yeah, yes and no. If you would power this, how do we power this then? And here things get a bit more complex. See, I already showed you the, here we have the anything I want, which I believe was the electrical supplies. I already showed you the battery charger, which charges batteries. And you cannot like reverse the direction and just use these batteries now to power some things. Instead, you need a device that has a battery, and whose battery content then will go into wherever you pipe that. And that is the area power controller. So let's place one right in here. Where will I place this? Let's say here or here. Or like this. Doesn't really matter. I will use number 2 because I already know from experience that this is the orientation I want. The other one would now be upside down if it would be pointing from the left to the right. You can see here this side is for power connection, this side is for data, but that's not true. Both sides are for power, but this side is the one from which the data would then be controlled, while this side will indeed not have any data control, in case you need to control these things. Where is my crowbar? Oh, there it is. Stupidly, these things close. It's kind of okay that you need a crowbar to open them, because these are not supposed to be opened. This is a thing that you would have. You can see that in the tutorials, which are very professionally done, very cool stuff, Arma style basically. You learn a certain topic, you pick the tutorial of your topic, then you learn that topic, and then you leave that tutorial. That's not an in-game tutorial where just play and then it says press Alt now. Well done. And this is your station. No, I mean, there's also such a thing going on, but you will just run a training course from A to Z. Or Z. That's that, baby. So if we stuff a battery in there, does this mean that we will have power on the doors? Yeah, indeed, that's what it means. So, cable. One last time, behold the darkness. Actually, not one last time. 1 second last time. And now. Doors. So that's the door. Adorable, huh? Let's connect then the other things also. This door, for example. And see here, cable straight. Without the thing in my hand, I couldn't connect these. It would say merging requires wire cutters. Like the same also happens with pipes, where you then need the wrench. Whether they are gas pipes or liquid pipes, you need the wrench in the other hand to join them. Alternatively, you could just remove them with the wrench and then just pick out tediously, or in this case the wire cutter, tediously the right form, and then even rotate that correctly. Yeah, have fun with that. Instead, I would just use the straight and curved cables and call it a day. And here I can just do this. Whoop. The logic needs to be connected because I want to control these doors with logic. I want to read out whether they're open. I want to write into them that they shall be open or closed. But for this I will not have to write an assembly program, because conveniently the creators of Stationeers, whom I love to bits, they have created also a shortcut for that, which was an early development thing rather, so some older devices are not so well implemented, but all that will be overhauled. But please, if you know someone who could buy this game, for example you yourself, make sure that the money flows, because that's the problem here. They're paying for this game, they're not earning money with this yet. I mean, there's money coming in, but they're not earning money. See what I'm saying? So the console has various variations. Let's start with the more exotic ones that later we will use a lot. This is a large LED display which can show
Power low.
a number. Then we have a smaller one. You can also see on the right once more this concept of you need more kits. Here we need 3 consoles, here we need 2, here we need only 1, also an LED display. Here we have a console monitor, which is, if you place it at the top of the screen, then you can easily see. I've never used one of these for the airlock actually. I wonder if that actually works. But do I want to try that now? I do! So let's try that. For whatever wicked reason, I want to see if that works. I've never seen that. Then we have the console dual, and we have the console. The same also for solar panels, not for these ones, but for the ones you can actually point at the sun, and you can do so with software. You can tell them to point directly at the sun. So currently we're getting very little out of the sun, 19%, but you could still get your full 400, 500 watts and 100% or 99% efficiency with the proper solar panels, because they can be pointed directly at the sun. Yup. And so those also exist in the flavor of dual and single. The single ones have 1 output for logic and power, and the other, this one here, has 2. And in the case of the solar panels, that can be a very meaningful choice. But let's not go into that now. And I will just pick out the the console monitor, which has 1 connector. And I wonder if that works. I've never seen this. Haha, a first. Finally a first. I mean, okay, last week or the week before I did Harvey's automatic harvesting and planting of crops. That was also interesting. You just saw the yellowish thing, right? So I didn't actually have to see what I'm doing there, and it still will be working. Case in point, if I flip this thing on, it's currently flashing an error, but it's not orange. Okay, I guess this hasn't been tested properly. Screenshot, I have a lot to report after this video, man. So then we go back to the airlock supplies, and then we give this thing its purpose. There are different possible purposes a console can have, and just like with a tablet. You can, for example, remote control doors. From here with a console, you can turn open and close doors over here. Or you can have a gas display, which you then choose to either show temperature or pressure. Or you can other things. This here shall be for the airlock. There's also another airlock chip that I will later make and then implement here. The advanced airlock chip, but let's go into that later. This thing has not yet been completely constructed. The tooltip would say we need glass. 1 glass sheet required. And then we have the console. Now it will still be flashing an error, because it has not yet been configured. To configure a console you need a data disk, here we go. which we can, like I said, keep up here later. And this will not have any effect on the device, except you can actually check with logic if the disk is in there. And you can use that to do some shenanigans if you wish. I've done that in one video, yeah. So let's turn this thing on. It's still flashing an error. Apparently... Oh, because it doesn't have power, ha ha ha. Ah, yeah, okay, let's remove that screenshot. That is not actually a bug, it didn't have power. Why should it flash an error? So, console monitor, error in config. Let's stick this thing in. That's what she said, and here we have all the devices that are on the current cable network and that can be selected. If there would be something that is not valid for an airlock, that will also be listed here as a gray entry that you cannot click, but this I can click. So I can click here, airlock exterior and glass door exterior. This will be confusing to you, but remember that I renamed this door to have the name airlock. And that's what's listed here, airlock. And this one has the name glass door. So that's what's listed here. And both of them are saying exterior. What does that mean? Well, the thing now expects me to select which door shall be the exterior door. For this thing doesn't understand what this is, this room. Or I mean, how it's constructed. So I have to assign the exterior door. And now this one will be offered to become the interior door. Which it is. So is there still an error? Yes, there is. Why? Because, let's turn the thing off, it consumes 50 watts. Because we also need the pump up here to be connected. So let's connect that then. But before I do that, let me just place a frame or two, if I have some still. It's a bit chaotic in here, but it's often the case at the beginning of making a station. I cannot find my frames. Oh, frames, alrighty. And change the music once more. Sometimes I'm lucky with this, sometimes I'm not. Let's take that, it's okay I think, huh? I want to get some electricity into this room, into this little airlock room, and here would be where I pipe the electricity in. So that battery, which is currently just the sole source of energy, will be a buffer. Currently the doors are being powered with 10 watts each, which sucks 20 watts out of the battery. I don't want this, it's a waste. Just turn that off. And this battery would then be charged and would constantly be a buffer until maybe we need it. So one day you come home and the buffer will actually allow you to get into the airlock, otherwise you wouldn't get in. But if you can get in and if the battery is empty, then you can still just open this thing and put your own battery in there, and shazam, you can operate the airlock. That's why you want one of these guys in your airlocks, an area power controller. But this thing also needs to get its power. Where shall it get its power from? Depends. Where will I have my power planty stuff? What power sources are there? For example, there's wind energy. Not here. And there's solar energy, we have seen that in action. And you can also have a Stirling engine, which converts a temperature differential into electrical energy. I have actually not yet used these things. I'm about to on my MIPS playthrough. And then there's the coal, the solid fuel generator, which just burns coal. Oh, and I forgot one. The gas fuel generator. Since we have that and don't have the coal burner, let's just put that thing into practice. Yeah, let's use the gas burner. Let's pipe that thing up. Where is that? Where is he? Where is he? Here's the portable generator, the power connector, and the fuel canister. So unpack. Does this thing have an inventory? Not one like this. This is a package that you will not be using again. That's also why it looks like this makeshifty thing, you know? Blop, blip, and blop. So this is the generator. Let's press the right mouse button, and the portable devices are all like this, and including the fact that you can also just deconstruct them with the drill and then they're folded again. Careful though, if you do that with the scrubber, I mean, many people don't know this yet because it's brand new, but if you do that with an air scrubber and it has some pollutant in there or whatever you scrubbed from your air, if you then it will now be released like it should be into the surrounding environment. No more cheesing. Here we can see a portable, the gas canister slot. Guess what goes in there? This guy. And what else is there? this is for dragging, this is for decoration, and this is for battery, which we can charge with that thing. So if we stuff this thing in, will we produce electricity? Yes, but it will only go into the battery. What good is that then? It's not good, not in our situation. That's also why they inside fully added this guy here, which is the power connector. And all of these things you can also, of course, print yourself. So if I put this here, not in the wall though, yeah, that's good enough. And then place the portable generator on this thing. I wonder if I can rotate this actually arbitrarily, I don't know. And then I use the wrench. Does it tell me that? Now that's still something that is not told. Screeny, that is also not newbie friendly. I want this game to be newbie friendly. Not just because I care about people, but also because I care about myself, and that is thus the Stationeers universe. And thus I care that you should please get more people into the game. Now this is stupid, that this will always be rotated this way, instead of the way I would like it to be rotated, and I wonder if that's actually necessary. So I will take another screenshot. I will ask, is that necessary? Because now I would have to turn this thing around, the cable would be here, 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 and then go in, and that's stupid. Now I can turn this thing on. And now we can see atmosphere being excreted. And we can see here the battery is being charged slowly. 96. It produces, I believe, 600 watts, which is not so much. But we should see that eventually. Oh my god. I did not yet connect that. Look what we can do. We can turn it off through the window. Now that's cheesing, which you basically shouldn't do. Yeah, a force of habit that I also always grab the wire cutters even though they're not needed here. $97, $98, $99. So that is obviously working. But what it also does, of course, is it burns fuel. But one of these canisters holds for a long time. But another thing you have to consider, when you use this to create electricity, which I will hereby do because it's a meaningful thing to do, then there will be waste products. Well, why care? We're on the moon. Why care? I will show you. We are now in the airlock and we can see here we have CO2, nitrogen and pollutant, lots of pollutant even. I mean, it's not lots, but the ratio is high, the percentage in the gas mixture. And also it's 1,000 degrees gas, man. 1,000 degrees. It's very thin, so it's not lots of thermal energy that we're actually touching here. But in principle, very, very hot. And very polluted. So what's the problem? We have an airlock. Dude, you have seen what airlock we have here. This airlock is not suitable to separate two atmospheres. It's not suitable to separate two atmospheres. It can only pump from here into the room. And when we come back in from here, the airlock, when we click this cycle button, then it will just close the door. And then it will refuel from the indoors and then open the inner door. So it will not pump the gas that might be in here away. And so letting that thing run will actually pollute our station, even though we have an airlock. That's something you have to consider, because it is a simulation. I think you get that by now. Still making electricity? No, this is over. So we could basically move this dude over here. And the sun, I'm not sure where it will come up again. I think the Earth is right down there at the, yeah, we can see it here. The sickle of the Earth. Here, that's where the Earth is. And during the night we can see where the sun is, because the way the Earth is lit. And I actually don't know if the moon can cast a shadow on the Earth. That's a good question. And then back there the sun will come back. Which means that if I now take this solar panel, which I want to move anyway, to the place where we want to get the energy into the station, if I move it there and place it in a way that is different, for example on the wall, or even more interestingly, I use the second variation and place it like this, then I will have more energy from the sun. at least in the beginning, and then I have to turn this dude because the sun will be in a different place. This is not ideal, I just want to demonstrate it. Here we cannot place it because the glass door is here, I cannot put the cable there. And can I put the cable here? Yeah, that should work. Let's first put some cable down. I love this game, man. I do love it. Where are the cables? I have them on me. And this is also one of those games that lend themselves very well to listen to audiobooks, like Hard Space Shipbreaker. I mean, Hard Space Shipbreaker is not the audiobook, it's another example of such games. If you don't know the game Hard Space Shipbreaker, please take a look at it and you will end up buying it probably, because you will be levitating well, there will be zero gravity. We'll look over there, there's the Earth, and over here there's a large structure, which is the arena where you can dismantle large, well, big spaceships, freight haulers and such, and you have 6 degrees of freedom, and every direction is the same, and you can dismantle those, and they have electric systems that you have to take care of. They have a reactor, they are the most difficult thing to take care of. I mean, you don't want that thing to explode in your face, and so forth. Very, very fun game, and absolutely lends itself to audiobooks. Okay, we're all set for the sunrise in about more than an hour. How long is this video now? 2 hours? Unfathomable. No one's gonna watch this. Actually, there are some people who do that, and some people say, hey, I'm glad you're making these long-form videos without cutting the mining and such. I've heard all of this. So there's just so many perspectives, and since I love this game to bits, I want to also play so many perspectives. Yep. Okay, we have a power generator here, we have an airlock, it is not yet functional. What is missing? That thing up there needs to be cabled up. Let's do that then. Yeah, that's the right cable. In this place, please. I think you just saw... You can see here that we don't just see that the cable is yellow. We only see these little plus signs, these little three-dimensional plus signs. The left one is yellow, the right one is not. When I place this cable here, however, then we saw that the right one was also yellow, meaning that it had some contact with the cable. That's what that means. Very useful. So if we turn this on now, does this mean that we can select the active vent up there? Yes, we can. And there it is. And it's still flashing an arrow. Why? Because it needs to pump the airlock empty. So why doesn't it do that then? Because it doesn't know what empty means. So let's go back to the airlock supplies and take a gas sensor. Again, this is not a crafting recipe. This is the logic. This thing is pulling from a gas sensor that you have to assign the value pressure. If that is not existent, it doesn't know the value pressure and it can thus not operate. So let's connect the gas sensor here with the daylight sensor, which would tell us the solar angle and whether there's light coming into this grid slot where the thing is placed. We will need that for for automatically pointing the solar panels at the sun. Then we have the motion sensor, which is detecting in the current world box where you're in, whether there's someone in there. Then we have the proximity sensor, which detects the same thing for the entire room, which in this case wouldn't make a difference, but in this case it does because the room is so large. What does room mean? Well, the game detects, like it detects cable networks. You can see here. Network analyzer. Like it detects cable networks, here we see 2902, and here we see 3172. Like it detects those, and here we have yet another one, 1961. Like it does that, it also detects rooms for atmospheric calculations. Here we have room 8 and we have room 9 here. It doesn't matter what number it is, it just matters that it's a different one, and here it is the same in every place. So the proximity sensor No, the did I say proximity? I'm sorry, I meant the occupancy sensor. This occupancy sensor detects someone being in the entire room, can even tell how many people there are. The motion sensor detects if someone's in the current box. The motion sensor. And then there's also the proximity sensor, which is pretty cool. You can set it to a distance, and when you get close enough, it will fire. So it will actually show green, like the other ones also. You can see easily what's working and what's not. So if I have a computer, for example, put up where I want to program something, I can put this thing like behind the computer and then approach the computer and pop, the thing turns on. That can be done, yep. Yeah, the sun doesn't know what to do. Why? Because whenever the sun is coming, is going behind a celestial object, like in this case the Earth, or on Europa, Jupiter, or on Mimas, Saturn, then it will not just hide behind it and then also come back afterwards, but it will also flicker for whatever stupid reason. That is a bug that they put in a few months ago that has yet to be fixed. Anyway, and since we are now in slow motion, the flickering happens more often. We now cannot see the Earth because we are blinded by the sun, but at some point we should see the signal of the Earth once more. Anyway, those were the sensors. And now let's put up the gas sensor. The only other sensor we didn't talk about yet. Which doesn't just detect pressure, but also temperature and the gas mixture of the air. And now we can do the last step of completing this airlock, and then it is functional. Gas sensor. I'm not sure what it's trying to do. Let's see. Maybe we have to pull out the disc. Cancel pressurize. See, there's the thing. A proper airlock works like this. It pumps out, it closes the doors, it pumps out this room, and then it doesn't just open the other door, because then you will theoretically be blown to the wall from the explosive decompression event that is happening in the room and is hitting you in your face. In this game it is sadly not like that, so many people cheese their airlocks. I also do that, meaning I will just set the target pressure to 0. So once there is a vacuum here, it will not repressurize, it will just open the door and immediately you're through. That makes it also the fastest, but you cannot do that with the simple airlock, only with the advanced one. But you can cancel repressurization. It is trying to get to 100 and you cannot change that value. Or can you? Let's see. The airlock... does it have logic values? No, because it's not a device. The console then... it has the value setting, it can only be read, so my take is no, you cannot program this. You can always set that on the screen and this device just doesn't feature that. Let's see, now we're inside. Cycle airlock. And now we're outside. And the good thing, this thing consumes 50 watts, is we don't have to have this thing on, we can just push the airlock buttons. Downside is, if I now push this button, the airlock will close, we'll try to repressurize it from the indoors, and it will take for eternity since there's no gas to do that, and then need to abort this. I can click through the window on the console, actually that works from here. Even from here, I mean from here that would work, that's a bit ridiculous, but that only works when the thing's on. And since we're still in that situation where the airlock would then cycle forever, I would rather keep that thing on. Cancel. Now we have a room that I could pressurize. So let's do that then. It's melting, because the sun is still up. You see the room temperature is 0 degrees. Let's see what's happening to the air. We're getting exactly a 9 to 10 percentage. Let's pause this. Oxide. Ice oxide, blah 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 blah. And at the bottom we see 23 moles oxygen and 3 moles nitrogen. Let's talk about moles for a moment. Once again, here we see on the left the pressure that's increasing, while this thing's moving around because the air in the room is moving. This also cools down the room, as you can see, or maybe cannot because the room is getting warmer. I guess it's getting warmer because the sun is shining in, because that's a thing. So the station can heat up how much? 20 degrees? No, it can heat up arbitrarily. So you need to see that it is cooled down. How do you do that? We're gonna talk about that later. Anyway, you can see here we have oxygen 90% of this, in this mixture and 10% nitrogen. If I would heat up the room, that would increase the pressure at the left top, because that's also simulated, of course. This is Stationeers. But the ratio would not change, obviously. And the moles would also not change, because even though we now have kind of more gas, the truth is it's not more, it just takes more space. So the absolute amount there, 70.3 moles or 7.18 moles, would stay the same. And that's what that is. Mole actually means molecules. And that is a scientific unit, just like Kelvin and degrees Celsius. And that of course not means 70.3 molecules. It is multiplied by a large scientific number. Soon it's gonna be dark in here, huh? Oh, look at that. The battery is rather empty. Maybe you should charge that. Ah, we just heard the airlock in action. And it was meaningful, because there's no atmosphere in there. It's too thin still, I think. But now we can turn this dude on, and I have to turn it on in time. I turn it off in time, so we don't get any pollution gas in the station. Which we can also, of course, remove, but that needs extra work in engineering, and we are not that flexible yet. Could I have placed this thing here to get some more sunlight? Yes, but seriously. Well, we are at that point where we will need some resources from the planet, because soon we will need the 3D printer to print some stuff. And to make that happen, I will now take the mining drill. And this thing I no longer need, let's throw it in there. I mean, who needs the pickaxe really? I did a Mars playthrough once where I stripped myself of everything that wasn't absolutely necessary, and then I was indeed able to cope with Stationeer difficulty. There are 2 videos up, the 2 video series, or 3, but not more. I mean, I have so many video series up that I could continue but don't, because the day has only 24 hours, and I'm doing that which is most fun for me. Which sometimes is a continuation, but mostly it's new stuff. Hey, look, that's me. Hello. I'm a black dude on the moon. Gold. We will need gold. We will get gold. Turn on the thing, and behold, its small battery will discharge. Is this thing still... is the generator still on? Yeah, it is. And I don't want to blast through the entire resources there. So, since I will be absent, I will turn that off. So it's blinking at the right top. We need to eat something. In a few seconds, I guess we will be breathing heavily. So if you find some gold or whatever material on the planet, or the moon in this case, then you shouldn't just take the thing that you see there. Ideally, you should dig around it and down first. Aha, here's the pain. And here's the health bar. Because maybe you don't dig out everything right away, and so if you keep something visible, then you can later find that spot again. I actually talked to the devs a few days ago, or rather I said something in the forum and the devs responded, because that's how it works, about these pixels which are lost in the air sometimes when I mine like this, for example. And that's also in Astroneer, and I was wondering if you can pull something off as sophisticated as this deformable landscape, how hard can it then be to make sure that such a lone pixel will no longer be there? And then they gave me some explanation, which seemed reasonable. I didn't quite understand it fully, why that is rather a lot of overhead to calculate. So Well, I guess that's the way it is then. Anyway, the landscape system that we see currently will soon be replaced. There's firm plans for that this year. To remove that as it is currently, instead we will have a finite landscape. The current one is infinite, but is rather samey, very samey. The next one will be finite, will have higher voxel resolutions instead of these coarse ones, which I'm okay with, because this is a simulation. Everything is meaningful. So if the meaning itself is represented in a not so beautiful graphical way, but in a more coarse way, I'm alright with that, because what I'm looking at is not a beautiful graphic. What I'm looking at is numbers and meanings and simulation. It's okay when that is a bit rough. Anyway, that will be higher resolution then, and it will be more diverse, so we'll have reason to travel. And this then, so the hope, but that's not something they actually said, will bring back the rovers, which have been removed but are still in the advertisement materials. Many people complain about that, but it's early access, so what can you do? And like I keep saying, the Rocketworks team focuses its development a lot, so they zip compress, basically. How does zip compression work, or any compression? Let's use a run length compression. Let's say we have a black surface and we want to compress that in a file. Then we count the amount of pixels that are black, and then we write down the number of the amount of pixels, and then we write down that it is black. And shazam, we have compressed all those pixels, ha! And in the same way, the Rocketworks team will say, well, this we will change anyway, so why work on that now? See? And so some bugs that are still in the landscape system, nothing bad really, but some things will not be touched, because why would they waste time on that when in a few months this will be a new system? So I need some more oxide, please. There's iron, we will need iron, yep. I remember there was also among the mining utilities a mining backpack, I think. That would be very useful now. If you put the mining backpack where your jetpack is, then you can no longer fly, but then all the ores that you collect will land in there automatically. I tend to not do that. I will just carry it around with me in my jetpack and just throw the things in there then manually, but that's a matter of taste. One of the reasons is I want to make sure that the stacks I have in my mining backpack are all really full stacks. And the other is that I want to transport them usually in my jetpack, so I cannot swap the two, because then I would be swapping the jetpack into the jetpack, which doesn't fly. That would mean more handling, and then I'm just lazy and just drag and drop. It also gives me more satisfaction realizing how much I have already gathered.
Power low.
Oh, volatiles. Yeah, don't lose the station. Don't lose the station. We will need volatiles at some point to make steel. And steel is not the only thing you smelt. Ores, ingots. Here we have the basic ingots. You can get these from any furnace, but for example from the arc furnace that we already have. I just haven't put it up yet. You just toss the material in, like iron or copper, and then you will get out an ingot. And steel, which stupidly also looks like that, is an alloy that is made with furnace or any advanced furnace. I mean, there are only three types of furnaces: the arc furnace, and the advanced furnace. Yeah, you get it. These are the things that you can make. Now it might seem like another crafting recipe thing, but not quite. For example, the maximum pressure of a pipe, or also of the furnaces, is 60 megapascals. That's 600 times sea level pressure on Earth. Yep. And then it will explode. And yeah, that's an explosion. Your base is basically, yeah, not a crater necessarily, but there will at least be a crater underneath it. And this material here, to get this, you will have a pressure of 50 megapascals. But the temperature must not be very high. So that's not too easy to make. I mean, it's easy if you know what you're doing. But then, for example, we have invar, which means it has to be between 18 and 20 megapascals, and the pressure needs to be between 900 and this, you know. And then you have to toss this amount in, like 20 iron and 20 nickel. That's what this means. Half of it needs to be iron, half of it needs to be nickel. And then you will get a green light, you pull the lever, and the thing comes out. So, not quite the crafting recipe.
Health low.
Yeah, 75%. That's not too low. And the sun is now below the horizon. I need some oxide so that I can fill up the station atmosphere so that I can open my helmet and eat like a human. I also need iron, yes, but I want to focus on something that I'm now willing to put into my inventory, for it is currently very limited. Where is the oxide? Where is it? Where? More gold. Okay. Oxide, hello. What a golden find. Oh, it's already full. Yeah, during the night, there's no reason for the oxide to smelt, and so it can lie on the ground, no problem. There's no atmosphere. The temperature is, well, nil. No sunlight, yep. Huh, what do I do now? I still have another slot over here, which is called a hand. Mining drill. Going down in power, yep. Maybe you have already realized that some ores, when you take them, will give you a little bit, but some, like the oxide, will give you a lot. That's indeed how this is defined. And every world has its own definition of how much you have, how spread out the patches are, I mean how wide they are and how spread out they are, how rare they are, and so forth. And that's not even that. There's also deep mining. And I believe that whatever can be found under the bedrock by using deep miners is also defined decidedly per world. So is there a story, a campaign, a mission? No. There's no mission, there's no campaign. But that will come. So let's go back home and eat some. See, during the night it's not too dark on the moon. Yeah, this is a bit sucky. Yep, the air is streaming into this room. That's what this expresses. How much pressure do we have? 20 kilopascals. I could have opened the helmet all along. Interesting. But anyway, let's toss some of this down. Get some more pressure in this bitch. Some of this can also be tossed down. Not the volatiles, not the oxide, not the ice though. Except the ones that I want to melt. Because else it melts, yeah. And now let's eat.
Hunger,
Same trick here, first a little bit and then the rest. And finally... Maybe we should put up some lights, huh? But no, we're not that far. We need to do some production first. And for that we need to do some smelting first. And let me tell you, you don't want to do that indoors. Because this thing also excretes lots of unpleasant stuff.
low pressure.
Yep.
Pressure critical.
What should we do?
Oxygen low.
We should close the helmet.
Oxygen critical. Temperature critical.
Okay, so here we have a generator which makes electricity, and here we have another, and all of that flows into this thing which is for the airlock, so we always have some power supply here. But we have another air power controller right there, and we can put that on the indoors here, so then we can get the power right there, and both then would receive its power. So if I have some power output that is stronger than the, I don't know, 500 watts or 200 watts or so that this thing would take to charge the battery, then that will be wasted. But this time, then I would get both in parallel. And in addition to that, to hang the whole station from this thing is kind of counter to its purpose. I mean, you can do it, particularly in the beginning, but it's better to separate the networks. Anyway, now we have the arc furnace. Where will we put this then? I will put it here. Cable it up. Man, the cables here are rather tight, but it works. What am I doing? Put away the mining drill. Does this work like this? It doesn't? Yeah, I guess I have to go to the indoors. Why did I connect this? I mean, this is not the power, this is the data. Because this guy the arc furnace can be controlled with logic also, like all devices. And in the case of the arc furnace, that is a very useful thing to do. I will show you why. You can see here that it's now repressurizing. Why is this so slow? There's this air pump, it is very powerful, right? We have seen how fast it pumps this room empty. Why is it so slow to do that? I mean, maybe there's not so much pressure in the station, but we can see clearly there is more. Why is it not being pumped in here? Why is this so slow? Well, let me explain to you how this works. This pump is not pumping from the room. There's no such thing as sucking. There's only blowing. There's no such thing as a suck force. Whenever you suck, all you're doing is you're making way for gas to blow. And this thing is also making way for gas to blow. It is taking everything that is in this pipe network, which I could also make bigger by adding, for example, an inline tank, which will then be part of the same network, or just adding a few more pipes. And it will take everything it can from there and will pump it into the room. And this thing will not take anything it can from here, but this... Okay, this is actually part of the same network, but this and the room will leisurely exchange their pressure. You know, the room has some pressure in there, there will be nothing, it has been taken away by this thing, so it will stream in there, and so blah, 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 blah. That's the way it goes, and that's why it's slow. There are ways to make it fast, I'm just explaining to you what to consider. Okay, now I want to connect this also. This comes from the right to the left, and I want to see it in the correct orientation in here, so I have to use number 1. Yep. There would be another battery here. We do even have one, don't we? Yes, it is over here in the battery charger, which is now currently rather useless. We could now use the battery charger and hang it from this guy or from that guy, but that doesn't make sense. If we have a power source that will be stronger than all the power that we can consume here, then to put that in parallel will make most use of the electricity that is coming in there instead of wasting half of it. So let's do that. This also means that only when we are actually having a power source out there doing some stuff, then the battery charger will do something. So that's not ideal, but it will change soon, because we will have the big station battery. Or, I mean, we will have a proper station battery. Of that, there's also a bigger variant. We will have the small one though. And then we can just do away with this dude, and we can hang this and the entire station directly from the battery, and this part also, because that's how powerful they are. They're even so powerful that they can blow the cables here. If you gave enough electricity and the solid fuel generator, not the gas generator, but the solid fuel generator with the coal burner, the coal burner thing, it produces 20 kilowatts. This cable is rated for 5,000, so one of the cables of the network will blow in a loud sparky explosion, so to speak. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that I'm kind of cheesing this right here by pushing it like that. That's not the way you should play this. But currently I don't have much choice. Alternatively, I could run out every time. Yeah, that we can reach through the windows is kind of ridiculous. I hope they've turned that off soon. Maybe we could just place this thing further away. Let's do that. Yeah. And also this, what did I just do? Well, look here, through the door. That should also not be possible. Like with the canister that fell into the ground, right? Early access. They're doing what they can. Now you might think, well, that's this certain thing. I know game programming. This is programming. This is not hard to do. La la la. And you might be right. But even though you don't know the engine and the respective code, in principle you might be right, and you might be right in this case also. But there's still the problem of when the fuck are you supposed to do that? They are very stretched thin as a developer team, because, I mean, how many developers do you want to hire when you can't pay them? See, that's the problem here. So if you want this game to be better, you are the one who has to make it better, by making sure it's financed. Where will I put this then? That's the input side. Ah, we can put that right here. No, not right here. That's not good. This is correct the way it is. Ah, damn, I cannot... But here, maybe. Yeah, that's good. That works. Cable curved down, cable curved up. Both are yellow, the pluses, and the cable also. Shazam. Now this thing... Well, it doesn't have power because nothing's coming in, but in principle. Okay. The sound that you're hearing, the tweety sound, means that this thing's being discharged. Blue, red, blue, red. Blue means it is powered on, I think. Or it means it has a battery. I'm not sure which one it is. But red means it's discharging, and if the tweety sound is higher and it's green, then it means it's being charged. So there could be power coming in and power going out. If you're net positive, then it will be green. Currently the doors are consuming electricity, and that's not necessary. My god, let's get this chaos sorted in here, shall we? And I want to be brutal about this for fun. Oh, that was a bit too brutal. I deconstructed the autolathe a bit. So here we have a portables package with a portable scrubber against pollutant and such. Filters in there for volatiles and pollutant. Probably because we just saw some volatiles actually in the airlock coming from the burning process of the gas fuel generator. There's a gas fuel generator also. That's kind of the same thing as the portable one, except it's big brother. Microwave tables, egg carton fertilized. Mining charge, yes, there are bombs in there also. Water bottle, that would be a good thing to have. And there should also be residential supplies somewhere. Where is the locker? I'm sure we had a locker somewhere. Oh, there it is, locker. Container mount. Locker. Where will I put the locker so that it's not too much in the way? The locker, once again a kit, and this is actually one of those that takes two lockers to make one locker, if you make this one. The other ones here, they are smaller. But this one has the most storage space and so... And it can stupidly be placed in the wall, which will then indeed be visible on the back of it when you open it. Shazam! Okay, here we go. Let's put some stuff away. Construction supplies. Oh, cables, yeah, of course. Solid generator. Oh, we have the coal generator. I thought we had to make that. Huh.
Power critical.
Well, that's a good thing to have then. Too bad we don't have any coal yet, but that's easy to get. See, what I'm doing right here is wrong. You should not do this. Here we have a very weak battery, and here we have one that will soon be very weak. And who will you... I mean, Cinnamon, where will you run to then, huh? I mean, we still have some batteries here, but that's really the last straw then. Eventually you will just fucking die, because your life support no longer pumps any oxygen. Then you're dead. That's what this is, so... Try to keep it in balance. Water bottle filler, more pipes. I will put these next to them, the other water bottles, without unpacking them. There's some food here. This toolie thing, the labeler. This is rather on the I won't need this anymore side. Hydroponics, hydroponics, rather here on the watery side. Container mount, yeah, more like here. The flags, I also don't need. Pipes. Yeah, looking much better right now, isn't it? So there's a bug with this dude. You can open it, but you can't see how full it is. I mean, it doesn't show you this pressure gauge, like this one does and like the other one does. And it has a lid though, like the other one also. This one, the oxygen canister, oxygen tank, also has a bug. When you grab it here, look at the lid. Now the lid is gone. It's on the opposite side. That is so annoying. It's always on the opposite side. No matter where you grab it, it's always on the opposite side. When will they fix that? I mean, that is really on the list of how hard can that be. And it's a long-standing bug, man. So, filter, that's the scrubber stuffs. Let's put that rather here. Mining supplies. Up there for the outdoor stuff. Residential supplies. Table, microwave, egg carton. I'm not sure what to do with this. Portables connector. Grow light, yeah. Here we have the... is this the room? No, there isn't. The thing is basically full. Well, then this will just stay in this corner here, even though it's so very valuable. We have 3 potato seeds, and don't make the mistake to plant all 3 of them, because very likely at the beginning, your plants will die, and then what? Then you're dead. You don't have food, you die. So... you need to play this right. Okay, that's much more orderly, I like. What's the next step? Well, this guy needs food to produce stuff. What it can produce, for example, is the other printers. It can make the other printers, and I want all 4 of them. So we need the resources. Do we have resources? Well, we have gold, and here we have the arc furnace, so we can actually start smelting stuff with this battery that we have here, which would be fueled from the gas fuel generator, which is from the gas generator, which isn't yet running. And we also have the solid generator. So what will I do? I think mining supplies would be helpful here. Yeah, that thing is cool. Let's take the gun and... bop. My god, right at the fuel tank. That was wise. So what's happening now is, let's take a look. It's heating up in here because that thing excretes heat. So when you're on Europa, where you have a temperature of minus 140 degrees during the day, during the night it's minus 150. Even though the entire atmosphere is oxygen, if you open your helmet you will die because your lungs will be killed by that, obviously. Then you have a room, you can toss down lots of road flares to heat that up. That's one possibility. What I prefer to do is I will just build the furnace indoors, and then, I mean, that thing is a beast. You have to toss in like 2 volatiles and 1 oxygen, which is the minimum fuel mixture that you can make, which by the way is not pure. Like I expressed earlier, we have here volatiles, which you can find in the landscape, like we have in our mining belt. Pure volatiles, nothing else. But oxide is not pure oxygen, there's also some nitrogen here. So it's not a pure mixture then. But anyway, it's good enough. And then you toss that into your furnace, that beast will heat up. So let's carry that outside, I don't want this in here. Oh right, let's turn it on. Oh. So the fuel generator then, where shall it be? On the right we have the power output, on the left we have the coal input. So power output, let's place this here then. And this thing outputs 20 kilowatts. So once you have the station battery, which doesn't just output arbitrarily much power no matter how much you will suck from a cable, even the strong cables, the only alternative that exists, which has 100 kilowatts, will be killed by that if you don't take care. It can also take in power as fast as that, and this thing outputs 20 kilowatts. So once we have the station battery, we need to swap out all these cables here from the entire network here, which is this, and also this. But that's all, like, I don't know, 25 cables. With heavy ones. Then we can charge our station battery with just a little bit of coal, a lot, and we can live days off of that thing, because it's a beast. Anyway, so we need, what is the logic connector for in this thing? Well, you can, for example, turn this thing on and off with logic. And let's say you have low station power, then the station can decide, okay, we normally have other means of power, like solar, for example, but since we don't have enough power right now, let's just run this thing for a bit and turn it off again. Yes, of course you can automate that. This is Stationeers, you haven't seen the half of it. You haven't seen 1/4 of it, but you have heard like 1/4 of it mentioned, I guess. Okay, this battery goes here. Or rather, so I want to get some coal now. Coal. Bzz, mining drill. Yes, and I wanted to actually unpack the mining supplies for a reason. A reason that I promptly forgot. 7% and falling.
Welcome to Exosphere, the dark side of Synthera.
Mining charge. I don't feel too comfortable having them in here. Particularly if I click here. Whoops. Now it will explode in 10 seconds. No thanks. Easy to happen. Mining bed. Oh, that's all? I thought we also get the mining backpack. Oh. Well, it's a mining belt still. Okay. And now the power is down to 6%. See that inventory handling is rather flexible, but by this high abstraction that they are employing, which gives us this flexibility, it is also cumbersome. It doesn't have to be this cumbersome, but well, that's the way it is currently implemented, and that's what you have to live with. The game, though, is so rewarding. God damn it. I love it to bits. This part is the one that I love least, as in I don't at all. The mining. But at least you can get drills that are so fast you can just mow through the landscape. You know, not a problem. I want coal, I want iron, I want copper. Gold we have. Station visible, yeah, but we shouldn't move too far away. I should have put up the beacon for this, but I don't have... This is a short mining excursion. Station. Oh, there it is. There was some iron nearby, I'm pretty sure. I mean, on the surface. You know what? You can later get some glasses with which you can look through the planet. You can see in the deep where the gold is and everything, and then you can just mow yourself through the ground with the big drills that you will have them and just take it from there, like fruits from a tree. Yep. The world will look like the Matrix when you look at this with the glasses. But you don't even have to do that. You can also put up deep miners. That will possibly change later at some point, but this is too unclear a vision for me, so I cannot speak about that. Currently, and for many months it has been like this. You put up a deep miner, which is a beast, a large device that takes a lot of steel to make, and then it will start drilling into the ground until it reaches bedrock. You can even accompany its drill head to go down there, but you cannot accompany it further, but then it will break through the bedrock and you cannot go there. And then it will take materials from below, materials that you could never reach. What's happening? I guess I somehow changed my hand. And it will infinitely do so. So you get coal, you get iron, you get gold. You have to pipe that through a centrifuge first, because what comes out there is dirty ore. But once you have done so, you will get all the stuff that we can find on the surface also, except ices. And case in point, let's look at iron, for example, as one of the ores. Scroll. Here we see gases and liquids. What, there's gas in there? Yes, there is, because it's not pure iron, it is something from the planets. So we have some carbon dioxide and pollutant. And other ores have other gases, and if we get the deep miner will actually give us ores that are degassed. And if you throw some of these ores into the furnace, then the gas will go into the furnace. So that has to be considered when it comes to pressure and so forth. This sounds complicated, but it's not. You can wing it most of the time. What you can also do, you can throw the thing in the furnace at a temperature that is lower, then the iron and so forth will not be melted, but it will be degassed. Then you will have a coal lump that does no longer have gas, for example. That can sometimes be relevant. Some recipes, so to speak, some things that you have to craft, they when you want to make hydrocarbon bricks, then they require a pure furnace, but they also require you to put in coal, and so that coal wouldn't have to be degassed first.
Power critical.
Yeah, we need to get home. But we have a good amount of coal. Sadly, we don't have any iron yet. That's a problem. Soon 8%, because the flashlight is still eating a battery alive. Iron, please. That looks like iron. It is not. Lead! Oh! We will need that later also. Not now, particularly, but don't mind if I do. This is once again stuff of which you get more, also because it's rarer. You find that not so often. but then you find a lot of it. And silver, oh, also very needed. And together with iron, you can, together with gold, you can make electrum, which is needed to make microchips and such. And lead together with iron is solder, which is needed for various things that you want to print. Also for electronic stuff like chips. Let's go back home before we get a problem here. No iron here found, okay. I have to do another excursion then. Anyway, now that we have the coal generator and we have the coal, let's burn some of that coal. Actually, let's burn 26 of them. And turn it on. And close it. Which means that now we're taking in some of the pollutant. It's only O2 and nitrogen. So their battery is already full. Let's swap that with mine. See, both are now being charged. Very effective. Nice. And this thing we turn also on. Where's the battery that I saw here? Let's charge that also in parallel. Yeah. Is this thing even wired up? 27%. Ah, crap. I piped that on the wrong side? I did, didn't I? Hey, wait. Oh, oh my god. I cabled this wrong. Shit. I was so sure that was correct. It wasn't. So let's turn this thing off so it doesn't burn through the entire stack of coal that we have here. It was 26, now it's 14. Ah, damn. I wired this up wrongly. So this gets power from the generator directly. This cable goes over there, and then we get power from there. Now that was wrong. Crap. That's a stupid mistake to make. Hey, wait, what? This is the input side. No, this is right. Oh. Oh, the only thing wrong here is just where I cabled the generator. Okay. So we just achieved nothing with those 12 coal that we burned. That's not quite an elevating perspective. So the cable shouldn't go here, but it should go to the other side, to here. Oh, that has to be here. Input side, cable. Aha, immediate hit. Very good. Burning. Now it's charging. This one's charging. This one's charging. Everybody's charging. Nice. Do I have another battery to charge maybe? Oh, of course, of course. This one's rather full, okay. This one not so much. Oh, 15%. Do I have more batteries somewhere? Battery cell small. Yeah, it doesn't do anything, it's full already, but I'm just saying. Yeah, that makes sense. So we're charging the batteries with the coal. And all of them in parallel, like I said, so that we're using most of this power. And now it's gone. Now it's gone. But we have some coal still. So not bad. Now it's time to smelt some stuff. I want to smelt this. I want to smelt that.
Hydration critical.
And I want to open the helmet at 6 degrees Celsius. Too bad we don't feel the temperature yet. That's really something missing, man. What just happened? Dude, don't tell me this will explode now. I heard a sound, I just don't know why the sound happened. So we need iron and we need to smelt that stuff. This is the battery from which this thing will hang, like the entire rest of the station, while the airlock stays isolated. You can also place a wall on the floor, I've shown you that already, then the cable will be hidden. But I'm waiting for steel, so that we get some beautiful walls, which will make that a worthwhile thing. Alright, okay, let me cheese that a bit. Soon I will have chutes, so I can fill this thing from the indoors and also make it drop its stuff through the ceiling into the indoors, very convenient. And this will also mean we will have a stack of things that I can toss in there. But it will not burn those automatically, I will have to push the button every time. And that's where automation comes in, but we're not that far yet. Iron, copper, gold. These are the basic resources that you need in the beginning the most, because you need to make the other manufactories, the hydraulic pipe bender, the electronics printer, the tool manufactory, which require all the same materials, iron, gold and copper. What is the hydraulic pipe bender good for? Which is also called the atmospheric printer. Well, it's good for atmospherics, like pipes, pumps, tanks, sensors, but sensors can also be made with the electronics printer, which is good for lights, cables and other electric devices, for example the station battery. The autolathe can be used to print the furnace, and we will need to print the furnace so we can make steel. Smelting gold with the arc furnace is very slow, same for copper. Iron though is very fast. Interestingly, iron has a higher melting temperature. When you melt it with the furnace and it's too cold, then the iron won't melt. Gold and copper though will be fine. Anything though that you toss into the furnace, iron, gold, copper, silicon, it will melt very fast. So if you want to melt something fast, do it with the furnace. But if you have to make a choice, then melt the iron and the copper, the gold and the copper with the furnace, and the iron with the arc furnace. You don't have to remember this, I'm just giving you some tidbits of lots of experience of playing this. Tidbits is not a good word. It sounds a bit like serial killer, man. So, how far are we here? That's 20. Copper, hello. Come to daddy. The beginning is very slow. But the thing is, how do you play Stationeers? With a lot of zen. You don't try to get to a place. You're trying to get into the moment that you're in. Currently I'm trying to mine. Later I'm trying to furnace to melt something. Oh, nice. Then I'm laying some cables. Then I'm constructing a new airlock. Then I'm programming something. And so forth. Try to live in the moment. Try to enjoy it. Try to make the most of it. That's a skill anyway in life. You know, when you do any work, be it a menial task like brooming the yard or packaging some stuff, repetitive tasks and so forth, just lean yourself into it. Lean into it, try to make the most of it, as in try to be perfect at it, try to be good at it. That's one way to make the time short. And guess what? People who do good work get good pay, or at least they stay employed. Where the fuck is the station? Oh, there. The goal should be through any second. Yeah, any second indeed. So, let's do the iron from behind. No. And take the gold with us, because now, finally, we can begin to use the electronics printer. I will also have to melt some of the copper. And maybe we should sacrifice a little bit more coal. So let's do that. Not like this though, that won't work. Oh, that's good. Beep. Six grams, 5 grams, 4 grams. See, iron is very fast. Next, see, I have to push the activate button, but the activate function, the logic value, can also just be written to. What did I want to do? I wanted to take some more coal. Yeah, that should be enough for a while. I also don't want to overburn, you know, I don't want to waste materials. Now I have to turn this on again. See, we're hungry for the advanced airlock where we can set the repressurization value, or maybe just create an indoor atmosphere that is higher, but then we would have to wait long because the airlock is constructed in shitty fashion. I mean, if I would just add some more pipe volume up there, then the airlock would have more to draw from. For example, I could also construct a manual airlock. I've made, for example, an airlock that is turbo fast. Maybe I should show that to you for a moment. But no, then I would interrupt the music. Okay, it's an airlock that has 1, 2, 3, 4 doors, and this is 4 different atmospheres actually, and they are separate. All of them are separated. There's only 1 vent in here, not 2, and it takes the entire ceiling. And when you click a door, then you can go through. When you go through another door, click, then you can go through the doors very fast. Yep, you can do that. It required programming and assembly, and for a beginner, pretty advanced airlock construction, but it's normal stuff for most Stationeers. Turn that off, it takes too much electricity. This is still producing apparently. Charging the batteries. Yeah, let's look at this thing then. Oh, it doesn't have power yet. Ooh, okay. Good thing we still have another cable coil. Wasn't the best place to put it, but fuck it, it's gonna work. Placing the cables is now a bit tricky because I don't know. Whoops. Yeah, it's a bit risky to put them here. Wait, don't tell me. No, okay, you cannot turn them on. And by the way, if you do this, and then you pick them up, then it will be turned off. So I don't know why I heard that turn off sound just a few minutes ago. I don't know why. Because why would that be played there? I didn't activate it. Or did I? So the cables placing is a bit tricky because they will occupy the space. I will no longer be able to place things there. Of course, I can change the cables slightly, the direction where they are, and then that's it, you know? I'm just saying. Okay, this is the autolathe. And I want to make the... What do I make? The hydraulic pipe bender or the electronics printer? Let's make the hydraulic pipe bender. Bender. Which takes iron, gold and copper. Iron and gold we have. Oh, right. I'm in a room which magically changes the gravity to high. I'm not too objecting to that. It's gamification. But of course, a simulation shouldn't have that. Consumes electricity. Let's turn that off where we don't need it. And let's fetch the copper that has been smelted. What now? More iron. Or something that takes longer. Do we have some gold still? I don't have that with me. Well, then let's use the copper. And in we go. And now we can start printing. This print will take a while. Therefore, it's important that we have enough power. 52 is good. That's good. That would be enough. Definitely. Can't hurt to already swap this, even though it's not being charged. There will come a time when it will be charged. Oh, same here. Pretty cool thing about the tablets is you can just place them in the world. Oh, it was still on? No wonder, it was empty. And then you can see what's going on. You can see here the room temperature, you can see that it's changing, and you can actually make tablet stands where you affix them. What you can stupidly not yet do, but I hope that will come, there's nothing yet to affix them on a wall. Like in every science fiction shooter where they have some fake animated texture there that expresses some kind of temperature measurement, or any Star Trek or such movie where you have these panels on the wall. Here you cannot do that, but it will come. I'm sure it will come. They can't not do that, period. It's just insane. That will happen. So what happens if I abort the process? Nothing will have happened, no resources will have been spent. And this, by the way, is meant to unleash all the resources that are in there, which will then be tossed out here. But during a printing process, that doesn't happen, thankfully. Else that would have been annoying. Okay, we need to drink at some point. We can already do that, but at some point the bottles, of which we still have 3 full ones, 4 full ones even. Three full ones need to be refilled, and that we do with the bottle filler. Where would I put this? Okay, to the right of this there can be another manufactory. That would make sense. To the opposite of it, also one. And where would I do the next? Would I do the next one? No, I'm not gonna have sex with them. I guess the tool manufacturer can be put here. So the water bottle filler would then be in a different place. Maybe I come home and I'm hungry and thirsty, and here it is, the water bottle filler. You can see there's a 1 and a 2 there in the blueprint, which expresses which way this thing is turned. But I want the pipe to come from below. Good thing then we have a kit here that considers exactly that need. Yep. So let's put in some bottles. The empty one and the almost empty one. Where is the filling? It's not turned on. And let's take another bottle from the box. Now we have 2 left in there. And let's take from the cereal bar box. This one nicely has the ability to just open as an inventory. Because it's not just the cause I'm sending you on your way, take it with you package thing. I could now do this, but it's exactly what we shouldn't, so... Oh, yeah. How many of the hydraulic pipe benders do we need? We need only 1, and it would have produced infinitely many until the resources would have been spent. Not something we want to do. What I want to do now is I want to produce a chute, which will allow me to toss something in here from indoor. How many do I make? How much iron do we have then? Not too much. Let's just make all of them. Let's make 10. And this is a hydraulic pipe pinner. Map. Or map. I'm not sure where to place it. Now, let's put it a bit more to the left. Right, okay. One day I will remember this. So I could put another locker here, and yeah, that would be more space savvy. Smelt some more stuff. So the copper needs to be smelted, which we can do from here, but it's not the way to go. And that's why I want to use logic chips instead. And of course an input stack. Building this to the wall is also a bit cheesy, but I think, you know, come on, this is not like the routine. It's not a routine that we'll do the whole time. Okay, then we also need the electronics printer. Can we make that already, or are the resources scarce? Yes, we have no more iron. I just used up all of it. Hey, we have a room on the moon where we can breathe. And now I have to go out again. Yeah, these chutes, they have, it's a kit once more, one around the corner, one an opening, one an inlet, one an outlet, one a valve, one to join, one to split, this kind of stuff, you know? Standard, something you'd expect. Yep, now I can toss stuff in and it will stack up, 1, 2, 3. And then I still have to push this button, but that's a minor problem. Once we have the electronics printer, we can get that sorted immediately. How are we looking? 17 grams still missing, okay. Do we need to charge the battery once more? Oh, we do, yes. Yeah, really looking forward to having the station battery. Our own battery isn't too high either, but this one hasn't been used much. So let's swap these to have some kind of balanced emptiness going on. And yeah, let's go in. Also, this guy consumes 50 watts, ideal to have that off. Charging up quick, 90, 91, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we need to smelt some iron. And some more iron. And that's all the iron we have for now. Yeah, no longer charging. Coal is done. We need more chutes so that I can also get the output side of this whole thing. But not for now, first other things. Oh. Bep. That should be iron, I think. Then we can start the electronics printer printing process. And after that we can automate. Okay, open helmet. 8 degrees. You know, the temperature is increasing slowly. By what? For example, this thing also produces heat. Everything is waste heat, like in reality. production
Temperature high.
is the same.
Temperature high.
As with this device, so not so complicated. And here we see the hygiene warning. Hygiene is decreasing because suit and helmets are on. Mood is increasing, I'm in the room, but hygiene is decreasing. Let's just remove the suit and helmet for a moment. Now we can see that I'm wearing an orange uniform, and that is very dark, and the sun is at the opposite side of the moon, so we have basically midnight, and that my hygiene is increasing. I don't need to take a shower even for that. I find that a bit questionable, but alright. And so forth. It would be nice if you could define some game rules, if that would also be moddable. I mean, it is moddable, but it is not so easy to do, you know? People who routinely do that would of course disagree. Like, I would disagree. Java isn't hard. It's not hard to program in Java because I do that routinely. I've set up my IDE, I know where to download what, which buttons to click, and then I get going. But, you know, there's easy and there's easy. This should at some point go away. Too bad I can't actually see how dirty I am. Like in reality, where you could feel I'm a bit grimy and smelly and stuff. You can't do that here. Ah, here we go. The electronics printer. Where should we put this dude then? I feel inclined to put it... Oh, not inside me. That is... No, that's just no and no. Yep, that looks good.
Temperature high.
All right. I already did this.
Temperature high.
That was the electronics printer. See, lots of build steps. I mean, some people are complaining about that, but have you seen what kind of joke is that is if you have some routine? So, yeah, it's a get good kind of problem. To a manufactory. Iron. Haha. Man, we used up a lot of electricity here. Surprisingly much, man. Really. Yeah, it's because the arc furnace is also hanging from that thing, and that takes a lot of electricity then. You know what? Let's swap them. Oh, right.
Low pressure.
Maybe I should close the helmet. Oh, I can't close the helmet because I don't have a spacesuit. I wish the taking on and taking off would take some time. Because I think it's definitely cheesy that you just click a button and then you're in a suit. That doesn't fly, man. I want it more realistic. I know there are people who say, realism. As in, realism isn't really the only way to make a game fun, or rather it's often the opposite. But that's the thing. Many people would say that about Stationeers. Dude, why are you having this? Why are you having that? And see, it's a matter of taste, a matter of degree. And my degree is just a bit further than that. It's at least what I imagine. Maybe I'm wrong about this and would experience in practice that I was wrong, yeah. Or maybe I'm right, but games haven't yet been made like that. What is smelting? Also iron, yes, then I will wait. Maybe meanwhile we can mine a little? Something that screams, hey, mine me, please do it. Enemy mine. Oh, some coal. Yeah, why not? Don't mind if I do. Still recording. I mean, Ops Studio is a beast. Just point it in direction and then you will arrive. As long as the machine doesn't crash. Hope it doesn't. My god, 4 hours of teaching and fun for nothing? I mean, okay, the fun wouldn't be for nothing, but imagining that other people are getting iPhone messages or whatever kind of messages the whole time. If someone is giving them something more or less relevant. I like the loner life. I just like that. I mean, what the fuck? I'm doing my thing when I want to, at my pace, in my rhythm, in my order. Also, speaking of order, if I want something to be in a place, then it'll be there. No one will put it in a different place.
Waste tank caution.
There are some people who say that's autistic or some bullshit like that. Well, they're idiots, of course. If I want order, then that's a decision. Period. And if they don't see the benefit of high abstraction level thinking and thus the emerging lower level frequency order that emerges, then that's their problem. I mean, people being stupid can't be an excuse for others having to be treated like idiots. But, you know, I'm gonna clean it up anyway, because some kind of order is emerging here, and it's not just in my head. But okay, let's not touch that topic again. Forbidden ore. Yeah, mine. Where is the station? Whoop. Oh, nothing to smelt. Oh. That's dumb. I mean, I could have used that, so let's turn that off. 10 watts less. This thing doesn't consume any electricity. How full is this? 18. That's okay. So then, please make me the tool manufactory, the fourth of the basic manufactories, the ones that you need. Or maybe I should have said fundamental. So here we have the... let's see that they have electricity. You can also make cables with the auto lathe, as we have seen already, which is a good thing, since we don't have too many left. Rule of thumb, you basically can't have too many cables in Stationeers. The only thing you can do in regards to cable printing is you can print them too early. Yeah, cable network changes can have a shock effect here on the cables. This thing was already printing happily, and now it was interrupted. Anyway, so I want to make with the electroprinter 2 chips, logic chips, because, you know, starting with that stuff. Gold and copper. Oh, I don't have any gold with me. Damn it. Well then, gold and copper. And more copper. Yes, so changing the recipe while the thing is printing means that the current thing ongoing will be the last of the sort. Oh, let's turn that off. That consumes electricity. Battery is looking okay. Next step then would be to... I'm not sure. I had to turn the thing on and smelt some stuff, yeah. So out we go again. And I have an airlock that I made on the moon, where you just walk in, it will detect that you're in there, it will cycle, and it is very fast, so you're basically walking in, and then you're walking through. That's how fast it is. But as a beginner here, we cannot do it like that yet, so... no dice. Brilliant, beautiful golden game. Ah, the sun has moved on a little. I mean, of course, the sun isn't moving, the rest is moving. I mean, of course, the sun is also moving, but it's... when it comes to the hierarchy of the solar system, it's not moving. It is the center. Okay, in principle it's also moving because the gravimetric center of the solar system changes depending on where the celestial bodies are, for example where Jupiter is, and so the sun might be a bit off-center, because the sun isn't necessarily there. But that's beside the points. What are we making? Gold. How much gold did I need for the logic chips? I don't know. You can see I just pushed here, so that would interrupt the production process. Now we got 9 of this stuff. That might actually be enough to get the job done. So let's go back in, turn this thing on again. Click here, turn it off again. Turn this off. Now we have the tool manufactory. I said I would want to put this thing here, but I don't see why. I mean, you can just put it here. Of course, I would have to move the cable, but that's not a hard reason. That's what she said. Yeah, sometimes you get constructs like this one. Temperature 21 degrees Celsius. Why is it so warm in here? Well, it said temperature high, right? When I was welding. That was only in the spot where I was welding, and there was only a little bit of gas. But in principle, yeah, I'm of course creating heat by that. I didn't remember this thing looking like this. Huh, weird.
Power low. Temperature high.
Cables. Do not have any. I do. I do!
Temperature high.
And that's the tool manufactory. And how often do you build or unbuild these things? I mean, it's really not too many steps. Those who complain about that, I think they're not really stationeers. And as such, their opinion doesn't matter. Righty, so now we have all four of them. Could make, for example, another mining belt. With the tool manufactory, could make yeah, actually, where's the gold that I had? I tossed that in already. Let's make the logic chips. We need 1 gold, 1 copper, that's cheap enough. And then I can teach the arc furnace to just keep producing whenever I toss something in. I need 2 of these and that's enough. Doesn't matter where I place them. So we can see here. Oh, it's safe. Now we have the logic reader. You can see on the left side that you can pipe in some cable, and that's where the logic reader could then read from. Then we select with the screw that you can see here on the left bottom, the input, as in if the left side cable has multiple devices, we can select which device we want to read from. The right screw chooses which value we want to read. For example, if we select the door, on the right screw we could select whether the door is open. At the top we need to pipe in the power. And it doesn't matter which cable networks really these cables are coming from or going to. The only thing that needs, of course, is that the needs are fulfilled. At the top we need electricity. At the left we need, we can also have electricity, doesn't matter, but we need some devices as we cannot choose any. On the right we need, well, what is this good for then? This logic reader will then hold a value, which will be a logic value. And the logic value will be 1 or 0. 1 means true, as in yes, as in open. And 0 means the door is closed in this example. On the right then we can attach a cable, and there we can, for example, use a logic writer. And the logic writer also has input and power and output. And here when we select the input, we don't select the device. Here we select a device that has a logic statement. And that would then, for example, be, I mean, the only thing available probably would be the logic reader, which tells us that the door is open. And then we can say on the right side which device we want to write to, on what value we want to write to. So with this combination of logic reader and logic writer in the example I just gave, you could, for example, synchronize 2 doors. Apart from the fact that they would not be quite synchronous, there would be some delay. But you know, that's what in principle what this does. Then we have the batch writer, which is the difference to the writer is that on the right side we don't choose which door we write to or which device we write to, but which device type we write to. For example, if we have a bunch of ceiling lights of a certain type, because there are multiple light types, of course, also this is Stationeers, then you could address all of them at the same time. You could tell all of them to be on or off at the same time. That's why we have the out type and the out var. That's the difference. The logic mirror is for getting one device to be visible logically on another logic network. to bridge that, you know. Then we have the slot reader. We will need that for the arc furnace. I will show that then. Batch reader is the same as the batch writer, except it's a bit different, because when you select then what type to read from, for example all doors, and then the variable, for example if they are open, then we have a problem, because 2 doors might be open and 1 might be closed. What value is this thing supposed to produce then? Well, at the top you can select the method that this thing shall use to produce the output. You can select average, you can select maximum, as in if 1 door is open and 2 doors are closed, it will make the statement open because the 1 occurred. Or minimum, because if one of them was closed, then it will come out as 0, even though the other doors might all be open. And the variable, of course, that is to be read, yeah. Average, maximum, minimum, sum also, so you can add them together. So if you have a station that is longer, is bigger than this one, you have a gas sensor over here and a gas sensor over there, then you can use this kind of chip to read from both of them simultaneously and get the average temperature. The reagent reader is regards, for example, things that you can put in here to produce, and I don't understand that yet, I haven't used it yet. Batch slot reader is like the slot reader. I haven't yet explained the slot reader, but the batch slot reader does the same thing, except then for multiple devices of the same type, just like the batch reader does. Then we have the logic writer, which can just be used to turn the lights on and off, because it's a switch, or something else on and off. And that's it, logic reader. So let's use the batch slot reader, the slot reader. We need the slot reader, there it is, and we need the logic writer. Now we can just connect everything with everything, because that isn't a problem here, so why not? Maybe I want to make some cables. Wait, what did I do with that? Yeah, let me just change some other settings. The tabulator key is to find out the scores. When you multiplayer, the thing you just saw would be a table that shows you playtime and days lived. Not really necessary, but whatever. But I don't need that. So what I need though is I need to be able to switch the mode of the jetpack. And where is that? Jetpack. Thrust increase, thrust decrease, toggle stabilizer. I want that to be on tab. And the other one I will just put in some kind of arbitrary key that I don't need. Like this one. Which one? Why would I tell you? Oh, you saw that on screen. It's a secret. So what does that do? Well, I would press tab now. I just toggled the thing that I could also have toggled here in the graphic user interface. And I use the jetpack now. The jetpack is now on. Do you hear it? No. But now it is being used. Haha. Or I can press space. See, the stabilizer keeps me in place. But this is just me temporarily using the thrusters. This is a setting that you should definitely use when you're in the asteroid map, because there you would waste a lot of gas flying. Why don't you just give yourself an impulse and turn the thing off, basically? And that can be achieved by also just turning the stabilizer off while keeping the jetpack on. Cables. So connect everything with everything. Don't make a mistake, the middle here also needs to be connected properly, not just with each other. Okay, now they have been cabled up. You can also build a stacker, which allows you to get these things to automatically be stacked in one spool of cables. And here, look, we're consuming 0.5 grams of copper. If you stop the production here, and then you pull the lever, what you will get out is not 35.5 grams of copper, but only 35. And afterwards, this thing will be empty. So we will losing materials. That sucks a bit. But this means that you should try that your production always ends on an even number if possible. Now let's use the screwdriver and screw around a bit. Here's the slot reader. We don't turn it on yet, that's what this thing is good for, because it needs to be configured first. Input. Now we can select here which device to read from. Arc furnace is now selected. We can also select the auto lathe, the electronics printer, hydraulics pipe bender, because their logic slot is connected, their logic port. If that wouldn't be connected, they wouldn't show up on the network, because this is now about logic. Logic writer, that thing, I could also read. Tool manufactory and arc furnace again. Look on the right, there's another tooltip. It says cycle to auto lathe. So if I want to cycle to the arc furnace now, I will focus on the right and try to see the word arc furnace, and when it comes up, I'm trying to stop myself, and of course I will not be fast enough. And Shazam, exactly right. If see, that is very helpful. Now I have selected the arc furnace, I want to select its import slot. It also has an export slot, and then there's the import slot again. What is that? That is the input slot here where I throw something in. And I want to know of the slot whether it is occupied. See, it's like a device, and I read a value from that, except in this case I'm reading from the device's slot a value. Now I know whether there's something in there. If there's something in there, this thing will say 1. So something is in there right now. Aha! This thing consumes 10 watts, so consider that. Now I'm gonna select the slot reader. It's the only thing I can select, the only thing with the logic statement, okay. As the output, I will select once again the arc furnace, could also select everything else. But I need the arc furnace, and I want to write the activate button, and that's it. Shazam. Now it smells everything automatically when we toss in a whole stack of stuff. Problem solved. Ha 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 ha. How easy was that? And it's even easy to understand. I mean, you did, right? Maybe it was a bit fast, but I think every little bit of that you swallowed so greedily into you tasted like you actually, I mean, you were tasting every fiber of it. It was easy to understand. Speaking of which, let me just take a short break. I'll be back in a second. I will also pause the mission timer. Here we go again. Oh, the mission timer, sure. But it's a bit later now. I just realized that we don't have any more electricity, so I balanced that well with the battery usage. They're both almost empty. But now I need to charge them, or else. And that's happening now. Man, I love these noise cancelling headphones. I saw them in a store once, and I had never experienced them myself. And then in the store, I don't know why exactly I needed a new headphone, but I just, tested some. And the first one I put on, suddenly the entire store was gone. What? And I had never had such a thing on my head, man. So, I mean, it was magical. Of course, I understand the logic, cancelling each other out, the waves, plus, minus becomes 0. Simple, conceptually. Of course, it's not so easy to pull off. But anyway, that's what I did, and then I happened to buy the first pair that I saw there, but that's only how it came out. There was a Bose Quiet Comfort 45 that I have right now on my head, and they are very, very cool. I mean, the noise cancelling could still be better, I guess. But it's very cool, very good. So I'm not saying, well, you hear absolutely nothing, because that's not the truth. But some sounds are really cancelled out completely, and so on and so forth. Let's not go into detail. But I can say, if you have not tried those, I recommend that you get accustomed that you get acquainted with that world, because it is absolutely worth your time. So before I continued the recording right now, this thing actually took in yet another stack. I heard that. Oh, nothing more? Oh, yeah. Oh, see, do you see that? Did you see that? Autopilot! No. So close. And I bought them originally from Bose. Refurbished, cost 200 euros, which is not cheap, but is much cheaper than if you buy them full price, which is almost 300 or even more than that. And, well, absolutely worth it. The sound quality is super high. I mean, I have been using Sennheiser for 200 euros and Biodynamics for 200 euros in the last 20 years. Like the two pairs I just mentioned. And so it's not like I'm suddenly surprised by some kind of good sound. I have been hearing good sound the whole time. So, and I don't use speakers on my PC, I always wear headphones. All the time. So I can say the QC45 from Bose are really good headphones. Yep, good product. I don't regret it. There's some downsides. There's some voice in there telling you stuff, but you can turn that off mostly. Only when the battery is almost empty, then it will speak up and you cannot turn that off. It will last for well more than a day if they're charged. I think I had them for 2 days once. I'm not sure. Two whole computer weekend days. And one of the downsides is that you cannot run them on cable, at least not on power cable. You cannot charge them while you're using them. That's stupid in my opinion. I mean, why the fuck can't I charge them when I use them? I always have to like kill the battery this whole time instead of while I'm sitting here, maybe just, you know, like being wired the whole time. So that is a clear downside, but so far I haven't yet actually regretted it in practice. And if in some cases it might be empty, so you need more than just charge them for 5 minutes. It will last you like half an hour already. Charging really fast. You have to charge them for 1 or maybe 2 hours to get them fully charged. So, and I will say charge again because it's a word. So what's next? We have the 4 manufactories. I want to make the furnace because that's one of the key elements of the whole experience, to have and use the furnace. Kit furnace, kit arc furnace, furnace. It takes 30 iron and 10 copper, and I have 30 iron and 20 copper. Nice. Batteries are charged somewhat, but not very much, but maybe we don't need more at this point. We can turn this off, 10 watts, 20 watts, okay. Then I will need iron sheets to construct the furnace. I have 18 here. I can toss some stuff on the ground. The tracker, not although the tracker I should keep with me. Glass sheets I don't need on me. These belong in a museum, and those belong here also. And these are red road flares, like the white ones. I think you can even spray paint them.
Power critical.
So that, you know, they are white or red or whatever. Maybe we should make blue ones. It's blue light. What does it do? Turns blue. Unfortunate. Oh, that worked. Furnace done. So, where are my iron sheets? I don't have enough volatiles yet. I mean, for the steel that I want to make, yeah, but we need more. We need the furnace also needs to be vented, and me putting pipes there so they can vent them implies that it would be vented the whole time. I don't want that. I don't want that. Therefore, I need some valves. Do I have some kind of valves here? I mean, the airlock supply crate. I mean, didn't we have valves at some point? Pollutant, volatiles, tails, Interesting, we don't have that anymore? Okay. Okay, let's make then the valve. For which we need iron and copper. And the electronic splinter will now be utilized to make the advanced airlock chip. For which I need iron, which I don't have. Shit. Well. Then we will also need, to make that happen, from the hydraulic pipe bender, another active vent. Iron, gold, copper. Yeah, it's ridiculous what I'm currently doing, but it's the beginning. Later you will just toss in 500 of whatever and not bother. Active vent. And I need one. Yep. And then I will also need a pipe cowl, actually 2 of them. Or will I need 1? I'm not sure. Let's see. The outer active vent. I will need a pipe cowl. That will be pumping the other atmosphere, some pollutant that might be coming from the surface from some generator out. And that will not be much. There will be very low pressure, therefore it will be very little gas to pump. Therefore I will not have any problems with this thing, possibly, I'm not sure, having a little bit smaller throughput. This is gone, that is here. Now the valve. Where's the valve? Valve. Valvenstein 3D. 3D. Wolfenstein! Steinenwolf. Did I just toss the furnace indoors without taking it with me? Yes, that happened. I appear to no longer have power, which will express at some point with me dying. Something I'm not too fond of, and therefore I have to toggle the airlock, swap the battery, if I find still some room on my screen, and that is why we will now change the settings. HUD scale 25. Okay, and now it fits. This gap here, where the mouse pointer is dancing, that's a bug. And this will not stay. If I just restart the game session, then everything will be fine again. So it's not something to worry about. Only it sucks right now, obviously. Anyway, so that no longer has power. Let's change that by tossing in some more coal. Okay. So, now we have the furnace.
Air tank low.
Air tank is low, okay, 653. Where will I put the furnace? Here would be fine. I could just toss in whatever it has smelted right indoors. Or here, maybe? No, over here is nice. I'm not going to put a locker right here when I come in. The open doors of the lockers would be kind of in the way. What would not be in the way is if I will have to climb over a little hill of steel ingots or whatever. So we can see it has several pipe connections. Is this thing recording? Yep, it is. Several pipe connections, which are mostly for output. One of them is for input, because the furnace doesn't work with a crafting recipe, like I already said. It works with a fuel gas mixture. But this is also not true. It doesn't work with fuel gas, it works with heat. The fuel gas is only to create the heat. So you can just pump in, for example, hot nitrogen, and that then does the job. For example. Then we have the other side here. At the top of the screen you can see there's some kind of lever. And from the side we can see there's input from the top. There's also a logic connector and output. But we don't have to have it this way. I mean, in my first 1 or 2 playthroughs I had it like this, and later I realized, dude, what are you doing? You can turn this thing on the side. For example, like this. So I can toss it right into the station. Or like this on this side? I'm not sure. Anyway, now the placement is tricky and you need some experience, else you will have the frustration of having to remove that thing again. But I think this should do the trick. Yep, that placement looks good. So now we need the wrench, iron sheets, then we need the welder, iron sheets. That's the furnace. Here we can see what's going on in there, the pressure, the temperature, and we can activate it. This is just like from your gas stove at home when you're lighting up the gas. This is basically like from the electrical lighter that gives the spark. And this will let out whatever's in the melteria, you know. And here you toss in the stuff that you want to melt. You can also toss in ices to create the fuel heat. Here we have the output. That's the one I want to pipe up now, to have a little chimney, and also to place a valve. Let's explain the valves. The kit valve. If I would place it right here, we can already see. That's just a normal valve. If you turn it to the side, then it's closed. Or this way, you see right now, it is open. That's all. And it doesn't have a direction. Only the lever. I would put it up like this, for example. Or like this. I mean, it's kind of the same. I like this from the front, operate from the front. And I guess I will expand this a bit so I can stand there more easily. Just because it expresses that's the direction where the gas will go. In engineering, you want to be clear at what's happening, else things explode and you die. This is a one-way valve for gas. Can I see that somewhere? Yep. Just straightforward, the gas can only move in one direction. Here we have a condensation valve. You can see there is a water drop on one side, on the other side not. The input side has gas, the output side would be these blue pipes, which are only blue because, I mean, they can be spray painted. Anyway, they would be the liquid pipes. So in anything that would condense, and thus also heat up, we know, no? That would go over there, onto the other side. Then we have the expansion valve, which does exactly the opposite. Liquid pipe goes into gas pipe. And then we have the valve, yeah. Then let's continue the chimney for a bit. Because depending on situations, sometimes, particularly with the advanced furnace, not so much with this one, you have some actual flamethrower going up there. And maybe you want to keep that away from your cables. Okay, furnace has been set up, is ready for use. I want to have some more volatiles. Because, I mean, what I have there, 10 is a bit meager. Also, of course, I need some, what's its name? Metal, iron, stuff like that. Something worth melting, you know? Why would I have something that I can... Why would I have a furnace if I don't have something that I can furnace with it? You can also toss this stuff in the furnace. Doesn't have to be the ore. But I need this, so I will just mine more stuff. This is for the airlock. Then we have... didn't I make an active vent? Oh right, I did, and it's right here. Can only put this thing up. Dr. Cable Saver is in the house. I'm the cable savior. Now a pipe. And it goes upwards, and I will just add a pipe cowl there. Did I make two or did I make one? I mean, I should have made two. And I feel like I've only made one. Stupid! Then here's the airlock chip. So in other words, we are ready almost to turn this airlock into an advanced airlock. We have two doors. That's like before. We have two vents. That's new. That's basically the only difference. Well, from the have to side. But there's also a want to side. Let me just demonstrate to you the want to side. What do I want to achieve? Pop. I will first unassign everything here so that this airlock will not be left with false data. In the past it has turned out to be bad because that would then be broken. That chip and can only be tossed out. Maybe that doesn't matter because you're never going to need it anymore, but I don't know the future, and so I just want to make the present, where I happen to exist, clean. This will then result in the optimal future. Everything else that happens is out of my hands. So active vent exterior. Cannot interact as it is currently locked. And here? Here we can interact. So I selected correctly the active vent. Nice, the right active vent. I could also have used the labeler, but whatever. The other one is now set to interior. Pop. Okay. Gas sensor is gas sensor. Airlock exterior. No. Glass door exterior. Interior. And almost done. Now we can set the repressurization level. So now we can keep the stupid console off indeed, because now we don't need to abort anymore. What is happening? Case in point. But now we have a functional airlock. Cool, cool. Okay, need to mine. Guess I should leave the code in here. Did I mine something else that is lying around here? Nope. Ah yeah, right. This guy I wanted to set up. And now we need the handheld tablet and pop. Now I can see where I should be heading back, and now I can't lose the station. I mean, we can like mine for half an hour now before this thing has run dry. Save and leave. 36 though isn't very high. Okay, forgive me, but I guess I will just do this and go mining. First order of business, iron. Okay, and copper comes along. I want iron. There's iron. This little YouTube video that I put up this morning, where for the first time I was using Photoshop and the green screen effect, so to speak, to get some text on the live game screen. I thought when I put it up, yeah, okay, it's not too well done. I mean, the effort that I put in was good, but ultimately the flow wasn't so great, I thought, and whatever. But then I just came back to it a few minutes ago when I was free, so to speak, to check. And I saw it had 9 upvotes, even though it was not even exactly at 70 views. And that is more than 10%. And that is a good ratio. Even 10% is a good ratio. Nice. I have overall like 5 or 6 downvotes that I'm aware of in my entire channel, and that's good. That's a good ratio. Yeah, whatever. If that changes, that's the way it is. But as long as the balance is upheld. I will just send them to hell if they downvote this. Okay, well, there's something interesting here? No, it's just coal. Ah, okay. Let's take that then. Steel is after all made of 1, 2, 3 iron and 1 coal. I already have coal in the station, but I will need more coal anyway, so why not take fresh coal for this batch of steel that I'm about to make. And then we can make the station battery with the electronics printer, and then the electronics times, the energy times change. Then the next goal should also be to have, well, of course, then we should put up some lights in there to make that a bit more lively, right? And then I need to work on cooling because the station is already at 30 or so degrees. Also possibly on pollution scrubbing. I mean, I could just use a portable scrubber, but I'm not too much a fan of it. It's a good solution for beginners at the beginning, but ultimately it's a bit overpowered, and it's kind of a you push the button and the problem goes away device, instead of you're an engineer, haha, look how glorious your achievement looks and smells and tastes and feels and other senses. So let's see what we do on that front. Now, to cool something, we could use the AC. There's an kit atmospherics, which has, for example, the filtration unit. So you can pump in some gas, and then you have two outputs. One will be the filtered gas, as in you will have an oxygen filter in there and a CO2 filter, for example. And what you get out there then is CO2 and oxygen, yes. And whatever else is remaining comes out the other port. Then there's the H2 combustor, which turns volatiles and oxygen, basically a fuel mix, into water, or rather into 2000 degrees hot steam that you have to cool down until it is water that you could drink. Which is actually good on Mimas, because Mimas doesn't have any water ice. It only has volatiles and oxides and such. Mimas, the moon of Saturn. In this game. Then there is the N2O and the nitrolyzer. What am I doing? I need more iron. The nitrolyzer, which can turn nitrogen and oxygen into N2O. And then, of course, there's the AC. Maybe I forgot one, but I don't think so. There's the AC, and the AC has 3 inputs, 3 connectors also. Yeah.
Hunger critical.
Need more of this. And these 3 connectors are the input, of course, the gas that you want to cool or heat, because the AC can also heat. And the output, that will be the changed, the gas in its changed form, like hotter or colder. Then there's the waste pipe. That is not a pipe where gas goes. There's only a pipe where thermal energy moves into that waste pipe or from that waste pipe. So, for example, if you would add a pipe there, or like 10 maybe, to have some volume, and you would fill that with pure oxygen, because that's very compatible with these kinds of purposes. As in, if you would cool that down a lot, you would have to achieve like minus 200 degrees before you really have problems. Then in some pressure, you know, then you would turn the AC on to cool your station.
Anti-critical.
Right, I need to get some stuff to breathe. Forgot that. Then you would get... you would cool your station, and this would then transfer some of the thermal energy into the waste pipe, which would quickly get very hot. 80 degrees, 100 degrees, etc. And the larger the gap is between the gas that you want to cool or heat and the waste pipe's temperature, the less effective the device is. Anyway, the point is then you have to, for example, in this case, cool down that gas. So you could pipe that to the outside where there's a vacuum. A vacuum is not cold, to make that clear. A vacuum just doesn't have any temperature. It doesn't have temperature. That's also why we use it for thermos cans for coffee. The vacuum between the 2 Quicksilver glass walls doesn't make it hot and it doesn't make it cold. It just makes sure that neither happens. It insulates perfectly. So what good is it then to have the pipe on the outside? Well, on the outside we would have no atmosphere, and so we can use radiation cooling to get rid of that heat. And then we put some pipe radiators on the pipe so that the radiation cooling will be way stronger. The problem with this, and that's what I was trying to get at, is that this will cool down the pipe indefinitely. It will keep cooling and cooling and fucking cooling down until it reaches a temperature where the pipe will start dying, because the gas is actually becoming not even liquid, but even freezing. You have frozen oxygen then. That's very cold. It will just fall into the complete abyss. Of course, if you keep cooling your station... Oh man, I forgot the air tank. If you keep cooling your station, then you will keep heating that gas, and so that will not be a problem. But that's not a good bet. So you would have to empty that then, when you don't need it. Else you will just have this problem. Where is it? Here it is. So now, a new thing, we will have nitrogen in our nice air canister. Let's take a look at that.
Air tank critical.
1% nitrogen. That's actually significant enough percent for us to worry. Therefore, I will now toss out this useless CO2 filter, which is empty anyway, and make myself a nitrogen filter, and then the problem's solved. Of course, this means that this means that we can now carry less usable gas with us, and so the pressure decrease here of our nice gas canister will be faster, because we need to draw more gas from that thing to get the same amount of oxygen as before. Makes sense, huh? I love this simulation thing. It's just all logical and real. Where did I... right here. Kinda important. Oh, my waste tank is... oh, come on. Let's go back in. Yeah, now you can see what's with the waste tank. What's in our waste tank, which is basically full.
Critical.
Ah, fuck. Here we have a little bit of nitrogen, probably from just now, when we just started breathing that new stuff. Lots of CO2 and a bit of O2 at 35 degrees. Alright, let's swap that back.
Waste tank caution.
And release the content into the environment. Also, why not observe the environment while we're at it? So 26 degrees, that's a fine temperature to have, but that's not the temperature that the station will keep, I can assure you. You will soon enough have 50 degrees and that's a problem. Silver, we will need that. To make electrum. Equal parts gold and silver. I wonder if we will get to the assembly programming today, even in one video. That would be fast. Even though I was talking for like 10 hours more than per usual at the beginning. Look at all these abstracts and the logic of it and blah blah blah, instead of, hey, put this thing down, now you have a station. Ha! Be happy, asshole. Well... lots of silver. More silver than we need, I guess, but while I'm at it, let's take all the silver that's in this patch. Once we have some kind of stable atmosphere, we can start planting stuff. Might also have to expand the station a bit for more space. But currently I think we have enough still. Water production has kind of already been made happen. We can just, you know, toss down this stuff or put it in a crusher. Yeah, that's some cheaty way. I mean, I wonder if they will eventually nerf or remove the passive liquid inlet. See, there's a kit drain. So you can make multiple things with a kit drain. One of the things is one of the most important atmospheric piping things that the game has, is the passive liquid drain. So we have a gas pipe, and there's possibly some pollutant in there or something else anyway, and the temperature pressure combination makes sure affects that I mean, look at the phase change diagram, that gas has now become a liquid. The game has two different pipe types. It has gas pipes and has liquid pipes. Is the sun coming back? Hello! I have to celebrate that and check out what our solar panel is doing. %, 200 watts. Is it decreasing or what's happening? Well placed. Could almost have made that vertical at this point, huh? Okay, never mind. Getting 200 watts. Where was I? Passive, yeah, so if you have, the gas pipes can take a pressure of up to 60 megapascals. The liquid pipes, though, can only take a pressure of up to 6 megapascals. Obviously, that's very low. It's only 60 times Earth sea level pressure. That's not so much. But these pipes don't care. You can put liquid in them, you can put gas in them, so they are easy omni pipes. But if you want to do some serious work, you will be dealing with gas and with high pressure. But so that things don't get too easy, and also in reality there are different gas pipes. It's not like this is entirely just an invention for game balancing. The gas pipes, they cannot take liquids. If there's some liquid in them, they will immediately have some stress, and if that stress gets too high, which only happens if there's too much liquid in there. It's not like a little liquid and then you have a countdown and then it's dead. No, that's not how it is. It's a mixture of that. If the level is high enough, then the stress will increase, and so forth and so forth. So you need to get rid of the liquid, and the passive liquid drain does exactly that. The liquid will seep out into the world that surrounds the pipe. One of the most important things that they can have. And you can actually drain your station of pollutant easily. Let's say we have a pipe, and we pump now into that pipe the station atmosphere at a high pressure with a passive, with an active vent. And on the other end of the pipe we will have a back pressure regulator, which will make sure that the pressure is also being released from the pipe into the room. But we'll make sure that the back pressure value is set to, like, I don't know, 30-40 megapascals, so that we have a very high pressure in the pipe. This makes sure that if there's any pollutant, it will be liquefied, because we can assume that the station temperature isn't above 150 degrees Celsius. In consequence, we will have liquid in that pipe that we want to get rid of course. Hey, that's cool. Yeah, that seems translucent. That's very cool. So now if we slap this passive liquid drain on the pipe, then it will seep out, but then we have that back in our station. What's the benefit of that? Well, who said that you have to keep the pipe indoors? You can just stick a pipe out to the side, which goes outside, and then the passive liquid drain will be there. And then it will just drain to the lunar atmosphere, and who gives a fuck? But maybe we want to keep that stuff around, for it has cool phase change properties, which can be used for phase change cooling and phase change heating, and possibly other purposes. I mean, pollutant isn't entirely useless. More silver, congratulations. I need iron, man. Coal. Apparently, I'm hungry. Can you see the incredible potential of this game? It is still early access. Do you think, and also not just necessarily this game, what they're giving us here is of course something golden which hasn't yet existed in gaming, but because now we have a prototype that is showing us that such a real-time simulation with physics and pressure and gases and mixtures not only possible but also desirable, and so this manifestation exists now in the world of gaming. Therefore, there can be other games that do such a thing, at least in part. They don't have to do the whole thing, you know? So can you imagine what this game could become with the proper financing? But it doesn't have the proper financing, because it's a niche game. People aren't buying it yet. And there's some idiots who are giving it the negative review because they're not seeing the importance of this fucking game. They're not realizing that they're becoming objectively guilty by the act of downvoting this game. I mean, in some cases it's illegitimate because it is a voice that should be heard, because certain criticism is justified, but ultimately the game shouldn't be downvoted. It should be a recommendation, because this game needs all support it can get. So, well, I didn't get much iron here. If I would find a patch of iron now, that would be nice. I'm sure we will have atmospherics also in other games in the future. I mean, I have some go-to examples that I constantly name, and I'd like to not name them this time, because that's getting boring, and maybe I can find something better. But in principle, like, you would have games in which the pressure of the air, the temperature of the air plays a role, particularly also some actions alter the temperature of the air. Now imagine if you would be firing your gun. I mean, I know that's the go-to example once more, but in principle what I'm saying is it would give, I'm saying something new here, which is it would give more weight to the gun. It would no longer just be the thing that fires bullets. You would now have another parameter to consider. What does it do to the environment in which you live? How hot will it make the place? What gases will be excreted? Is there something you want to stand in? Will you need a gas mask? For example. Or maybe you will be aware of your environment more. It will not just be decoratives, a little blue, a little red corridor and whatever, but you will realize, okay, these are plastic coatings of the wall. So if we have a firefight here, there will be a fire, which will excrete fumes. So I will have to wear a gas mask or leave the corridor quickly, and so forth and so on. This just lends a lot more depth to these simulations, more tactical thinking. It's just more interesting. I mean, do you disagree? And this game makes that possible because it shows the world it can be done and how great that is. And so yeah, what Rocketworks is doing here is super valuable. It will further gaming itself. I'm not kidding. This game is the bridge. And you should all help make this thing more known. Because then you can change all of gaming for the better. By wasting the price of 3 pizzas on a game that you will then play anyway for 1,000 hours, so... If that's not good enough an argument, then you should maybe stop the video and watch Disney or whatever. Which I also watched, so that was a stupid cliche. Yeah. Yeah, I can't take this with me right now, but I can put the drill away. Actually, I could put both things away. Oh, that direction. I will just...
Health low.
Yeah, 75 is alright. I will just keep mining until there's enough on the ground, and I will free my hands after taking one more look at where I have to go, and then I will just stuff my hands with iron. Lots of iron with me in the hair, and then we can make steel, yep. Is there no more iron here? Disappointment. So this direction, alright. 50 meters. It means I can't even see the station, right?
Hydration critical.
Yeah, oh, there's more iron, yeah. Just be aware that if you are thirsty and hungry at the same time, your health will drop faster. So be careful. That I have dropped quite a few times to the ground because I didn't consider that properly. Yuppity yup, yup yup. Is that all? Nummer 1 hier. Shit, shit, shit and fuck. Piss cunt motherfucker. Alright. 2. Seriously? 2? I take offense. And give a shit. Whoop. 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 Coming in, 300 watts. Ha-ha-ha. Nice airlock. Oh, the battery is already full. And this battery is also already full. What's happening? Okay, the iron is tossed here. This one also. Open the helmet. 32 degrees and counting. Let's turn this off for now. And yeah, let's charge the batteries. Solar energy. And here the doors are using electricity, but we are in surplus. High Tweety sound. Soon we will have the station battery, and then all that electricity can be stored gloriously. And then there will be lights. Lit them. So. Right, let's drink some. And eat something.
Hunger caution.
While the sun is burning down on our nice solar panel, maybe I want to use that kind of surplus situation to... that thing is off. Yeah, here we will now experience the downside of this logic thing. Look here, arc furnace.import.occupied 0. Pop, now it's 1. So this guy is now also writing a 1. Why is this thing not burning? Because it's turned off, obviously. However, if I now go outdoors and turn it on, will it then smell something or will it not? I need more iron. Oh, can you see our nitrogen filter has been, well, used somewhat, which means that it is necessary. That's kind of what it means. Oh, I didn't turn that on? Well... Shite. And let's turn on the smelter thing. aka arc furnace. What's the power here? 78% efficiency, 400 watts coming in. What a waste. We don't have a station battery yet to store that. But at least we can smelt something. And is it smelting something? It's not. Why not? Isn't it writing a 1 here? Yes, it is. Or rather was. It was writing a 1 here, but the arc furnace wasn't listening. Because it was off. And these logic chips, they only write a value when it changes. So if it would change to 0, then they would write a 0. And so forth. The IC10, the programming that we can do in assembly, it won't care about that. I can just say, write a 1 period. Write it again and again, I don't care. We can of course do that with logic chips also. We can use some tricks. Instead of just writing a 1 or a 0 to the activate, I can use, for example, a daylight sensor as part of this whole setup and use the angle of the daylight, of the sun. I mean, this angle is changing constantly. Oh man, the battery's empty. That was well planned. So I will constantly have a changing value. It's of course a hack, and it's much more elegant to do that with one line of code, and it is only one line that you need. So since we're going mining, let's turn that up a bit. Midnight in Germany. Oh, nickel. Count me in. We need a lot of that stuff. For example, for Invar and Constantin, which we need to upgrade our manufactories. Which can be done with the simple furnace that we have built just now. So. Still missing is lead. I mean, I have a little bit, but not enough. Not enough.
Cinematic. Space. Exosphere. On Soma FM.
I think what we're seeing here on the tablet should also be shown down there in the hands. Wouldn't that be cool? You can turn the tablet on, you can see just in your hand what it's showing instead of having to have that up. I wonder if that's possible. I'll bring it up in the forum. Screenshot is taken. And that's all the nickel, huh? I was hoping for another stack of stuff. Because I still have basically one hand free. Well, let's take the iron then. Iron you can't have too much of, like you can't have too many cables. Time to rearrange the solar panel, huh? The sun is very high up. Okay, not right now, but soon. So that it points upwards. I mean, why wouldn't I do that? It's very easy. Click, 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 done. Oh, uranium. Which is super useless. I mean, it has lots of pollutant that might be of interest, but otherwise you can't do anything with it. It's just garbage. And when you get that from your deep miners, you're always like, oh, okay, what am I going to do with this now? At some point, though, I think there's going to be quite the opposite when we have nuclear power. Then it's going to be like, oh, there's uranium! Yeah, but that's not where we're at yet. Oh, more than I can carry. Doesn't matter, there are no storms here though, so these things will stay definitely. Now we can finally start our smelting. Nice. Oh, look at that. What do I do first? Who do I do first? Beep bop. It's the life force. It cannot be resisted. Pure life force. So, 86%. No, I'm not gonna touch this thing for now. Beep. Yeah, downside of this fast opening of the airlock is that loose items will tend to
Hydration critical.
jump right over here into the airlock. 40 degrees. God damn it, we need steel for the things that I need. Anyway, on the clock here. Hydration critical once more. Lights. This too, though that's a solvable problem. Okay, what shall we smelt? Is there a mining... I will just make a mining backpack. Backpack. I can't, why? Because it's the electronics printer. It can't make mining backpacks, you stupid idiot. Backpack takes 6 iron. Do I have iron? I should have iron. I don't have iron. Shameful. But I can just take some iron from somewhere else, yes? Great, this is everything but iron. Right, let's turn down the sound. And maybe you change the sound. The music, I mean, the channel. Nope. Nope. Maybe. So let's stuff everything in here that seems meaningful. 50 iron, 50 iron, 50 coal, another 50 iron, then we would have one nice large stack of steel. I think that would be 200, yep. 50, 100, that would be 200 steel. Sounds a lot, but we're gonna blow through that rather quickly with all the things we want to do. So it would be nice if we could get some more right away, you know, make steel a lot. Then, do we have gold maybe? Extra gold? Oh, I think sadly we do not. We have some... How much gold is there on the ground? We have 46? Okay, 1 is not nothing. Is nothing basically. So this is non-existent. They will now be stacked together. So if I open this again, they will be combined. But you can also get a stacker that does it explicitly, which can also split stacks. This is basically also nothing. Just so I know what I'm talking about, I will just take most of the stuff that's on the ground with me. This is for smelting, and this is for just knowing what I'm doing. You can see that our power problems are kind of smaller now. Things have balanced out somewhat. That's only during the day now. It's, normally it is not this good. Anything else? Oh, yes. Man, we have a lot of coal. So the energy problems, once we have the station battery or two, are a thing of the past. I don't even know where to place that, dude. So we can make steel, but I don't see yet the resources to make electrum or solder. We don't have enough lead. And iron, we also don't have too much. I mean, I'm gonna burn all that by making steel. And I will. And I will actually do that now. So, here's the furnace. This is the input, which we won't need. I will just toss in some ice so we get some burning going. And this is output 2 for liquids. Never used that. Never bothered. This is to unleash that into the environment, which we don't want right now because we want to rather fill this thing. This is to open whatever's in there so that we get it out. I didn't yet put up some chutes. Maybe I could do that while we're at it. I think I have some remaining. There, yep. Curved. No, around the corner, yep. And then the outlet.
Power low.
Bop. Now this will come indoors. Okay, power is... The angle is decreasing. I think the angle benefit. Let's do the thing then. Yep. That was painless. Yeah, before furnacing you might want to save, because it's kind of fickle. So out here we have 0 temperature, but the sun is shining in. So if I now open this stack and this stack to split it, let's see what happens. If I add some volatile, some oxide into my hand, it will evaporate. Okay, so that's a problem. You can see it's just going any place. There's the trick here. The trick is you make sure that your hands are full, then it will toss into the world. This is a very grabby inlet, so you only have to stand like at an angle, not too close, that will be fatal. Stand here and we'll toss some oxide in, bop. Now I can activate the thing so that this opens again. Because the inlet, what's in there, needs to be melted. Once it has been melted, it is in the furnace's body, and then this can open again for the next stuff. So now 2 volatiles. Okay, I have to do this. The next one, though, I will not have to push the button for. Why? Because we already have a burning process going. You can see 900 kilopascals, 1 megapascal, over 1500 Kelvin almost. Volatiles. Okay, now nice fuel mix. Maybe that's even enough for the steel we want to do. I don't think so. I guess we have to put in some more. 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. Yeah, it's important that the mixture is correct. And now what's happening is processing the iron ore, and it would produce an iron ingot. And you can also see here it's green. I could now pull the lever and we get an iron ingot. I, though, do not want that. I want steel. And what we need for steel... we can just look up here, just add the T, you know, it's just my homework for you. And then we get, we need 3/4 iron and 1/4 carbon, I mean coal. In the advanced furnace or the furnace or whatever. This is just all potential recipes. This information here come directly from the game simulation, which knows what it wants to do in a certain situation, and this knowledge is just being presented here. We need at least 1 megapascal of pressure and at least 900 Kelvin of temperature, up to 100 megapascals or up to 100,000 Kelvin. In other words, minimum this, minimum that, the rest is irrelevant. What do we have here? We have 845, which is already too cold. It needs to be 900. And the pressure is more than 1 megapascal, so yeah, that's enough. And it will now grow because the ore has gas, and that gas is now being unleashed into the chamber. By the process of melting this. What's also happening is that the chamber gets colder because there's now more material in there that needs to have temperature, so it's sharing the thermal energy, and so it gets colder overall. For whatever weird reason, the brightness of the furnace is bound to the pressure therein, not to the temperature. I don't know what the idea is there, but okay. Pressure gauge is increasing. Once it's in the reds, or once it's in red, nothing will happen. Because the reds starts at 40 megapascals, I believe, and then we are at 50 here and at 60 over here, and then we're dead. So, and this thing is also rather loud. Maybe we can even hear that. Let's go indoors. No, we can't, because the furnace itself is also in a vacuum. But, I mean, that's a bit weird about the game simulation, but at some point, you know, there are some concessions you have to make for how efficient can this be. If the furnace would be in a room with atmosphere, and then that room would be like over here, and then there would be nothing around it, just lunar atmosphere, lunar situation. And then there's another building in here, which also has atmosphere, and I'm in here and I open my ears, I will hear the furnace rumbling. Whoops. Whoops and whips. Yeah, a bit more, please. This seems like it might be enough. Or not. I mean, I could have tossed in more, you know, who cares about the little bit? But if I can get it like this, then why not? Man, so close, so close. Really? Is it running out of steam just before then? God damn it. Now it's falling as shit. Okay. Let's take a look in there. Oh, where's the atmospheric strip? Oh, there it is. So we have some volatile still in there, very little, and some oxygen. So we have an equal amount, as in 1/3 here, 1/3 there, 2/3 here. That would then turn into that would just burn up evenly. Now, if you look at this thing, you will observe that the switch becomes green because now we can get something out of this. Will produce 400 gram ingot of steel. Show me. Oh. Erection. So now we have steel, and well, since we have a lot of heat in here still, maybe it makes sense to also smelt the other crap. I mean, while we're at it, it's very fast, doesn't cost electricity, and I leave the lever open because I want whatever comes out there to land in there right away. So we can, I could have put a stacker right here so that everything that is of the same type would be stacked. As soon as something of a different type comes along, that stack would have been aborted and would be tossed out and the next stack would begin. So that, I mean, if you look at the locker, the thing over there, you know, the little locker, if you put 50 stack of iron in there, that takes a slot. And if you put 10 of these in there, the locker will be half full already, almost. But you can combine 10 into one ingot, because an ingot can have a size of 500. So smelting all of this and stacking it together will save us a shit ton of space. And this is a space game, so that makes sense. This setup here isn't yet ideal, but okay. Getting there. So a stack on this side would be nice, and on this side a stacker. Then I'd be happy. Well, let's smelt the... Oh, no, there's more of this. Don't even know what the melting point of this is. I just know that the melting point of silicon, of which we melted some stuff just now, here the white stuff, is rather high, and so it is not, if it's not at steel temperature, then that stuff will just not melt. It will come out back as like it came in. That though will then have been degassed. There's no way to tell whether ore has been degassed, except of course by doing the experiment and realizing, okay, there apparently hasn't been any gas in there anymore. That's a bit weird, but okay. There should be an instrument for us to tell that. I mean, we're scientists in space, right? Bonk. Oh, that was too cold? Ah, come on, give me that. Aha, that works. So temperature is, what? 790, and that's enough, not enough to smelt iron. Or is it? It's not. Well. Oh man, almost 400 watts. And so wasteful. But now we will make the station a battery. Yeah, come to daddy. And it's melting. And did you hear that clickety click? When there is some paneling on the floor so that you don't see anything of that anymore, only the front of this guy, then you will still hear the clickety click. So that's fine. Station battery. Where's the steel? Somewhere buried among these things. I will just toss it all in here, whatever. Battery. Kit battery. For that we need 20 gold and 20 copper. With this we could make 2. And this isn't even enough for 1. Which I must realize with a hint of sadness. So if I could get 21 more, that would be very cool. I need to find more gold, man. Oh. Let's do this. Ah, shit. I think we just lost the tablet. And I have to make a new one. Crap. Do you have some gold somewhere, man? Iron. Gold, 47. Yeah, come in. I want to make 2 station batteries because my boards feel big today. Pop. So. And let's see if that is really destroyed. I'm pretty sure it is. As evident by the fact that this thing is currently melting something. Which is not the tablet. And on the other side we don't have a tablet. So that tablet is destroyed. We need an Atmos analyzer cartridge and a tablet. Good thing we have the tool printer. Tablet. What? Oh, is that electronics printer stuff? Are you kidding me? Indeed, 38%. So where will I place that stuff then? And let's make a stacker. I mean, this is too much disorder here. Stacker. 10 iron, 2 copper. So the station battery isn't really big, but we will have an input side, and everything that is coming in from the outside, every generator that we have there, solar, etc., needs to go into the station battery. The station battery I could put, of course, indoors, but why would I? I mean, we have out there, we have the lunar atmosphere, the lunar planet, and it's fine. The station battery doesn't have a problem with that. I think, else the simulation is balked. Because no temperature means no temperature. It doesn't mean cold, it means no temperature. Here we have a stacker, and there are 2 variants depending on which direction you want. There's also the unloader, in which you can toss, for example, a backpack or a mining belt, and it will unload everything that's in there, and also the belt itself will then come out. So here we could just... that's badly placed, man. That's not the right placement. I have a better idea. Which means, of course, that my placement of the bottle filler thing is not good. I didn't think of that. Not a problem, since there isn't much built yet. Have you seen that? Grow light. Battery. And after this I would like a tablet, please. Yeah, believe it or not, these things can be programmed. I can say produce 10 iron sheets and then stop, or just toss out only the gold and such. But this cannot be done with the means that we have here, or maybe with tons of these chips, possibly. I'm not sure if these can do bit shifting, which is what's necessary for that. Where will I put the bottle filler? Here, of course. It's good that we get so many building materials in the beginning. I mean, this was different on main. I mean, it's still different on main. This is beta. This has come in like 5 days ago or 6 days ago. No longer. Before we only had 30 frames and such. Okay, I cannot get around the fact that I have to rewire a lot of things here. But first I would have to get a lot of heavy cables. Solder. Oh shit! To make a tablet, I need solder. Dude, I don't have any solder. I mean, for that I need lead, of which I have little, and iron. I need to find some lead, man. And more gold. So lead and gold, that's interesting. Could I just find lead and turn it into gold? Well, I already suggested, but the devs haven't yet seen that. That once we have nuclear power, why shouldn't there also be molecular transmutation or atomic transmutation if you use enough electricity? So why not be able to turn lead into gold, you know? Heavy cables then. The hell? Heavy cables. This will give me 16. I'm not sure if that's enough. And this will give me like 32. That should be enough for this. That should be enough. And then, how will I wire this up? I have to remove the gas generator. I can already do that. I mean, this guy hasn't been used in a while. But it's good to have it in case we need it. Yeah, careful where you click with these dudes. Because up there, pop, everything's gone. Oh, 500 watts. Just from this little fart here. The moon has really a lot of light. But, you know, Vulcan, like, hold my beer. Wrench required. Vulcan has more, right? Or was it at least the same? I'm not sure. So I don't know, I can just move this or turn this or whatever. The station batteries would have to be here, I would say. And this guy is currently generating 100 watts, and no one cares. Yep, these are the heavy cables. Eight still. Station battery, what does it look like? Yeah, not the best way to show that. Maybe here? Oh, no, the sun is still there. The sun doesn't move. Wow, because it's far away. So here we can see we have the output of electricity and we have the connector of logic, and on the right side we have the input. So to demonstrate, we would have to put this guy down here, for example. Would be good to have some reserves space-wise. I've made the experience. I can actually put this down already. Interesting. So I can prepare things without being completely naked for a while. And we're done. It's finished. Iron sheets. No, steel sheets. Oh, right. I need steel sheets to make this happen. I remember. This is new. But you need only 2 now, not 4. At least says that. So you save a shit ton of iron. Because building stuff out of steel is much cheaper than building it out of iron. Get more for your coin here, you know? Again, the 0.5 concept, yep. It's a bit stupid that they are levitating like this atop each other. But I don't have any horizontal space here. So fuck it. So on the thing, alrighty. What's missing, of course, is that they're getting some electricity. And currently they are not getting any electricity. This dude here is currently not in use. I can move it, no problem. This will not change our current power setup at all. And this is just the reason that I had to use the heavy cables, this guy. Right. Okay, now all we need is some power. I'm inclined to change the solar panel setup right now. Just to do the worst damage possible. Herb. And now, in a few seconds, you see, we're getting solar power. But what good is the power? Well, first, storing the power is a good thing. But we can also pipe it into the station. And on this side, we don't need a heavy cable. As long as we don't draw too much power, you know? I mean, power setup is a bit more complex than this. You can use transformers, you can use fuses. The fuses would make sure that if the cable burns out, it will only burn out where the fuse is and not any other place if you're unlucky. This is the center where everything comes in. Okay. Okay, everything has been disconnected. Let's rewire it. that's the right orientation, so I can assume that it will actually hit. Yeah, you can see it's being charged. Ah, yeah, the battery is already full. Because this battery can deliver a lot of juice, and so yeah. Yep, both are yellow. Battery charger is also powered. The only thing missing is the internal. Ah, okay. And we have done the transition. This thing is now powered by solar power and it goes into the station, and we can also toss in some coal. But I'm not going to do that now. Let's wait for when that makes sense. Okay, a huge solution in regards to electricity. And later, I guess I will just move this dude over one step and point it in that direction to get the most out of the day. Nice. So it's still day. Maybe we can make use of the day to find the things that are necessary. Lead and gold. Maybe I should just make another backpack and just give this a black spray paint job, huh? Ah, fuck. Hey, it's already 1 AM. How long is this video? 5.5 hours. That is one of my longest, is what she said. So, this would be for what I want to mine into. This stays here. This also, forgot to melt that. This I will need. What is this? That is my melty stuffs. Let's just keep that around in here. Anything else? Yeah, there's of course the mining belt. Since we now have steel, maybe we want to make a few large batteries. How's that? Instead of running around with these small little nuptics. Large gold, copper, steel. Yeah, gold is a problem. We don't have enough gold. Copper, we do have. Steel, we also have. In other words, no. We first need to mine. Let's just leave some stuff here that I won't need while I'm on the road. Oh, this I won't also need because no tracking. Good thing it is day. I should use that. Tours are not needed while we're on an excursion. Except if I need some replacement batteries, of course. Speaking of which... Meep! Okay. Well, air. We have enough air. Though, maybe I want to get some more of this. Really, the one place.
Air tank critical.
That's what I think when I'm sitting on the company toilet. I mean, the next room, the restroom of the ladies, of course. How often they use exactly the stall that's exactly behind the wall of the only stall that we have is annoying. I mean, statistically significant, man. I want to have some peace and quiet there, man. Oh, let's go. Mission timer still going? Yep. Gold can be detected easily by moving sideways, and you see something flickering and glintering. Okay, except if it's a vertical pixel problem. I mean, this thing over there, is that... Okay, this is not clear, but over here there's gold. And back there is glintering, definitely where the point is, right there. And that looks like what's the word? Nickel? It is nickel? No, that's lead! Oh man, that's lead. Okay, let's work ourselves backwards to the station then. Nice. That's a good start. Silver we have enough, but gold we should need a ton more. Shit ton of gold. And a shit ton of lead. Then we can make solder. And other stuff. Oh, iron would also be desired. Yep. Once we can make Invar and Constantin, we can upgrade the manufactories, and I can make the heavy mining drill, which is a lawnmower compared to this thing. Yeah, let's make use of the compass. Where is this motherfucker? Am I too far away already? Okay, I didn't take care. Shit. That's a problem. Let's find the lead. I think it was in this direction, I just don't know. That looks like some regular stuff over there. Yeah, I think I'm seeing... Yeah, okay. So that direction, according to the compass, is 0 degrees. I wonder if I can remember that number. There's even some iron here. Sea is much more fun if the day time is slowed, but once we're starting to plant some stuff, you will see it's not that easy. See, normally the game is on a 20-minute timer on every planet, even though the speed of the celestial objects is technically a different one, but they adjusted all the numbers so that ultimately it would come out at 20 minutes. And the plants, they're also on a 20-minute timer. And the plants, they don't just need light, they also need darkness. So per 20-minute period, they will need like... I mean, let's look at the potatoes, for example. Potato. Up it up, what it breathes in, min grow temperature, pressure, gas mixture. Yeah, that's all in there, that's the simulation. So, light per day, 5 minutes, darkness per day, 3 minutes. What does this mean? The day has a duration of 8 minutes? No, it means that during, in one 20-minute leap, if you have had 5 minutes of a day, 5 minutes of light, then that box will be ticked. And you have had 3 minutes of darkness, then that box will be ticked. Whatever else happens is not of relevance. Potatoes are easy in this regard, other plants are more demanding, obviously. So with the darkness, now if I just plop down some hydroponics in my station like this, they will get tons of light during the day and just unceasingly for an hour or so. That will kill them. They will die. And when it's night, then it needs to have some light, so I have a grow light. So the solution, of course, to get that solved properly is you make a dark room, and in that dark room you have the grow light, which is shameful to do on the moon, but I mean, since I already chose to do it with a slow timer, I mean, seriously, the planting, if you see me do that, I don't know if I will do this, I mean, the video is very long, it's rather late, etc., then that is rather simple to do, and the thing that I'm doing there is what you have to do just in a glass box on the moon, and then you're done, period. You don't need the grow light. But what I have to consider this timing problem, and so I will just make an assembly program which will just count in the half-second steps that these programs are executed in. I mean, it's not like line per line is half a second. Haha, that would be ridiculous. But it will execute up to 128 statements in half a second, and then it will force you to take a break. You can, of course, take a break voluntarily, and the program will, the game simulation will recognize that, and then you will not be forced to take another one in the respective time and so forth. That's called a yield statement. Anyway, so I will just count, and let's see, half a second times 2 is 1 second. Times 60 is 1 minute. So 120 steps is 1 minute. So 1,200 steps is 10 minutes. So 2,400 steps is 20 minutes. So I need to count to 2,400 to have a full day loop. And then I can just say, okay, let's make half of that day and half of that night, brightness-wise, you know, to have the light on off. And then the boxes will be ticked, for example. I mean, it seems rather cheap, but that's because that's what it is. And yeah, that's how I can solve the problem of having an asynchronous plant reality simulation versus the planetary reality simulation. Because since I changed the day-night speed, that doesn't affect the anything of the simulation except for the celestial objects. Day-night cycle, basically. It doesn't affect how gas pressure is simulated or anything else. Only that stuff. So that up there is the flare. If I would turn that flare off in the settings, I wouldn't see the sun. I don't know why you can even turn that off. I don't get it, but whatever. I mean, it's a performance issue, then, well, but why would you play the game if you can't see the sun, man? Oh, the game is performing so well. I wonder if they thought that about the culling also, which is so radical. You walk a few steps, the shadow go. You walk a few steps more, some parts go. That was not that bad a month before December. So why? And also, I mean, what kind of concept is that to say, well, the game could use some more speed, so let's just have less game there, which means then more speed. Ha ha ha. I mean, that seems a bit
Filter low.
not even radical. I would call that. Well, to say it in a harmless term, weird. Yep. And talking about weird decisions, there's something else. If you play Europa, that is the moon of Jupiter that you can play, super cold, and is one of the most fun maps to play, because it's not yet too hard, and the real difficulty is because it's so damn cold, but the entire atmosphere is oxygen, so we can benefit from that a lot. And also heat is easy to produce. For example, use the arc furnace, use the coal generator. You can use all that heat. It's easy to make. But anyway, you will look up then and you will see Jupiter in the sky. Majestic, awesome. And it's great to stand there and look at that huge ball and realize that what you're looking at is the ground. Because you're in the air, Europa, you're in the air, you're falling and missing Jupiter. That's what an orbit is. And I mean, if you look at the sun, but that is down right there. But it's more impressive with Jupiter because it's so close by. Anyway, when you do that, and during the day the atmosphere will be blue because it's daylight. The sun is shining onto the planet, and this then is scattered around in the atmosphere, and so the entire atmosphere is blue, it's lit. Now, where Jupiter is, and if it's not lit by the sun, you will have a dark ball in the sky. And someone needs to explain to me how the fuck that can happen. What is causing the darkness? I mean, it's not a shadow, because the sun is clearly visible. Does it mean the atmosphere of Europa is so large that it engulfs the entirety of Jupiter also? That doesn't make sense. I mean, visually it looks nice, really. It looks really nice. But when you think about it, it just doesn't make any sense. Okay, 4 stacks of gold. Not bad. But not enough. I want more. But I saw there was some iron nearby. Let's take that while we're here. Oh, where was that? Yeah, let's take this gold then. And over there seems to be lead. 0 degrees is... Oh, that's not even the direction we came from, which had lead. One thing led to another. When the drill is actually being pressed, when it's actually being used, then it consumes more electricity. That makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, I started a new MIPS playthrough series. 2 episodes are already up, I think. Yeah, it's 2. The third one has been crunching since this morning. It's not yet done. I will just see how far we are here. Channel content, reload. Oh, it's done? Sweet. Let's see what the description says. No, it's not done. It's not done. 90 minutes. But that's usual YouTube, you know. If it's a short compression thing or thought crunching, then you can rely on that. If it's long like this, then when that's over, it will say, it seems to be taking longer. And then it will say, it's taking longer than expected. And that's what you're left with then for another half day. Yeah. 6 comments. Oh yeah, that was by me. 9 likes. Still 10%. Nice. Doop, doop, doop. Lead. Lead. Yep, that's the one I saw. I just realized that my light is off. Finally. It's not like I always forget, but the shadows are really too intense, you know? The game doesn't have any global illumination, which is understandable since that costs a lot of calculation time, but like I keep saying, my opinion is that the overall lightness of a block in the world, like Minecraft block, this kind of concept, could be calculated like in Minecraft in a rough fashion. And then you would have some invisible such block grid, just like Minecraft has that. There was a mod once, and then, okay, I'm not sure about that, but then they made some mod that actually created some smooth lighting, so it would spread that out, even though it was just, even though it was just block by block, it was then smoothed out. And that looked very good. And Notch said, yeah, he didn't want that, didn't want to put that in there and so forth. And eventually, thank God, he caved, because goddamn, it looked so much better than these stupid step-by-step brightness changes. And so I think that could be used in here, that concept. You wouldn't see that brightness, but the moment that you have some shadow, some darkness here, then in this fashion, in this smooth fashion from block to block, the darkest shades could be brightened. There could be the ambient lighting variable of the 3D renderer. They have such a variable, you know, it's like always in there, just like field of view of the camera. So if the game doesn't have field of view control, it's a first-person 3D game, then you know that the developer's just an asshole. Yeah, that's what it is. Because they don't know the size of your setup. They're expecting you now to buy a new television, to buy a new couch, to sit further away, to whatever the fuck they have in mind. Do they not understand the concept? Like most people don't understand the concept of volume sliders? Have you not noticed that most volume sliders, for example, most prominently in the Steam store, the volume slider of the promotion videos of the trailers are not functioning correctly? I mean, you turn them up to maximum, full volume. Do you turn them up to 0 or turn them down to 0? No volume. Do you turn them down a little bit from maximum volume to like 70% maybe from this of the slider position, and it's still full volume. What? Why is that happening? Well, it's because, okay, let's not go into the details, but the thing is, any programmer worth their salt, apparently very few, would perceive that this is happening. They would realize that there is some kind of curve situation going on there, because the closer they get to zero, the faster then indeed, the more powerful then indeed the slider becomes. So finally it is doing something. At the beginning it did basically nothing. So then what would they think? Well, let's say we have the input value, which is the slider value, from 0 to 1. 0 meaning empty, meaning 0, meaning quiet, and 1 meaning full volume. Now we have the sound sample, whatever value that might have, I don't care about the value range there. Now you go and you multiply the sound sample that would be coming out of your speaker, you know, basically the position of the membrane that the computer would program the membrane then to have. You would multiply that position, and thus also the amplitude, with a slider value. And that's what they do, that's what everybody does. And that's what everybody does wrong. Because before you do that, you need to treat the slider value, you need to curve it, basically. And you only need to do that when the slider value changes. So it's not even taking processing time. It's not like, oh well, the game will have to do some calculations there. No, it won't. Only when you actually change the slider value, it will have to happen. Only then. And what has to happen? Well, let's say if you turn down the volume slider from 100% to like 80%, and that basically changes nothing audibly. So what you would need to do is you would have to pretend as if the slider is further down. How can you do that? Well, very simple. Let's just multiply the slider value with itself. 0.8 times 0.8 is 0.64. So that would be further down then. And so we're just squaring that. We're raising it to the power of 2. As an example. This is where we had to go. Yeah, and then that has improved. This is not enough though, so I experimented a bit and found out that raising to the power of 3, as in x times x times x, is a bit too much. So I landed on 2.7, and then I realized 2.7? 2.7 something is Euler's number. Like the mirroring of the logarithm, the exponential function and so forth. So that fits, doesn't it? It's also being used for what's the term? When you borrow money from the bank, or when you put money on your bank account and you get money from them. I don't know the fucking term right now. And so it has to be calculated in a way. Like when you say, let's say we divide the year by 2, and then you get half the amount of whatever that is. Or what was it? Anyway, this is about then dividing the year basically in an infinite amount of little slices. And what is the number then that you have to multiply stuff with so that you get to the correct outcome? The number is Euler's number, 2.7 something. And that kind of fits the slider situation. But anyway, the point is, it is very, 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 very easy to spot and to fix. There's no excuse that everybody does this wrong, and cool enough, Stationeers does it right. Why everybody's doing it wrong, I don't know, because I think indeed that would warrant actually some scientific investigation, since, I mean, we have a mass phenomenon. Everybody's using volume sliders every day. Why is no one observing this and ultimately fixing this? Why is this somehow a black hole in the consciousness of the world? Is that related to the apocalypse somehow, which is going on? But I'm not going to go into that again. Yeah, sure, you know better. Or is that, I mean, what's going on there? Why? Why is everybody doing that wrong? Just multiply the slider value with itself 2 times. It's not the correct value, but at least much better than what we have. And Shazam, problem solved. Is that so fucking hard? Can you not hear that your volume slider is not operating correctly? And that's the thing. They can hear that. Because for a few years now, we have been having a few games that were delivered with the slider settings being half down by default. Hey Google, turn off the fan. And I mean, that's ridiculous. Instead of realizing that something's wrong with the sliders or what to do about the slider, they're just saying, okay, the top half doesn't do much, let's slide them down then to half right away. Ha ha ha, what a solution, you fucking idiots. I have no clue how I got to that topic. So we have some lead, we have some gold, we have some more lead even. Getting some iron. Yeah, I think it was about the field of view. So people, I mean, so let's say the ambient, okay, when you have, let's say you design a material for a 3D rendering algorithm for a game or for a Blender or whatever, then you have various parameters, base parameters. Of course, you can go sophisticated and have more like these, but the foundational ones are, for example, ambient lighting. So let's have a sphere, and the sphere is now, for demonstration purposes, in the material editor being lit from one side. Now you can design the specularity, which means that how metallic will that thing seem? How much will that light that is coming from one side be kind of concentrated on one point? Basically, how rough will the material surface be? How diffuse will the light be reflected? Then there's also the ambient light factor. If that is 0, or the ambient light color rather, if that is 0, then every part of the sphere that is not hit by any light will just be black. And here in this game, we have during the night, even you can see something on the moon. But anyway, I'm saying that here, down there, I turn off the light, where it's dark. Is that black? No, it's not black, it's just dark.
Waste tank caution.
And I'm saying that if the surrounding world isn't that dark, then shouldn't the ambient value of the renderer in that place just be set to that higher value that has been interpolated box by box? Is that really too much to render? Is that really too much to calculate? Okay, in Minecraft, when the lighting situation would change, that was related to torches being moved to a different place, and that was related to the sun, of course, to day-night cycle. And here we have shadow casting and all that stuff, so that's not so easy. And I don't know the first thing about implementing matrix calculations for 3D transformations. So maybe it is indeed hard to do. Okay, that may well be so. But I wonder if it has been considered. That's the point, you know? Because the concept seems not so hard to on the processor, you know? And that's one of the key problems they'd have. And then we would have some nice, you know, where it's bright, we would have some impression of ambient lighting, of global illumination. So let's go back and make solder. Can we actually get some more iron while we're at it? I mean, iron is really what you can't have too much of. Case in point, we have too little. Direction is 70 degrees. Coal, huh? No thanks, we have enough of that. Nickel. Not sure if I want more of this stuff now. Oh well. Yeah, the sun is already in the process of going down, and I haven't even turned the solar panels, so we're wasting daylight here. Oh, what's happening? Oh man, what's happening? It indeed fell through the world. Ridiculous. That's possible. Good thing we have a jetpack. 70, you say? 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, 70, look. Ah, there it is. I need more iron, please. There's copper. Copper is also nice, but I need iron. Yeah, nice, but no cigar. Something else, please. More gold? I don't object. $260. Lots of mining going on, man. If you want to skip the boring parts, I guess you can skip about 1/3 of the video, huh? No, you tell me! What, you find that interesting? What I just said? No. Uh-huh. But we have two station batteries, so if I toss in like 30 coal or 25, which is half a stack, they would both be charged up significantly, and that will last us for multiple days. These things have so much juice. I mean, imagine if we have a large battery charger, it will charge, I think 500 watts per battery that is in there. If you have a small battery charger, that charges 200 watts per battery, I believe. Someone commented that today on YouTube. Very cool. I didn't know that. And then we also have the area power controller, which also charges batteries. I don't know with how much power they charge those. That might be 1,000. Or maybe only 500 watts or something. But anyway, let's say it's 1,000. And we have two of these up. And we have the 20 kilowatts coming from the coal generator. So that would be 2,000 watts then, going into our storage system. But with the station batteries, we can actually take the whole 20. So we get 10 times the amount of electricity out of the coal. 10 times. At least, if it's not 20. I mean, I don't know how much charge they can actually take, these iron. Area power controller battery chargers. Iron! Come on! No, you find copper now. Asshole. Wait, is that a problem if I put them like this? I mean, this row will just disappear now, right? No? Let's go home. And take a little bit more of that sunlight with us. How much is it taking? 0. The 0 is not the amount that I wanted to hear. And now it's taking 300 watts. Ha 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 hee 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 ho ho ho. In other words, shit. I need to get the heavy cable from indoors. In other words, yeah, we want the proper solar panel that can be... Will you stay in there, pointed at the sun? Cable, 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 cable. You're kidding me. Just when it's about to hide behind the earth? Stupid earth. Someone should destroy it. Silver. There's so much coal. The energy problems are a thing of the past. So then, let's see. Where do we have all the stuff, organization-wise, for smelting? I want to make lots of electrum, for which we need lots of silver, which I should have. Right, I already smelted that. I mean, it's not a problem, I can just use the smelted version then. 50 grams. 50 grams, so more gold then. Come on. What's my mouse doing? This stays here. Oh, what am I doing? This can be smelted while I'm at it. Oh, and another thing. This should be changed so that I can stack this up. Where is the labeler? Here we go. Because the labeler can be used also to set this value here of the wheel. Instead of clicking 500 times or 50 times, I will just boop, do this, and now we have the value set. 500. Yeah, sun. I mean, getting some kind of flash here. You need some shoots. Yep. I mean, we need about 3 more, I think. Or 2 even. Let's see. This is one that we have extra. I only need 1. I needed 0. I had all of them already. So we go here. This will just be straight. Then I want to... What's its name? This guy. Corner. And more corner. Bub solved. Now this thing needs to be powered. Do we have any cables lying around here already? Quasi. So that's that. Just a moment. So, it's electrum. Then we also want to make solder, for which we will need iron and lead. Iron and lead. Oh, I don't have enough iron. You're kidding me. I'll just use this then. So, solder, iron. That's what I want to do now. And the rest I want to toss in there and stack it up. And the reason that I put this here, and I realized, no, I don't have enough chutes. Where is the tool thingy? There it is. Here we go. Because here we need a junction chute, which allows me to pipe from the left to the right, but also from the top into it. And then I need actually, yeah, indeed 2 more chutes to throw stuff in. So I can use the stacker not just for smelting, but also manually. Like this, for example. Here we have 150 silicon and 200 nickel. See, that's what I'm talking about. Do we have the materials for smelting? Probably, but where are they? Here, I guess. Man, the screen is getting so fucking crowded. Wow. Just wow.
Power low.
I want to smelt this stuff, but what I want to smelt as an actual recipe are these thingies with the silver. And the recipe for that is up to 2.4 megapascals and rather hot, I believe.
Critical.
Yeah. Yeah, this thing should basically have 0 efficiency now. Still 200 watts. If I'm flying high, sometimes I can see the sun even though it's already behind the horizon. I wonder if that means if I make a tall tower that the solar panel would also work still at the top. That might well be so. Ah shit, I forgot something. I can now not see what's in here. Can only look here. Can see we have 18 megapascals of 500 degrees, 500 Kelvin crap, which should be like 200-ish Celsius. But I need to get rid of that before I can use this thing now to make the electrum. That wasn't well planned. Also, if I wouldn't have released this now, at some point it would have become so cold that some stuff becomes liquid. Then this pipe gets damaged, explodes, and everything is released into the environment.
Hydration critical.
Okay, let's go indoors and drink some. Good thing we have a 2 atmosphere separation airlock here. That would otherwise not be so nice. Maybe we can already start with the, or finally start with the construction of our drinky thingy. So here we have the pipe utilities liquid. The same thing exists for gas pipes also. I don't want some tank, you know. But see the wait, the music is a bit screamy. Well, why not? So see, these inline tanks, which also exist for gas pipes, have the following purpose. They just increase the volume of what we have here. This is like 20 liters, this is 20 liters, and if this were a gas pipe it would be 10 liters. You can look all that up easily in the Stationpedia. And so these together are one volume, and with this the volume is much larger, and the volume that can make sense. For example here, if the volume of this pipe up there would be much higher, if it would for example be 8,000 liters, then the entirety of an entire room box would fit in there. And so if this thing would try to fill this room box with the average pressure that we have in here, guess what? That's the amount of gas that would be in that pipe then, and that could then be done in a second, very, very quickly. That's what those tanks are good for. And there also exists an insulated variant of these. Then we have the big one, And then we have, of course, the pipe utility, liquid tank storage, which even has this connector where we can read out the values. And we can even detect which tank is in there, which is meaningful if we want to automatically refill them without overpressurizing them, because they have a pressure limit. These can take 10 megapascals. The liquid tanks, I'm not sure. I would not say anything about that then. What's the temperature? Oh my god, we have 66 degrees Celsius in here. God damn it, that's a problem. So let's work on... let's do the smelting then, so we can have the gold and the and whatever we need to make the and so forth. And I need... oh man, this is really close, man. This is all cutting it very close. Okay, let's do the thing then. I hope we still have enough time. I mean, there's usually a way, but I'm just saying. 4 megapascals still. That is way more than I can accept. I have to wait. I have to wait a bit more. The advanced furnace has pumps built in to pump fuel gas into them and also to pump the stuff that's in the chamber out of them. So to reduce the pressure in an advanced furnace to 0, it's super fast. It takes electricity, but it's super fast.
Hunger critical.
Can we see the temperature here? Oh yeah, we can. 293 Kelvin. Let's see, 273.15 is 0. 293, that's 20 degrees still. So this guy remains unimpressed by the room's temperature because it's so much water, I guess. What about the fuel tank? Yeah, we cannot see that here because it doesn't have a gauge for whatever stupid reason. Here we can see it. Why ever. 293, alright. And here we have the oxygen, which is at 311. Okay, that's a bit more. That's 35-ish degrees or something. 293 is 20. 303 then is 30. Yeah, that would be almost 40 degrees. Dude. Ooh, that's hot.
Air tank critical.
Let's take that before it gets even hotter. So let's refill the bottles then. I will just dunk this empty tank canister in here. If I find the inlet. That's what she said. So let's dunk it here, and turning this on would help if there were electricity. I will also need ceiling lights, so no. So let's use that cable at the ceiling. More cables, please. More copper, please. Let's make 100, whatever. You're gonna need them at some point. The pressure out there should be rather low by now, so maybe we can finally start. Sound change. More sound change. And then the water ceased. Needs to be more water in there. Bip. Bop. Bip.
Temperature high.
So let's solve this then. Still producing? Already done? Oh, that's because I changed the cable network. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I hope that we can just show on the road now. Pressure is low enough. Let's close this up and toss some fuel in. It's not melting in my hand. Good. Already burning. Okay, let's put in the material for making what's its face? Electrum. How are we doing power-wise? Oh, one of them is even not blinking, it's stable. Okay, good. So, what do we have? We have a pressure of 5 megapascals, way too high. Temperature might be, I don't know, let's see. Electrum. To make an ingot electrum, we need a temperature of 600K plus. I mean 100 kK, that's basically means infinite, doesn't matter. And a pressure of 800 to 2.4 megapascals in a 1-to-1 mixture of gold and silver, which we have. So 600K and 800 to 2.4. 800 to 2.4 and 600K. So if this keeps nosediving like this, then this will actually happen. .9, 2.8, 2.7, 2.6, 2.5, 2.4. And is green. Produces 300 grams of ingot electrum, which is now in the stacker. So now that this thing is empty, we can continue with the solder. Oh right, I need more iron. I didn't think of that. Shit, I need to do that first. Oh no, there it is, right, I did think of this. The airlock doesn't care how often you cycle it. Of course it costs electricity, but it's not like you can irritate it and then it will not be done yet or whatever. This is reliable, it's safe. Putting this stuff in will of course cool down the furnace a bit. Oh, and we already we have to achieve 550. And we're already almost there. In other words, I have to actually heat it up a bit more. Oh, what's going on? Let's see. Solder. It requires a pressure of 1 megapascals and up, and 350 to 550 K. We have 1 megapascal and up. And 350 to 550 is, I think, exactly where we'll land. So, like I always say, it's best to first do the electrum and then do the solar. It will land just right, and shazam, we have a green light, and we'll get 300 grams of solder. And there's our electrum. Oh, I forgot to turn that on? Anyway, that has been made. Let's open this and forget about it. Oh, right, I wanted to also melt the other stuff. Why didn't this come out? What is happening? What is happening? Dude, am I stupid? Where is the stuff? Oh, there are cables. Who would have thunk that? There's no more power here. Oh, that's what's going on. That's why the stacker isn't doing what it's supposed to. Well, then behold the power of the coal burner. Oh, I realized that we have power up there, but the lower battery has already been sucked dry. The upper battery isn't even connected. That's hilarious, man. Let's just connect it. And then I have to refuel the furnace because I forgot to smelt all the other stuff. Yeah, that happens easily that you forget such a thing. There. electrum, and in there's now the solder. It has no reason to come out because the stack size of 500 hasn't yet been reached. But anyway, you can see now the upper one is still stable, the lower one is blinking. I don't know where the I don't know where the lower one is now getting electricity. I mean, where's that coming from? I mean, the lower one was completely dark. What was happening there, man? Anyway, so let's burn a little bit of coal, and I would say half a stack, to see what kind of damage we're doing with that. Split coal half, toss in, see what happens. Bep. Yep, very much powerful. So, let's make this hot in here. And toss stuff in. And there's our solder. Seriously, an input stack would help. Of chutes, I mean. I have to keep looking at the pressure, because whatever we toss in here will also unleash more gas, and if this thing reaches 60 megapascals, we're dead. So, not something you wanna see happen. Too bad we can't hear that thing out here. Time for some nickel. Pressure? Okay. Temperature? Hot enough, over 1000 Kelvin.
We really don't understand the importance of our culture, our environment, our ecology. What's coming down this line? You all are just acting it out the way you know how to act out. I'm really sorry. Are you sorry or forgive me?
Everything that can be smelted has been smelted. We're done. Thank you and good night. Let's flip this thing around already for the morning. Yo, half a stack of coal, and now we have 2 station batteries, more than half charged. Now that's impressive. They will last for a while. With the solder, we should now be capable... Where's the solder? To get this thing to make us a nice tablet. A stacker here would also have been nice, huh? 63 degrees, man. It's too hot in here. Need a cooling solution. First the tablet. I want to be able to measure stuff. Tablet. 2 grams gold, 3 grams copper. Then an Atmos analyzer. Or do we already have that? I mean, didn't we have a tracker chip? That's the tracker. Okay, so we need the Atmos analyzer. What? Oh, more iron. Ah, shit. Oh, and a battery, yeah. Yeah, a little bit of pollutant, most of it is oxygen, a little bit of nitrogen, and a little bit of CO2. Enough for the plants. Look at that. Look at that parade out there. Okay, next order of business, cooling solution. For that we need pipe radiators, which needs gold and steel. Did I just make a shit ton of steel? There's a lot of steel in here, let's just like that then.
Health low.
Health low, okay, let's do something about that. Let's eat something. Again, just click very shortly.
Temperature high.
And then longer.
Hunger, caution. Power low.
These things will now be constantly charged by the station battery. This is our big back buffer here. Okay, what do we need to make these radiators? We need lots of gold. We have lots of gold. Print. Now we need lots of pipes and we need 2 active vents. And then we will have a very good cooling solution very quickly. I will make the cooling solution on the roof. I need lots of pipes for that. I cannot make the pipes right now. These are the pipe radiators. These are for convection. For when you have some atmosphere out there, they are very strong. But if you have no atmosphere, then their radiation cooling will still be stronger than just the pipe alone, as far as I understand. But these are particularly for radiation cooling, not as strong as convection, but still, if you have a radiation situation like here, where there's a vacuum out there, then you use these and you will have success, as you will soon see. So, maybe we can already make the IC10. For programming. Gold and steel. Do we have some steel somewhere? Did I really not make any more steel? Probably confusing it with another playthrough right now. That's wicked with the screen, huh? $10 and $4. Not enough. Let's steel. I need to flip that a bit. How much steel we have? 330. Let's split that by 200. Yeah. Go. IC10. Oh, 1 gold. Ah, damn, I don't have any gold lying around here. Crap. split this then by like 50 or whatever. Keep going. And now an IC10 please, thank you. So here we have 10 radiators and here we have another 10 radiators. Let's make more even to have a really powerful cooling solution. How many resources are left? We need 3 gold and 2 steel. And if I make 10 more, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'm blowing through resources here, but this is the cooling solution. How many of these do you need in your box here, right? And this is not the station, it's just the beginning. In a proper playthrough, I don't know how far I will take this. God damn it, it's still the first video. Insane. 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 Yeah, kind of. So now we have the IC10 here, which can be programmed. For that though, we need a housing. Housing. And what we also need is a computer. Not a computer, that's for vampires, a computer. Ah shit, that was stupid. Oh, we have 10. Wait, wait. 10, 10, and 10. Now I would like to have pipes. Because of those, now we need many. But before I make that, let's make an active vent or rather 2. For that we need iron and copper. Where's the iron? Is that all? Do we not have more iron in there to make pipes? One pipe, ha ha ha, hee ho and ho ho also. I don't know why I stopped it. A pipe to liquid? No, I need pipes, just pipes. Little shortcut in the head, huh? Short circuit. So computer, now we need the IC10 programming board for the computer, because also the computer, IC editor, motherboard are space hardened stuff, so you can't just install an app or whatever, you need hardware. And then we need the housing. Housing. So where will I put this? Needs to be an electricity connection. We already have one here. So we can pump the station's atmosphere out here. And then I don't know where it pumps in again, depends on how we lay the pipes. That is a more heavyweight problem, a more heavyweight decision-making aspect of the whole project. So let's use that as a foundation for where we decide to put the other active vent. Alrighty. Where would the computer be? Here in this corner maybe? Yeah, let's put it here, whatever. Suddenly things get interesting, don't they? So far I was bored, yeah, but it's now interesting, indeed. I wonder when I make these voices if anyone thinks that I'm actually thinking of it like that. I don't think of you at all. I mean, as an imagination. How the fuck would I know who you are, who I will meet the next day, who will watch these videos, what they will be thinking, or drinking. So, chip. If I throw this and it lands on me, will I have a chip on my shoulder? Yep. Just connect everything with everything as per usual. It's not necessarily the approach, but it's definitely not wrong here. Okay, this is ready. We can just start programming. But I will go into that soon. First, we need to make sure that we don't burn up in here. Pipes. Pipes, pipes, and pipes, and pipes, pipes, and pipes, peeps, pipes. Where's... There it is.
Filter low.
Yes, sure. I mean, the filter is low. Actually, the nitrogen filter is fucking low. We need to make a new one. Nitrogen filter. And while we're at it, let's make another carbon dioxide filter. And then we don't have enough iron for that. An interesting problem, I would say. So here we would pump station atmosphere out there, and of course we need to go upwards to get a little bit of distance from the station, only a little bit. I don't need this really. I would just pump a station atmosphere out there through this pipe network, which will have all these radiation coolers, and then I pump it back in. Damn it, now I need it. I guess I want to pump it back in here. So, how many radiators do we have? 20-ish, huh? Oh, I have 30. Not bad at all. More pipes. How many do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's make 10. But I cannot make 10 pipes. This smells like a problem. Can only make 5. Priorities. Then we can also make the dioxide filter. Yep. Ah shit, too early. Zu früh! Das war zu früh! 61 degrees, man. Like I said, we started with like 0 degrees, and it will get hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter, and that's where we are right now. If you want to just leave the stuff in here to cool down, then you don't need this many radiators, really not. But this is just live cooling, it's just pumping it through and then expect it to get colder. So I want to use more radiators. Okay, this is a bit naked, but okay, doesn't matter. Main thing is it will work, it will. Batteries, looking good. They're just completely unimpressed by what's going on in here. Active vent, active vent, active vent, active vent. Oh, here we go. Seriously? Ah. How late is it? Oh, 2 in the morning, man. So late. What will mother say? Oh. Alrighty, so let's turn this thing on so it sucks into the room, which it already does. Now let's turn this thing on so it sucks out of the room. And realize we need a cable up here. Again. So we should now observe the temperature decrease. Hypothetically. Let's see if we do. Huh. Somehow it's not what I'm seeing. I expected this to actually work, based upon tons of experience with this device. Maybe I'm pumping it empty too quickly. Maybe it should simmer a bit. Let's see what the temperature up there is doing. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That's glorious. Let's pump it back in, see what happens. Room temperature now no longer 61 degrees. Instead we have 45. Is that a powerful cooling system or what? Man, I have to turn this off. Wait, what? Oh, I was looking, I was looking at the pipe itself instead of at the room temperature. But now it's already, you know, I could say the room temperature is half, but everybody who has ever used Kelvin or knows what thermal energy is would say, anyway, it's a lot less now. From 61 down to this. Dude, impressive, isn't it? And all we did was pump the station air through this radiation cooling concept and badam. So let's pump everything back in. So until the pipe is empty, it is empty. Turn it off, and the only thing left is automation for this, and guess what? Mama nap. So, man, what a success story. But we're not done yet successing. Let's use Monsieur Labeler and call this thing cooling vent out. This is where we pump out. I mean, it doesn't matter which one is which, I just have to make a choice. Cooling vent in. Okay, before I keep going, I need also a sensor to detect the pressure and temperature in here. Sensor, I mean we have one in the airlock, but that is for the airlock obviously. Okay, that thing has no resources, but you can make this sensor with this new dude also. So this is where it gets pumped back in. So where things then are cold, basically. And here is where it's hot. But okay, I will just put it in the middle. Put it in the middle. And while we're at it, I mean, we are rich. We are rich, are we not? We have lots of electricity now. And if we need more electricity, I will just dump in some coal. We have tons of coal also. And later we'll put up some more solar panels, some more batteries. Then we have a buffer that will hold us through the night, that is charged during the day. Yeah, that's gonna work. Do you feel the fever already to play this fucking game? Oh no, no one's watching anymore at this point, huh? Too long the video. Fuck you. So let's go here, copy that, and then here, and name that also cooling sense. Well, that's actually not for the cooling, it's general cooling. So sense gas inner. We also have a sense gas outer. That doesn't make sense. Outer is always 0, so let's just call it sense gas. 18 degrees, man. Haha. I also need to find out what the pressure in that pipe up there is. For that we need a pipe analyzer. No, that's the liquid one. We need this one. Electrum. Don't mind if I do. So what I wanted to say is we could put up some lights. No resources. I think we can make lights with this thing also. What do we need for a light? Iron, gold, copper. Humph. Silicon? What's happening? Should I change that? Okay. Righty, now some silicon, please. So this thing needs to be placed out there. I close the helmet. I for internals, lol, 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 lol. I mean, the pipe thingy doesn't have to be... What am I doing? It's much more wise to put that indoors. I would just make an extra pipe. And that's that then. But before we do anything further, I want to see something in here. Behold. Oh my god, this is so different. So different than all the time this stupid flashlight. Now this feels like a station, even though it's very garbagey in here. Getting there. Pipes. Did I not have more pipes? Oh, I do have more pipes. And I need more pipes. For this. Pipe analyzer, no pressure, no temperature, capacity, blah blah blah, liquid volume, blah blah blah. Oh, the shadow casting up there is a bit jarring, but okay. Finally, it feels like a place instead of outer space. So let's name things. Cooling anal. So starting the programming. I will first type things out and later talk about it. Define. And this is because they put a typo in, and so we have to all live with this. Whoops, that's not the right one. So now we know the temperature indoors.
Welcome to Exosphere.
If it's greater than 25 degrees, that's too hot, so we need to cool. That's what we know now. The cooling step is not yet taking place. We just have decided whether 1 or 0, what the situation is. So I need to load from the pipe analyzer something. Oh, first I need to set that thing up. SBN in lock 1, so I can't accidentally turn it off. And then I want to turn it on. Because it would be bad if I don't know the state of the pipe when I control its pressure automatically. So now load badge named from the thing. What do we want to know? What am I doing? I'm loading from the pipe analyzer the pressure into R0. As long as the pressure is... Yeah, okay. Let's... Okay, this initial... Okay, let's start at the top here. First, I will initialize all devices. So I'm saying the pipe analyzer, you are locked, so a human cannot interact with it, and it shall be on. Then I will tell the active vents, both of them, what their mode shall be. For example, the active vent in that sucks into the room must be set to mode 0, which sucks into the room. The one that sucks out of the room must be set to mode 1, which means exactly that. It sucks into its pipe network, it sucks away from where it is placed. That is something that needs to happen unconditionally. Now the one that sucks in needs to be turned on depending on whether there's pressure in the pipe. As soon as there's pressure in the pipe, it needs to be turned on, but that's not true. We have detected that the pressure being too low makes the cooling inefficient, so things get a bit more complicated. Well, I guess we can just say we are either in a too hot or in a not too hot situation. So instead of using this register to express whether it's too hot, I will just have two program parts. One will be for the too hot and one not. So branch if greater than R0 25, then we jump to too hot. Too hot, this will be this stuff, and this is not too hot, and there will be other things. In the not too hot situation, I will just load whether there's pressure on the pipe. If there's pressure on the pipe in a not too hot situation, then what I certainly want to do is I want to suck the pipe dry. So write batch named into class vent ins vent in, the one that sucks into the room, that shall be on whenever there's pressure in the pipe. And the other one that sucks out must be off, since it doesn't have any reason to be on, because it is not too hot. Since I might be using this chip also for other things, since we have this amount of code available, I will just end the overall block here, cooling done. And of course we have to jump here, from here, else the too hot part would also be executed. That's not good. I could also have done jump start, but like I said, there's more that could be done here. Could, for example, also control the arc furnace while we're at it, and remove those stupid chips. Define class arc hash structure arc furnace. Alright. Then I'm loading load batch into R0, whether the arc furnace's 0 slot is occupied, and then I will just write that information back to the arc furnace into the on logic, no, into the activate logic value, and that's the arc furnace. Now the chips can be removed. Let me first save that overall thing, because it would suck if I would lose this. Continue. So before I go into programming the rest of it, let's explain first what I'm doing here. This is not a total beginner explanation, since it is a bit too late. I don't want to go into that right now. But I'm defining some numbers here. This is a number. That is also a number. It's only I'm writing a human word here, which is in a placeholder that holds that number. The number that I'm writing there is structure arc furnace. What does that mean? Well, I said already that we have the kits and we have the things that we can build from them. This is the item kit arc furnace, and from this I can build several things. No, only one in this case. Pop. And what we can build here is the structure arc furnace. So when I put this up there in the code, what am I doing? I'm turning this text into a number. Into which number am I turning this text? This number. I could also put up this number, but obviously I can't remember this number. This text, however, can easily be reassembled in your head. So I will just do this. I say hash this, so I get that. And what does that do then? Well, then in this code I have a reference to this type of device. And down here I'm saying load batch from let's write that again. Load batch slot into which register. I have variables in this programming language, 16 of them, and they are just registered, which can hold a number, R0, 1, 2, and so forth, up to R15. And I'm loading into any register that I choose. They're all free. I'm loading, now I need to know from which device type. I'm loading from any and all arc furnaces that happen to be connected to the cable network. And from which slot do I want to load? The first one. How do I know this? Arc furnace, we can see here, slots, import 0, export 1. So that's the one I use. And what values can I read and write and so forth? That's here. And per slot, these are the values that I can read and write, for example, whether the slot is occupied. Like I said, I know it's a bit fast, but I don't have the time right now. So, compressed knowledge, just rewind the video and watch it again. I think it's all there. So I'm defining this constant here, and I'm saying it is the type arc furnace. Ultimately, this is just a number. This is just a word that stands for a number. The software doesn't care what this means, what it does. It cares though when I use this command, because then suddenly it's used in a context, in a certain situation. And this situation requires me to give it a type. And this type I could have given, for example, by copying this text here that is marked now. I could just copy this and place it here. That would do the same thing. But since I'm addressing this twice, which is in this line and in the other line, I will just do it elegantly and define it once here, and then, you know, less redundancy. So I'm loading from slot 0, the import slot, the logic information occupied. Since this is a batch load command, I have potentially multiple values. So once again I have to define the method, like with the logic chip where you could use the screw. And the method is sum. I want to add all of them up. Why would I do that? Because I know I only have one arc furnace, and sum is the purest form of dealing with multiple values that I know of. Because if we have an integer value and another integer value, if I add both of them, we will again have an integer value. But average, for example, implies some kind of division, and I don't want to even touch that kind of code. I just want to, you know, it's just an ickiness in my head. So I'm just saying sum, that's it. I'm loading from all the arc furnaces from slot 0. That's why I'm saying load batch slot instead of just load batch. Whether the slot is occupied, and this information then, which will be a 0 or 1, and it's a 1 if the slot is occupied, I'm writing that back to all the arc furnaces. This is the counterpart to LB, load batch, write batch, to all arc furnaces, activate whatever the value was. And so when something's in the arc furnace, it will be activated. This here is something else. Here I'm saying write batch named. That is a different write batch thing, because you can't just write. You cannot just also write to all types, to all devices of one type. But you can also say I want to write to all devices of this type on the cable network that happen to have this name. And you can see here, cooling anal was cooling for the cooling pipe analyzer. Is the name that the thing has. And I'm turning that once again into a number. And here I'm saying all of the pipe analyzers on the local cable network that happen to have this name, lock them and turn them on. Which will then, by the way, in which I have implemented the station and named things, only be one device. And that is how you can do that. You could also instead say write directly and then give the ID number of the device, which I would then have to look up with the configuration cartridge in the tablet. That is also possible. But then if I would dismantle the pipe analyzer and would build it up again, this number would have changed. For example, to this one. This number will never be used again, and then the code will be broken. But if I build up the pipe analyzer again and name it again in this way, then this code will still work. The downside is that the SD and LD commands, load directly and write directly, they will tell me if there's a problem, if the device doesn't exist. While this here, this write batch thingy, will not tell me an error. But I have made very good experiences with this, so I mean, we will see if it works. If I run this code, the pipe analyzer should be turning on, and it should be unable to turn it off manually. Not because it's being turned on repeatedly, because it is, but because I can't even begin to turn it off, because it's locked. So here I'm telling the active vent in, which is supposed to pump into the room, that is mode 0. Which I happen to know is the mode that is safe, the default that pumps into the room. Like imagine you're standing in an airlock box and you're installing a pump like this, and its default would be to expose it to a vacuum. Not good. So pumping in shall suck from the pipe network into the room, and the one that sucks from the room outwards is the other mode. That's what I'm preparing here. I'm writing that repeatedly again and again. It doesn't hurt. The computer doesn't care. And so I'm doing this because that's safer than producing any kinds of special shenanigans where I would write that only once and so forth. Though arguably I could go and put that up here, but you will notice I haven't locked the devices. I could also lock these devices, yes, but maybe it's more safe for me to be able to operate them. I mean, what if there's something fucked up with the cooling system? Then I want to be able to just turn the chip off and then operate the devices manually. Once they're locked, I can't do that, even if the code is no longer running. I would first have to unlock them. That's more stress, more panic, possibly destruction and death, so I'm not going to lock them. So here I'm loading from the, hypothetically, from the pipe, from the gas sensor in the room, load batch named into register R0, from the gas sensor that is named like this, the temperature, and that will be in Kelvin. So I'm subtracting from that 273.15. So if we would have effectively 0 Celsius, then after this we would indeed have a 0 in this register. Never mind that I'm using the same register. What's happening here is I'm subtracting from this register this value, and this will then be executed, and then a result will exist. And when the result exists, it will afterwards be written into whatever is written here. And that happens to be the same register, but that doesn't matter. I don't need the kelvins anymore. Now I'm saying branch if greater than, if R0 is greater than 25 into too hot. But if that's not the case, then I'm just continue running here. That's just a comment line. I can also write a comment here. And then I'm saying when it's not too hot, then I'm loading from the pipe analyzer the pressure. And if the pressure... oh right, I forgot some. I have to write into register R0. Yeah. So here I'm saying check register R0 if it is greater than 0. Alternatively, I could also do this. This has the same meaning. So it's arbitrary, but I'm doing this. So if register R0 is greater than 0, then that is true. And the truth value, 1, shall then be written in here. So if we have pressure in here, any pressure that is greater than 0, then we will have a 1 in here. And so this means the vent that sucks into the room from the pipe shall have the on value 1. So it will suck the pipe dry. Once the pipe is empty, it will no longer do that. But that is only for the situation when the room is not too hot. Well, and of course the sucking out vent will then be off. In the too hot situation, I know for certain that what I need. Do I know that? Maybe I need to balance things out. I'm not sure. I cannot. I see. I don't know if which vent will be winning. I mean, there might be situations where the pressure will just keep increasing in the pipe, or where the pressure, like we just experienced, will just not be hot enough. And I don't want that. So I would now have to kind of balance out the pressure in the pipe. How can I do that? Well, the goal here in the too hot situation is that I achieve some kind of minimum pressure. I think we can say that's definitely the case. In the too hot situation of the room, I definitely want to achieve a minimum pressure. I also want to achieve a maximum pressure. So we can say if the pressure is less than this and this, I want to pump something. Okay, that's already the answer then. I will once again load the pressure. In other words, I can just load the pressure as the first thing. But let's not do that. Let's keep the program parts completely separate. So in the too hot situation, I'm loading into register R0 the pressure in the pipe. And then I'm writing into a different register because I will need the pressure again. If the pressure is greater, if the pressure is less than into R1, I write that. See, the first thing you always have to give is the target. Here I'm saying write batch named. Where do we want to write? Here. I can also say move R0 10. Now I'm writing into register R0 the value 10. I can also say subtract from this and so forth, but the first thing it always wants to know is where shall the value then be stored. When I load, it wants to know where, and when I write somewhere, like here, it wants to know where. It always first wants to know where. So I'm saying write into register R0 whether a value is less than. Which value? If R0, which is the pressure in the pipe, is less than 1000, and 1000, that is 1000 kilopascals, because that's the unit used here. That's something you just have to know. Like all the rest. So if R0 is less than 1000, then R1 will be 1. And in only that situation, I want to pump into that pipe. Or how does this work? Let's say less than 500. Let's say this, if it is, wait. Yeah, let's do this. If the pressure is greater than 500, we could also say greater than or equal, but I mean seriously, we're talking about decimal numbers here. Who cares whether the 5th decimal place is above the exact value of 500? So greater than is sufficient. It's just the same effect. So if R0, the pressure in the pipe, is greater than 500, then I want that to become a 1, a logical 1. And with that I'm saying only then, only in that situation, I won't even want to begin to suck out of the pipe, because else the pressure is just too low for me to, because maybe the pressure will then just be kept at 0 and there will be no cooling, like we experienced a few minutes ago. So if the pressure is greater than 500, then that will be a 1. So if the pressure is greater than 500, then I dare to suck something from the pipe. Now let's do the same again in the opposite direction probably. So let's say if the pressure is less than 1000, I'm using some overlap here. If the pressure is less than 1000, then I want to... I'm doing it wrong. I want to suck into the room, when the pressure is greater than 500. And if the pressure is less than 1000, then I want to suck out of the room. And that's the cooling solution. That is the entire cooling solution, in case I have made a mistake. So, housing, export, and nothing's happening. Except this thing just turned on and can no longer be operated. Can I operate this then myself? No, this is being controlled, so I'm indeed addressing the device. So I will now say that the target value, the target temperature that I'm trying to achieve is 15 degrees, so that we can test the setup. 1.5, confirm, export. Aha! This is the one that sucks from the room, this is the one that pumps into the room, and this turned on later, if you can review that in the video. We could see that this one was turning on, and we're done, it works. Cool. It worked right away. It's complete. Only thing maybe the temperature is now already a bit lower, but because there's some delay, because there's some pressure in the pipe. But we have now ensured that if the temperature is low enough, then this dude will not be on, and this dude will be on as long as there's still some pressure left in the pipe, so that it will ultimately be sucked dry, so they don't get some freezing oxygen out there and everything will be destroyed. Because the pipes will die if there's some frozen gas in there. And this will then also even destroy the radiator thingies. But if it's too hot, then we have ensured that the pipe pressure will be at least 500, because before that has happened, this one, which sucks the pipe dry, will not even be on. And we have ensured that this guy will not pump in the pipe further than 1000 kilopascals. That's it, that's the cooling solution. It works. I will now increase the temperature to be achieved to 25 once again, so we'll get 24 maybe in effect. And that's it, we have a cooling solution. Now let's see if the arc furnace is also working like intended. Let's turn that off, it uses 200 watts. This of course needs to stay on. I will turn these dudes off and we'll toss something in. Problem is I don't have anything anymore that I could, for demonstration purposes. But I will just wait. This is empty and this has coal, so that's not good enough. I will just go out there for a moment and mine 3.5 little things. Something, doesn't matter what, as long as it's not ice. Wonder if you find something with this method, which I basically don't ever use. Apparently not. I mean, there's definitely stuff down here, but it could be 1 meter to the left, 1 meter to the right. It's a bit like space, you know? There's so many planets out there, but still you would never hit any because there's so much space between them. Nope. You have now seen how powerful that programming language is and how fast you can really get something working there. I mean, if I would have to do that with the logic chips, not only do they have the problem that they don't rewrite the same value if it doesn't change, which might not matter in this circumstance, I know, but in principle. But also, I would need a ton of chips, a ton of cable, a ton of space. And here I just write down what my will is and the computer is like, okay. Which is just the attitude I like. This is my will. Okay. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So, where do I find something, anything? But the only thing I find is coal. It's sad, basically. Ah, coal, gold. Okay. Basically, we even need gold. That's a nice coincidence. Hey, look over there, the station. Oh, we can't really see the lights. I should make a little battery survey. And now that we have the computing power, we can also go further. We can say, how full is our station battery? If I... Ah, shit. This is bad. Let's go back. I don't want to lose the valuable atmosphere to space. I should have brought an extra canister. How much gold do we have? 6. Let's stretch that. I will just split that up. 1 gold and toss that in there. Whoop, and it works. So did it smelt that gold? I can't see that from here. I assume yes. Yes, it did. So we can remove the chips. Nice. All it took was 2 lines of code. Or 3 if you also take the hash define thing at the top, which was not really necessary, but made the thing definitely a bit neater. Yeah, I've been programming for many years and I have fun with that. I love programming. Nice. So batteries, how are we doing? One is still slightly discharged, the rest is fine. I mean, look, we have all this light going on. The battery is really a monster. And we have 2 of them. But that's nothing. I mean, in my first moon base I had 40, I believe. Because I was doing some industrial stuff and very wasteful experimenting and so forth. Well, let's make a solar panel so that we can also point that at the sun so that you see how that works. Solar, kit solar panel, gold, copper, steel, yeah, that's good. How many can we make? None. Oh, that's not enough. We can make 2. Let's make 2 then. Where will I place those? I guess I would have to put up some more frames, though I don't think I should put up some more iron frames. That is a waste of material. Do we have steel here?
Exosphere.
Don't I have some steel somewhere?
Soma FM.
Oh, right. I forgot some. Damn. What's that? A grow light. Temperature 19 degrees. At some point this thing will kick in for a second, we won't even notice, and the station will then pop up, be cooled down. And constantly now we have this thing, I don't know what it consumes, possibly 50. Pipe analyzer consumes, what? 5 watts? That's nothing! That's nothing! I thought it would consume like 50 watts, I was thinking maybe 100. But, you know, now we have this thing, and I think the AC actually consumes a lot more electricity, and now we don't have to worry about gases freezing up there, because there's no gas in there. Okay. Do I not have any more steel? No. I should have more steel. Did I really use up that much steel already? No, there's the steel. Okay. I want some steel frames. Is this still really recording, man? Op Studio is a monster. 7 fucking hours. Oh, longest video I've ever made. That upload will take half a day, and the crunching will take a week. Hilarious. Are you still printing? No. Where will I put these? Of course here on the power generator side of things. In which direction? Horizontal? Or away from the station? Of course horizontal, because the sun's moving kind of like this. So then the solar panels wouldn't be in each other's way. And that's quite enough, thank you. Now we need steel sheets, because else there will have to just be open frames like you know them from the beginning of the game, which was indeed in the same motherfucking video. Can't believe it. Man, this is insane. Longest video I've ever recorded. Hopefully this works. Else I would have to split it up, I don't even know if that works. I should take those with me also. Do I have cables? I need heavy cables to continue. And then I need some glass to complete the solar panels. Do I have glass? I do. Let's go. Oh, right. There's a wall here. See, this is a wall. So there are 2 ways to pull this off. One is I put an extra IC10 out here, which will control the solar panels, so I can just use the solar panel single, which only has 1 combined output for data and logic. So it also needs some single cable, and problem solved. Downside is the IC10 needs 50 watts, so it would have to constantly be supplied with electricity. From what source, I ask? Of course, I have pulled this thing off a few times. Pulling it off is not even the way to phrase it, it's rather easy. I would just use the station battery and blah 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 blah. But here I want to keep things simple, and so I would just control them with the logic network I already have in the station. I want to use the same IC10 that I have for that. Since that is on a different logic network, I cannot control the solar panels. I could of course use logic mirrors, but then I would have to use a logic mirror for all of them. Or maybe I could read and write. Yeah, well, I could use some logic chips, but that's a completely complicated, stupid setup. I don't want that. So instead, man, I haven't yet made the arc welder. Instead I will use a solar panel dual, which have 2 cable connectors. And this actually is very good this way, or is it? Heavy cables are more expensive. But because they're more expensive, it might make sense to place them like this, because I could have another whole array next to them, but then the sun would cast a shadow. That's stupid. I don't want that, so I will not set them up in multiple rows. There will only be one long row. Does it really matter how I pipe this up? Or cable this connector, we need to go there. It doesn't really matter. Okay. Power connection. All of these need to be heavy cables, because anything on one cable network needs to be as heavy as the... let's see if there's anywhere on this cable network a throughput that is more than 5 kilowatts, where there's actual load of more than 5 kilowatts. Then anywhere on this cable network a cable could burst. This is not realistic, but that's the way it's implemented for simplicity's sake. So these would now, when the sun is at the top, perpendicular, produce like 400 to 500 watts. So we're now at 1.5 kilowatts, but that's nothing. They will be pointing at the sun, so we will benefit the whole day. I need, though, to connect them to the logic network. Do I have... There it is, there's the logic network. I will connect the logic network to this thing, so we could also use this in case of emergency automatically. Could put up a stack here of chutes, and then so that we like 5 or so coal in there stacked, and so in case of emergency I could just run the coal generator automatically. Now it's possible because there's logic connected. And now I need to connect these two from this side. And what do we do here? Well, we have to go over. Or under. Under is also possible. Okay, now they're connected and I can program them. Let's go in there and get a daylight sensor so we know the angle of the sun. Right, I need this again. Still printing. Iron and gold. And copper. Did that just land in there? What the fuck? Nice throw. The first time ever in my history of Stationeers that the throw from this direction would land actually in there. Not bad. Yeah, there are also wireless batteries in the game. So you can transmit electricity to them so that they get recharged as long as you're in the reach of the transmitter. And of course, the closer you are, the more that works, the better that works. Where will I place this? I would say next to the computer. That's a neat place to place it. Okay, we can see here the solar angle, or not. Let's not look at the solar angle. Originally the game had the solar angle, but now we have the horizontal and the vertical. And you can see the vertical is the same as the solar angle. Yeah, that's because originally they assumed we only need one angle, but now we get both. or maybe originally there was no other angle, because the original implementation until before December 2023 last year was what's its face was, well, it was not a Kepler simulation, it was just like a stage. Everything was just a stage, but now it's an actual celestial body that's moving around in space. So solar angle, see, and the vertical angle, that's what the sun currently is. And if that's at 90, then it's on the horizon in dawn or dusk. And when it's at 0, then that would be noon. It might not actually reach 180 or 0, as in midnight or noon, but just circle around in between. But that's not the point. The point is 90 would be at noon, or would be at dawn or dusk. So that could be used to control a daylight. That could be could be used to control a grow light for your potatoes and such on a world where there's not too much solar irradiance. On the moon, that's not necessary, and it wouldn't help here since I've turned down the timing to 1/10 of, you know, the plants wouldn't really benefit. Anyway, let's do the thing with the solars. Define class sense day, structure daylight sensor, and I don't need to name this. How many daylight sensors will I have on this cable network, man? So load batch named, load batch into R0 from all of these, the vertical, and I will also need the horizontal at some point, so I can also put this here. Now I need the exact name of the solar. I don't know which one that is. Could be this. Kit solar panel. Dual. That's the ones we have. Structure solar panel dual. Okay, that wasn't hard. Sure. That made things slightly faster. And then I will just say write batch to all of these devices, vertical R0. Now this seems like it's very easy, and it is, but this will not work yet because I have to rotate it by 90 or 180 or 270 degrees, or possibly even invert the direction horizontally or vertically. Both it's possible, depending on how the daylight sensor is placed, and we have to figure that out first. Anyway, here we go. The dudes are turning. Where might the sun be? Let's look at the Earth then. It will tell us. The sun is currently midnightish. These things can of course not turn to midnightish. I will... Should I cheat the day so we can see what's happening? Because I think the video should end after this. Or should we also put up the thing that shows us how full the station batteries are? I think we should do that also. So let's make another light. Are we still on the light mode? No, we are not. Light, bip, bop. And I can explain quickly what the lights do. The light... wait. So, here we have the normal wall light. 50 watts. Has the same light output as these things, only these seem brighter because they're completely white. It's not a surface that is lit, it's just white color on your screen, pure white. It feels brighter, that's why I use these always. Then we have these ones always, also 50 watts I believe, same brightness I think. It might be possible that you can see them from further away, I'm not sure. There is some rumor like that. Same for these, the angled ones. Then we have these, I don't know how far away they can be seen, 50 watts. Then we have one that actually has a battery slot, which works like the area power controller. So that thing has a battery buffer that will be charged while there's electricity, and otherwise, yeah. And then with the diode slide, which I will be using, that's a progress bar thing that actually lights up but doesn't light the room. It's only bright by itself. It only uses 25 watts, I think. And it can be used as a progress bar from 0 to 1. Then we have this one that we see everywhere here, and then there's this one. This variation exists because there's some walls that have some coverings which have openings particularly for these kinds of lights, which looks pretty good. Same for this one, the wall light long thin. And then we have the LED, that's all of them. The LED consumes only 25 watts and lights up the room, yes, and it can be programmed to show a certain color. You can also spray paint these guys, but this guy you don't need to spray paint, you can just say which color is supposed to show. Of 7 or 8 different colors that the game has. Sadly, we don't have free RGB choice, that is indeed missing, but okay. Now we need the diode slide, so that I can see how full the batteries are. Let's put that here maybe. On the ceiling? Maybe put that here. It's just somewhere in the room. Maybe not the best idea. Where are the cables? Give this thing a name, because I might have multiple. Slide, but. And program. Alright, one thing's missing. The station batteries are not yet hooked up to the logic cable network or just to the cable network of the station, therefore that can't work. We have to make a connection there. I think that will be easy even. Meanwhile the sun can move its ass a bit, and if it won't be here then I will just save the game, and then I will accelerate the time so that we get the sun, so that we get to see it. Though that's not wise, because when it's there then I will realize that I have to change the programming. I can't do that if I intend to just load again so that I haven't cheated the sun. Okay, and now I can turn these on and off with logic, rather useful even, because these switches you can't get to them when there's a battery right next to it. So it's fine to just set these all up and then program, hey, be on, and they will turn on. That's useful skill to have. Define serious but hash structure battery. You can tell that these things are rather old. Structure, because the name is so simple. Now load batch into A0 from class battery, logic type ratio, how full they are, not the charge, that would be in joules, or rather watts, they're saying watts, it would be joules in reality. And what do I want here? The average, indeed. And then I want to write batch named to CLS slide ins slide setting R0, and I also want to turn the slide on. But this doesn't exist yet. Well, then let's make it happen. Define, or rather I should write this above here as kind of a headline, like this is the purpose of the block. This is why we have this in the source code. Define slide hash structure diode slide. Define in slide hash hash sli but. And that should be it. And here we go, that's it. That's how full our batteries are. This one is more than half full and this one is relatively empty. And so overall we get an impression of like 40%. That's how full the station batteries are. That's the battery power we have. If I add another station battery, this would of course then go down because that battery isn't yet charged. Doesn't mean that we have less power. Well, it's a bit fucked up, but let's do it. I mean, I want to see what that's like. I want to program these thingies. So I will now cheat. This is something we don't want to do, but okay. You can see that the thingies are moving in ways that are definitely not compatible with reality. So they seem to be moving kind of with the sun. Let's turn it down to 0.03 again. but they are rotated. So I will just add 90 degrees then, or subtract or whatever. Where is it? Boom, boom, boom. Vertical, vertical, vertical. Subtract into R0 from R0 90. Export. Wrong direction, okay. Then let's add 90. So the horizontal could still be fucked up. It's a bit tricky on the moon because the sun is so close to the zero, basically to just the angle that would confuse you to know whether that's correct. But let's go out there and see what happens. 92% efficiency doesn't mean that they are angled wrongly. Could just be that the sun is still too low. That looks like it's correct. I'm not sure though. 93%. Generating 500 watts and the batteries are smiling. Oh, indeed. It just stopped blinking. We're making 500 watts and 200 watts, so we're making 1200 watts right now. Just by the sun being there. And I think the angle is now correct. So you know what? I will uncheat the whole situation. Where's the Earth? There. But doesn't count, right? Nothing happened. And meanwhile they're trying to turn back to the sun. Slow. So, that's it really. I mean, the video has been really long enough. God damn it. How long? Almost 8 hours. 8 hours, man. That's insane. I am insane. And yeah, I've played this game before, so... I'm trying to take a nice screenshot for the thumbnail, for the video. Oh, that looks good. Huh. That's it then. Thank you and good night.